Chapter 3152. Four progenitors surrounded the old demon shrouded in radiance. His light could illuminate all of three immortals, purify all living beings, and chase away the darkness. The demon showed no sign of apprehension. He seemed nonchalant, as if he was eternal as long as the light was around. Fellow Taoist, your accomplishments are nothing but admirable. Cicada progenitor still acted with caution despite it being a 4-on-1. The old demon was unreasonably powerful. None of them stood a chance against him in a fair fight. Suppressing or killing him required all four of them. It's no big deal. There are plenty of people stronger than me, the old demon said with a calm expression. People felt suffocated. In their mind, progenitors were invincible. Just one of them was enough to destroy a system, as shown today. This old demon was even stronger, above these four progenitors. It was hard to imagine people stronger than him. Cicada progenitor's group stood at the apex, but the old demon stood at the apex of the apex. What kind of existence would be stronger than him? Even the decemvirates should be about the same as him. Probably immortals? You're right, fellow Taoist. 8 Treasures progenitor nodded and said, the world is too vast. There are things beyond our imagination above the firmament. We're only specks of dust, far from being lords. This wasn't a casual comment. The four of them have seen terrible beings in uncrossable expanse, resulting in them succumbing to the darkness. If these progenitors considered themselves as specks of dust, then what would a real overlord look like? The listeners couldn't come up with anything. The path towards the Tao is long and arduous. The old demon said, the enemies are strong? Let them be. You just need to never yield and stay true to one's Tao heart. The calm words struck people differently. The four progenitors were more affected than the others and exchanged glances. Everyone makes a different choice. Bamboo progenitor said, there are thousands of grand Tao, the same with people. No need to talk anymore, let's find out who is stronger. Very well, till death then. The tree demon said. When these words came out, the air became murderous right away all around immortal lineage. These 5 combatants have shown their fangs and battle spirits. There was no conceding today. One side must die. The old demon must defend the academy while his opponents needed to take it down in order to take over immortal lineage. The other systems would definitely surrender after the destruction of the academy. Till death. Cicada progenitor said. His murderous aura felt like divine swords pricking the heart, a truly painful sensation. All living beings in immortal lineage cowered in fear after sensing these auras. That's all they could do, completely unable to move. Senior, we know that we can't take you on alone, so the 4 of us will have to team up. Left bank progenitor cupped his fist and said, excuse us for this transgression. This admission was rather shameful, but the progenitor still expressed it. Normally, progenitors would never need to utilize this tactic, but they had no other choice. The old demon was just too strong. It's a fight to the death anyway, do whatever you want. Go. The old demon didn't mind. Yes. His opponents roared in unison to build morale. Boom. Everyone felt something extremely heavy pushing down on all of immortal lineage. The first to take out his weapon was 8 Treasures, the thing exerting this immense pressure on the world. It looked like a square-shaped seal, not that large in size. However, it seemed to be the heaviest thing in existence. Just its weight alone could devastate the land. It was black like the night sky with faint flashes, almost like the stars deep in the universe. Celestial Seal. One ancestor murmured after seeing this weapon. Those who have heard of this name before shuddered right away. 8 Treasures progenitor was a gifted and renowned blacksmith. His artifacts and weapons might not be the strongest in history, but in terms of blacksmithing, very few were on the same level as him. This celestial seal was one of his best works. According to the legends, he refined an entire universe into this seal. 8 Treasures progenitor didn't need to use weapons to destroy his own system. Alas, he needed to be prudent when dealing with a foe like the tree demon. Rustle. Bamboo progenitor turned into a gigantic tree. The trunk was already large enough, but once he spread his branches, nothing else could be seen behind him. Just this one tree alone was enough to cover the entire world. Beneath the trunk were numerous intertwining roots. The oldest one was shiny with the glint of a sword. This progenitor was unique in that his body was a weapon, and an extremely magical one at that. The main root was there at birth, and it was just as strong as any progenitorial weapon, virtually impossible to destroy. I suppose it's my turn to show my meager skill. Cicada progenitor humbly said while taking out his weapon, a cauldron with 9 legs, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The light emanating from this cauldron made everyone feel their soul being dragged away from their body even though he has yet to activate it. Heaven refining cauldron. One everlasting blurted out. This was another famous weapon known for its lethality. Back in his era, his foes were dead whenever he took this weapon out. It wasn't a pretty death either. He would destroy his enemies, then the system they came from, turning it into energy for his cauldron. Several systems fell victim to this, so his cauldron contained numerous fallen souls. This was the reason why the spectators became afraid. Since my Tao is shallow, our Lord created a weapon for me. Please don't laugh. Left bank progenitor sighed and said. Chapter 3153, Left bank progenitor summoned 2 long sabers with a crescent curve. Dark energy emerged after he unsheathed them. This terrible energy seemingly originated from the deepest crevices of the darkness, brimming with this affinity's power. They looked like 2 roaring dark dragons. The pulsing rays from them could corrode all living beings. Their oppressive property felt different, unlike the all-crushing celestial seal or the all-devouring heaven-refining cauldron. Nonetheless, people were still afraid of them. They viewed it as 2 fangs taken from the most horrendous devil. The other progenitors were on the darkness side too, but their weapons retained a righteous aura. This wasn't the case for these 2 weapons given to Left Bank by his dark master. Thus, dark affinity and evil filled the blades. Senior, please take out your weapon. Left Bank remained respectful. The light is my weapon. The demon said. The 4 progenitors froze for a bit after hearing this. Others might take the demon's answer as an attempt to be cool or to intimidate his foes. However, the progenitors were different. They have joined the darkness, so the light was indeed an actual weapon against them. The demon had already begun his attack before taking out a weapon with his light. The progenitors instantly protected their mind and heart against this light by activating their auras. Boom! Immortal lineage quaked violently, seemingly being overfilled by various powers. We'll start first. 8 treasures progenitor roared. The grand Tao of the 4 instantly emerged and darkness descended. These terrible grand Tao made everyone in 3 immortals groan in pain. They felt their own grand Tao being suppressed, unable to muster an ounce of strength, just like a fish on the chopping board. It seemed as if the world would never be able to see sunlight again. This made some people shout in horror. Buzz. However, something akin to a light lotus blossomed in this darkness. Its beams started chasing away the darkness, allowing the inhabitants to see hope once more. Numerous people felt that they were sunbathing. This comforting feeling chased their fear away. Clank. The demon condensed the purest light into his hands. They eventually turned into a light shield on his left and a spear on his right. The light would travel as far as possible wherever this spear was pointed. The shield, meanwhile, resisted against the darkness and the terrible grand Tao of the 4 progenitors. It successfully stopped the unending tides of darkness from assaulting the academy and all of immortal lineage. Rumble. The darkness didn't give up and continued smashing against the shield of light. However, this shield was the ultimate manifestation of the light affinity. The 4's dark power alone couldn't break it. Down with you. Cicada and the others finally used their weapons. They themselves were strong enough to suppress the firmaments. Thus, the activation of their weapons resulted in a force too terrible to be described by words. The next blink of an eye seemed to be the longest torture session for all inhabitants, lasting an eternity. Death seemed like a sweet escape by this point. Buzz. The first to attack was the cauldron from Cicada Progenitor. It turned into a black hole and started sucking waves of light. The shield clearly dimmed down as a result since the demon's light force was being drained. Boom! The celestial seal descended from above without any technique nor merit law, only pure weight, a direct and brutal method. Remember, this seal was created from the refinement of a universe. Now, its weight on top of the progenitor's added power culminated in limitless offensive potential. Just dropping the seal down on a system would spell the end of it. All living beings were paralyzed on the ground after the impact, unable to get up. Crack. Cracks appeared on the weakened shield. Bamboo Progenitor took advantage of this and his old root started flashing, piercing forward with the fastest possible speed. It aimed straight at the cracks on the shield, its weakest spot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this root the sharpest weapon in the world. Boom! Thus, the shield instantly crumbled, exposing the old demon behind. That's when Left Bank Progenitor made his move. The blades looked like two venomous fangs from the darkness. Their target was the demon's heart. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. The four showed incredible teamwork and mutual understanding. This perfect combination allowed them to break the demon's defense and potentially deliver a fatal blow. A direct hit on the chest should kill the demon. These two blades were as frightening as can be. Clank. Sparks started flying. The old demon managed to move his spear in front of his chest and blocked the sabers during this perilous moment. He held it horizontally in front of his chest, making it look like the most indestructible mountain range. No one could ever cross it. Chapter 3154, Boom! While the spear struggled against the two sabers, Cicada's cauldron suddenly sent out a deafening blast. It opened its mouth. The light that has been absorbed earlier turned into a black pulse shooting straight at the old demon. ZZZ, time and space along the path of the pulse became corroded. This would leave an indelible scar. The old demon's spear became resplendent as he focused his light, turning it into a sacred flame. This flame rushed out with the intensity of 1,000,000 erupting volcanoes. Rumble. The flame met the pulsing ray directly, resulting in the destruction of 300 million miles. It successfully destroyed the ray and pushed Cicada backward. Break. 8 Treasures Progenitor roared and used his seal again. Stars flashed on the surface of the seal as it pushed down against the sacred flame. Boom! The stars turned to ashes, space crumbled as a result. The flame was pushed all the way to the bottom, splashing outward like the water of a pond after a large boulder was thrown in or an ocean being depleted after being struck by a massive meteor. The Great Seal only needed a tiny bit more to destroy this flame. Meanwhile, the demon thrust his spear towards Bamboo and Left Bank. Eternal Radiance. He roared while unleashing his attack. The light crossed through the river of time and split into 2 rays, attacking both progenitors at the same time. These rays could cross through all affinities and Tao, simply unstoppable. The 2 progenitors became startled at this sight. They let out a battle cry and mustered more energy, deciding to move forward instead of evading. Stabilize. Bamboo roared. His massive frame and branches started spinning, turning into an endless sword domain. Sword energies started ravaging the realm. Clank. His oldest root let out a blinding gleam and him. The sword domain focused all of its power in order to stop the incoming ray. Dark dual decapitation. Left Bank crossed his sabers before slashing forward, severing the karmic and reincarnation cycles. Bam! Bam! The fiery sparks emitted from the impact point alone could destroy this world numerous times. However, the spear was just too strong. Thump, thump, thump. Both progenitors were pushed backward after the explosion. Nonetheless, the old demon's light became unstable. He couldn't fully nullify Bamboo and Left Bank's attacks. Now. Cicada and 8 treasures joined again to take advantage of this situation. Buzz. The old demon instantly spread his palm and summoned a heavenly plate, activating it with haste. The power of the light instantly surged towards the plate like numerous rivers converging towards the same source. It replaced the river of time while the plate served as the new world clock. The light became the only ruler, capable of flowing through everything and affecting everything just like the temporal affinity. Nothing could hide from its touch. Time came to a still for a split second before flowing again. Light has now infiltrated Bamboo and Cicada's body. Zzz, it started purifying the darkness, weakening these 2 progenitors in the process. Stabilize. The 2 felt threatened and channeled their dark energy together, building a massive dam of dark power in order to stop the purifying waves of light. It felt just as large as the sky moat above, completely covering immortal lineage. Nothing could climb above its height. The power of the light smashed into this dark dam and was stopped. However, another wave of light smashed onto the first, and another one afterward. They started stacking up and becoming stronger after each attempt. Everyone became scared out of their mind. If the dark dam were to break, then the explosion of this light could smash all of 3 immortals. Nothing would be able to stop its majestic judgment. This no longer had anything to do with merit laws, techniques, treasures, nor the Tao. It was strictly a struggle between light and darkness. These 2 affinities have always been mortal enemies. This was another fight to determine the fate of an epoch. If the light were to win, 3 immortals would live on. Conversely, its defeat would spell doom to all. Rumble. The darkness didn't relent even against the accumulation of the light. All 4 progenitors have poured their power to empower this massive dam. No one could move at all in immortal lineage. Can he take it down? Many started praying, and trusting their hope onto the old demon and the academy. Boom! Suddenly, a force surpassing myriad domains assaulted the boundless light. Boom! 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 Its target was the demon. An old man now stood behind the old demon, one with a majestic grand Tao just like a god from the old ages. The newcomer's ambush was stopped by the radiant flames exuding from the demon. However, the demon's fiery light was becoming unstable. He was fighting evenly against the 4 progenitors and even had a slight advantage. This was reversed with this next development. 1 against 5 seemed unrealistic for the demon. Shit! One spectator shouted. The defeat of the demon would allow the calamity to fully descend. Who is that? One ancestor asked. A Fardao everlasting. Another everlasting could sense the aura of a Fardao on that old man. Yes, his title is Tenacious. A supreme everlasting born in an old era had a solemn expression. Taking a little risk here. The 2 words consist of monarch, lord, gentleman, ruler, and breath, news, interest, on an investment or loan, to cease, to stop, to rest. My first translation here was Lord Stopper. This title was unfamiliar to the younger ancestors. The second person to reach the Fardao level. Those from an older era recognized the title. Fardao was a person and the title of a cultivation level. In the past, Fardao broke the limit of the true God realm and created an entirely new peak. People called this new peak Fardao to honor him. Several eras after Fardao himself came a second person capable of reaching it, Tenacious. They only remembered him by this title. His real name was forgotten with time. Future generations called him Tenacious, or Tenacious Fardao to show respect. Chapter 3155. The title had an interesting history behind it. This was also another thing used by future descendants to show respect. A gentleman must strive unremittingly on the path towards the Tao. This phrase was the meaning behind the title of Tenacious, since it consisted of gentleman and strive. This title was fitting and flattering for the second person to achieve this level. It highlighted his effort on the path towards the Grand Tao. Numerous emperors and progenitors have appeared in history. Many of the latter came from big sects, a few hailed from weaker sects or declining systems. Tenacious' background was worse and inferior to all of them. He was born as a servant in a rich family in the mortal realm, as lowly as can be. Moreover, his life didn't change because a cultivator or a sect took notice of him. Despite being a lowly servant, he still enthusiastically looked for a way to cultivate and become an immortal. Just imagine an illiterate servant trying to reach for the Tao. This was exceedingly difficult. No sect or cultivation masters bothered taking him in. Nonetheless, his effort turned him from a lowly servant into a lowly cultivator. One could argue that his cultivation path was harder than any cultivator. Alas, as time passed, his effort yielded fruit and he became the second Fardao everlasting. That's why his real name no longer mattered nor remembered. People only knew him as Tenacious. For a long trek of time, many ancestors and seniors alluded to Tenacious in order to motivate their young disciples. They also viewed him as the right role model. Needless to say, the ones with a humble upbringing respected him the most. His stories encouraged many who come from nothing to keep on trying. That's why those who knew about him, especially the ancestors, inadvertently had tears in the corner of their eyes after seeing him here. Some of them came from nothing but eventually became an ancestor since Tenacious stories strengthened their Tao heart. Alas, he has fallen into the darkness today, breaking all of his previous prestige and honor. The crowd couldn't handle the emotional pain after seeing this sight. "Why, Tenacious," one famous ancestor murmured. Boom! A powerful force cut off Tenacious' attack on the tree demon, resulting in an explosion after breaking the stalemate. Rumble. All of the combatants staggered backward from the shockwaves. Another old man came out from a misty mountain. He still looked to be in high spirits despite his age. His pace was steady, looking quite powerful. His robe was old but still very clean and made from expensive material. He clearly came from either wealth or nobility. He didn't have the aura of a cultivator nor their energy, more like a mortal with the style of a scholar, perhaps a teacher or a researcher from a village. Who is that? Most didn't recognize him. Trinity? Is that you? I'm surprised that you're still staying at 5 Elements. Tenacious recognized him. Trinity eccentric. An ancestor shouted after hearing Tenacious. If Li Chia were here, he would recognize this old man as well. This old man tried to betroth the girl from his clan to Li Chia and even gave him a jade pendant. Now, the girl was clearly Hui Qingxian from 5 Elements. Trinity eccentric is still alive. 5 Elements Mountain is as unfathomable as ever, looks like we're saved. Many ancestors became excited. The eccentric was the strongest ancestor of 5 Elements, the third person to reach the Fardao level. The Trinity, heaven, earth, and man. Rumor has it that he was an erudite scholar who knew virtually everything. His knowledge earned him just as much respect from future descendants as his cultivation level. For a long period of time, even the brilliant progenitors would come to him in order to find answers to their questions. He normally would easily solve these problems. The spectators couldn't believe it. There were 2 Fardao and 4 progenitors right now, no, 5 when counting the tree demon. This might be historically unprecedented. Senior, your fame precedes you. I had nothing but admiration for you during my youth. You were my role model. Trinity stared at Tenacious and became emotional. I'm not a great man to be admired and I never accomplished anything worthwhile. My life is a series of struggles in order to survive, that's all. As for the motivational stories and legendary Tao heart, that's beautified by future descendants, a forced interpretation at best. Tenacious shook his head and calmly said. To earn such fame was some people's lifelong goal. However, Tenacious didn't care for being a paragon of virtues. You're right, Senior. We needed motivation for our own desires, we never thought about your feelings. Trinity pondered for a bit before agreeing. The spectators eventually understood as well, especially the ancestors. Everyone used Tenacious' achievements to motivate themselves. Alas, no one understood his bitter struggle. He never considered himself to be a great man. His only goal was to survive. It's fine, all in the ephemeral past now. Tenacious chuckled. I never expected you to take on this path, Senior. Trinity said with a tinge of regrets. This feeling resonated with the crowd who viewed him as a role model. He must have experienced untold pain and suffering, allowing his Tao heart to be firmer than anyone. Alas, this still wasn't enough. I am still me, the same as before. It is a choice made in order to survive. I've been alone ever since my Tao debut. 3 Immortals has nothing to do with me. Tenacious calmly answered. 1. I had a long note in the last chapter about this title without context. It started with Lord Stopper, literal, then preeminence, interpretation/guess. I also thought about keeping it pinyin as Juanshi. The 2 words just had too many meanings. Now that the author has given the context and explanation, this makes it much easier. All of my interpretations were wrong. Chapter 3156. Tenacious Fardao spoke with a nonchalant calmness, but the listeners didn't take it as well. 3 Immortals was vast, but he was all alone, not having a single family member despite being so famous. Countless people viewed him as a role model, but how many of them actually worried about him? He had no one close in this world, no one to share his treacherous path. He eventually obtained power and peerless achievements, but never a tinge of warmth for his cold Tao heart. Some ancestors sympathized since they have experienced something familiar. After reaching a certain power level, their loved ones were dead. They no longer had anyone who genuinely cared for them. Thus, they no longer felt any attachment to this world. By this point, they were no different from a passerby. There was nothing worth remembering in immortal lineage. Its existence simply didn't matter. Therefore, the only thing they cared about was to become stronger, go further, and reach immortality. The younger cultivators didn't share this feeling, unlike the old and powerful ancestors. The latter had experienced their loved ones and friends dying from time. Finally, they would become someone like Tenacious Fardao, a lonely man. Immortal lineage was unfamiliar to him now. As he had said, he was only trying to survive. This invasion meant nothing to him, unlike his allies who destroyed their own system. In a sense, Tenacious Fardao succumbing to the darkness felt more tolerable. The apex is emotionless. Trinity eccentric sighed and didn't criticize Tenacious. The world itself is emotionless. Time kills everything except me, and I have returned. Tenacious slowly said. I see. Trinity said, your enemy is me today, you need to get through me to destroy immortal lineage. Very well, people claim that the latter waves will always surpass the previous. Let's see what level you have reached. Tenacious remained carefree. There are levels to the Fardao realm? Many ancestors became startled. One of them wondered. Yes, there are classifications, but the world only knows of it as a title, lacking the particular details. The truth is that there are levels such as True Fardao, Slayer Fardao, and Unending Fardao. Regular cultivators had no idea about these next levels. When one broke through the limit of a supreme everlasting, they would be considered a Fardao. Reaching Fardao's actual height back then would earn them the True Fardao classification. In actuality, Fardao's cultivation didn't stop there. He attained further achievements, resulting in 2 more levels, Slayer Fardao and Unending Fardao. Rumor has it that at the Slayer level, they should be able to kill an immortal level progenitor. As for Unending Fardao, this remained a mystery. There were no records about people who have reached it. Perhaps only Fardao himself was the only person. We'll find out soon. Trinity smiled. His confidence certainly assured the crowd. He was the most talented and knowledgeable in the world. Plus, he came from 5 Elements Mountain. Both his talents and background surpassed Tenacious Fardao. Though Tenacious made his Tao debut earlier, Trinity still had a chance of overtaking him. Looks like we still got help. One spectator quietly said. Everyone found hope again after seeing the old tree demon and Trinity eccentric. Perhaps the darkness would fail. Enough talk. Time for us to end this and welcome an entirely new epoch. Cicada Progenitor laughed and said. Don't be so certain and haughty. The bull said with disdain, you won't even know how you'll die a little bit later. Black Bull, you might be knowledgeable but this disaster far exceeds your imagination. Cicada retorted, you can't even stop the vanguard, let alone our entire army. 3 immortals is finished this generation, no one will be able to change this. It's a little too early to jump to any conclusion, fellow Daoist. A pleasant voice joined the battle. A comforting presence swept through the sky, filling immortal lineage with a majestic life force. A green expanse emerged on the horizon with a lotus tree at the center. It wasn't overly large but was ancient beyond calculation, perhaps existing even before the myriad Tao. Its leaves couldn't blot out the sunlight but people felt that it could shoulder a falling sky. It gave off the feeling of being the pillar of heaven and earth. Poof! In the next second, the lotus tree flashed brightly. A woman walked out from this radiance and the tree disappeared from sight. She wore a green dress, seemingly descending from heaven itself. She was immaculate beyond words. Any so-called kingdom-toppling beauties paled in comparison. Even the wondrous Hui Qingxian felt inferior. The aura of a progenitor trailed behind her just like the tail of a phoenix. This aura wasn't oppressive at all. It elegantly billowed in the air in a transcending manner. Who is that? People could tell that she was a progenitor. They just didn't know which one. Lotus Ancestor. A supreme everlasting recognized her and said with respect. The progenitor of 5 Elements Mountain. Many shouted. 5 Elements was the strongest and most mysterious system in all of 3 immortals. It was the only one to have several progenitors in the same generation. Lotus performed a miracle. She used the same Tao framework created by 5 Elements progenitor to prove her Tao. She didn't need to leave her system and still became an immortal-level progenitor. No one has done this before in history. Therefore, her accomplishment earned her a spot among the 10 Radiants. She's still alive. 5 Elements Mountain is unfathomable indeed. Another commenter became emotional. So many progenitors have left immortal lineage for the expanse. However, someone as strong as her still chose to stay behind. This was quite surprising. Your mountain is a wondrous Tao land. 8 Treasures progenitor stared at Lotus and said, that's why it is another main target, certainly worthy of a trip. Fellow Taoists, you should know your own perilous situation. Lotus replied. Yes, we have the advantage right now. The experts in immortal lineage became spirited. Lotus Ancestor and the old tree demon should be able to handle the 4 progenitors on the other side. On the other hand, Trinity Eccentric should be able to fight evenly against tenacious Fardao and buy enough time for his allies to win. Next would be taking down all the battalions of ships. Victory would be theirs then. Everyone, prepare to defend the sky moat with our lives. Hold nothing back. Tai Yinshi saw the development and gave an order. Chapter 3157, Nothing will be left of the present age since a true immortal is descending. Bamboo Progenitor uttered coldly. True immortal. This caught the listeners off guard. These progenitors have fallen into darkness, so what is this talk about a true immortal? There are no such things as immortals in this world, at least that's what everyone believed. They would instantly scoff at anyone else for saying something so ridiculous. However, it came from a progenitor. Can this be true? One supreme everlasting murmured in a daze. Please, just a bunch of fake immortals, yet you view them as the real things. How ridiculous. The bull snorted. You'll find out what an immortal is soon enough, if you can survive till then. 8 Treasures progenitor said seriously. The world became confused and didn't know what to say. Who cares if they're immortals or not? It's time to fight. The old demon's light erupted again. His light purified the area around the 4 progenitors. The demon no longer felt like an old man, his spirit was vigorous like an 18-year-old. Break! The progenitors roared and utilized their weapons. Let's not gang up on one man now. Lotus Ancestor hurriedly joined the battlefield on the side of the old demon. Boom! The area trembled before their devastating might and pressure. Senior, make your move. Trinity Eccentric challenged Tenacious Fardao. This will be good. One of my regrets is not being able to fight Fardao. Tenacious accepted the challenge and moved forward. I'm satisfied with just fighting you. Trinity laughed freely and unleashed a punch capable of crushing time. Rumble. A terrible power ravaged the area. The inhabitants of 3 immortals only got a short break before being terrorized by their terrible might again. Even everlastings felt like ants. Please, defeat the darkness and protect 3 immortals. The living beings started praying since this was the only thing they could do. Charge. Numerous Dao portals materialized in the air. Rumble. Numerous legions were summoned next to the dark ships. 5 Elements Legion. Many people recognized the banner of the vanguard and shouted. Initiate. Hui Qingxian personally led her systems legion to attack the 4 battalions of ships. Ra. Numerous gigantic beasts appeared to the left. Leave the left flank to us. Violet Dragon Empress stood on top of a dragon, looking quite gallant. She commanded another legion forward. The right side is ours. A 3rd Ancient Legion appeared, led by Supreme True Emperor. It's our chance. Meanwhile, Holyfrost reorganized the Legion of the Academy before flying upward like an angel. This army of light wielded their holy affinity to fight against the dark legions. We're here as well. 3-eyed Prodigy and an alliance of several systems also came out of another Dao portal. Kill them all. The Dark Legion had no fear of the numerous foes and flew out of their ships. Boom! Another battlefield emerged. Thousands and thousands of men instantly smashed onto each other, resulting in a chaotic fight. We need to help the Academy now. A few spectating systems finally made up their mind. More portals appeared with new legions joining the battlefield. It didn't take long before corpses piled up in this area. The battlefield became a human meat grinder, numerous combatants lost their lives. Advance. By this point, nearly all systems knew that they needed to do something or it would be the end of immortal lineage. They hurriedly sent the majority of their forces to aid the Academy, if not all. Some didn't hold back for defensive reasons. There was no point in saving troops because the defeat of the Academy meant their destruction anyway. Their systems couldn't stop the progenitors and the Dark Legion. Only complete solidarity gave them the biggest chance of survival. The monstrous dark battalions were actually at a disadvantage against the full might of immortal lineage. 5 Element Mountains was the main fighting force. Holyfrost, Violet Dragon, and Supreme focused on flanking the enemies, cutting from the left and right. The other legions surrounded the ships and began their assault. Dozens of millions or even more troops stifled the invaders. Unfortunately, this didn't lessen the casualties. Corpses and blood rained down from above, piling up into mountains. Meanwhile, the progenitors have opened their own battlefield since they were too strong. Just the remnant shockwaves alone could pierce through 3 immortals. The old demon was no longer alone with Lotus Ancestor as an ally. They had the upper hand and continuously forced back the other 4 progenitors. Heaven didn't abandon us. The cultivators unqualified to join the battle prayed. The Dark Legion back at shore took note of this. The defeat of the 4 battalions seemed imminent by this point. Strike camp. March towards immortal lineage. Someone gave the command. In fact, this force's actual target was to conquer Sky Ruins. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to attack immortal lineage. Rumble. All of the ships began flying towards this world. Prepare for battle. Our fate depends on this fight. Tai Inshi shouted after seeing the mass mobilization. This was the reason why Sky Pass Legion didn't return to immortal lineage. The real Legion of Darkness was coming, the thing he didn't wish to see the most. "How's the last brick? Did we fix it?" he worriedly asked. "Commander, the job is done. The new brick is in, but we can't guarantee anything," the responsible general answered. The Legion did everything they could after the first failure to fix this flaw. Unfortunately, they weren't too confident this time. "We just need to try our best and leave it up to fate." Tai Inshi wasn't optimistic due to the sheer size of the Dark Army. "Men. Victory means our world will still be here. Defeat means nothing will be left but ashes. We fight till the very last man. Never surrender." His voice echoed across Sky Pass to encourage his men. "Till the very last man. Never surrender." The soldiers roared like maniacs. Retreating was not an option. To do so meant exposing their home and loved ones, letting them be massacred by the enemies. Chapter 3158, Boom. The Great Legion of Darkness has arrived again, shooting dark beams toward Sky Pass in the distance. These dark beams, strangely enough, still illuminated space. One could easily imagine how powerful and brutal they were to have this property. The world turned into a sieve before the incoming beams. Space and time ended along their path, replaced by chaotic maelstrom. Meanwhile, the Sky Moat had activated its defense and turned into the greatest divine walls to separate immortal lineage from the invaders. A boundless power came out of the earth and poured into the wall, consisting of the Tao and sparks. Supreme Tao runes appeared in full force and derived the most domineering defense. They stacked on top of each other to stop the beams. Rumble. The beams struck the barriers, causing ripples outward. Eventually, numerous arrays broke down. However, more runes stacked on top of each other to form an even stronger formation. Defend at all cost. A general roared on top of the wall. Every single soldier agreed and poured all of their vitality into the Sky Moat. Though this legion was quite mighty, their vitality and power alone couldn't stop the Dark Legion. The walls themselves were doing most of the work. The soldiers were only activating the ingrained runes and formations to create mighty suppression. The power from the ground beneath was also a key factor. Nonetheless, this role was the reason why the Legion existed, their responsibility, controlling this ultimate defense. Alas, the ships continued sending relentless barrages while moving closer to the actual walls. "Be ready for battle," Tai Inshi shouted after seeing this. Meanwhile, some back in immortal lineage turned their attention to this side of the battlefield. They saw the incoming locust and became afraid. "Sky Pass Legion, you must persevere, the Sky Moat can't fall." These spectators started to pray. Many wanted to fly to the wall to help. However, they have never undergone the training to control the runes, so coming there would be useless. Not long ago, very few understood the importance of the Sky Moat. Most believed that it was symbolic more than anything. In fact, some even viewed it as a sightseeing destination or a borderline. No one expected that it would protect immortal lineage in this manner, becoming the key lifeline. They finally saw the wisdom and insight of the old sages for building this monumental architecture. Meanwhile, the alliance of immortal lineage has gained the upper hand after a tough fight, successfully trapping the dark battalions. Unfortunately, this would be reversed if Sky Pass were to fall. The outside legion should have more than enough power to destroy every single system after entering. "Men!" Tai Inshi shouted again as the ships got closer. A tense atmosphere permeated the world. The soldiers from Sky Pass clenched their fists tightly, ready to throw their vitality and lives away to stop the invaders. "That's far enough." A roar emerged along with a progenitorial aura. A person shrouded in golden radiance descended, illuminating the area. Rumble. He used his grand Tao to crush several ships in one go. Luminous Master. The spectators called out his title. He's finally taking action. So many became emotional after seeing the destruction of several ships. So he has been waiting outside to protect the front line. Tears suddenly flowed at this sight. Everyone knew that no one would be able to enter after the closing of the sky moat. Tai Inshi had warned everyone beforehand. But now, Luminous Master was still outside, meaning that this was his plan from the very start, wanting to face the enemies head-on. He was all alone without help against the Great Legion, clearly on the verge of being surrounded. He surely knew this beforehand, yet still made up his mind with wanton regards for his own life. His actions certainly stirred the crowd. Boom! A draconic aura emerged as he took down another ship. A dragon claw blocked his next move, consisting of his Grand Dao. Ra! A true dragon appeared before everyone. It had its own celestials floating around it with a boundless draconic aura. Not bad, young one. I was but a brat still wet with milk traveling the world when I was your age. Your potential is boundless. The dragon spoke. Coiling dragon of 8-armed race. Luminous Master was surprised to see this being. Yes, it's me. I'm pleasantly surprised to see such a mighty descendant after coming back to a mortal lineage. The dragon nodded. He was the progenitor of Coiling Dragon system. Later on, it was taken over by Premoon. A mature true dragon with a pure bloodline, quite amazing. The master said. How keen you are, young one. The dragon smiled and said, I have spent many years researching this bloodline, and with the help of our Lord, I have reconstructed it back to purity. Coiling Dragon originally had a very thin bloodline of the true dragons. This meant that he had no chance of becoming one. After reaching the progenitorial level, he continued to research his bloodline, hoping to purify it. Alas, his efforts yielded nothing. Once he made it to uncrossable expanse, the dark existence there recreated his bloodline, allowing him to actually turn into a true dragon. So what, I'll still kill a true dragon for attacking immortal lineage. The master became serious. So decisive. Coiling Dragon nodded. I wouldn't have been able to beat you back then, but my current form is beyond your abilities. You are yet to reach the immortal level, and your resistance is futile before our army. Be smart and join us, it's not too late. You're wasting your breath. Coiling Dragon, this is our generation, not yours, and this is our advantage. Plus, I'd rather die than bow to the darkness. Luminous Master laughed. Chapter 3159, As You Wish. The dragon smiled and opened its mouth, releasing more draconic energy. Rumble. This energy manifested into a terrible storm. Just this power alone should be enough to sweep through the realms uncontested. Clank. 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 The master had laws around him for protection. Next came a full set of golden armors. The 2 layers stopped the incoming draconic storm. Not bad. The dragon said before recalling its aura and choosing to attack with its claw. A sharp flash occurred as the claw tore apart space itself. It could tear through the earth like a piece of paper. Boom! The master's laws broke down, so he quickly retreated. Alas, the claw still made contact with his armor plates. Though it was made from precious divine metals at the progenitorial level, 5 deep marks were still left. The claw of a true dragon was just too much. Do you see now? A true dragon's physical prowess. Each scale and claw are wondrous weapons. The dragon claimed. The spectators took a deep breath. No wonder why Coiling Dragon tried so hard to obtain a purer bloodline. The physical prowess of this divine being was unreasonable. Its claw was comparable to any progenitorial weapon. Luminous Master summoned his Skysplitter again. This time around, it looked relatively tiny compared to the great dragon, almost like a serpent. Not a bad hatchet at all. The dragon praised. Let's go. The master immediately swung his hatchet downward in a violent manner. Its sheer size could sever heaven and earth. He added speed on top of power, swinging it 1,000 times in the blink of an eye. The raw power was something else. All of immortal lineage felt like a tiny boat out in the ocean during a storm. Just one swing alone could separate it into two halves. Boom! 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 A ferocious torrent of steel struck the dragon. However, fiery sparks shot off the scales of the dragon, but this wasn't enough to leave behind any real damage. On the other hand, the claws of the dragon left actual dings on the snow-white blade of the hatchet. The spectators naturally gasped in response. The hatchet was clearly inferior to the dragon's body. This true dragon is insane, no need for any weapon. This was the first time witnessing a true dragon in action for many people. Boom! At the same time, the dark beams have focused on one target, the broken brick that the first wave managed to get through. However, there was a new brick there now and the hole was no longer present. The beams couldn't destroy it right away. Nonetheless, they successfully broke down the energy barriers in front of the wall. It's working. Tai Yinshi was more nervous than anyone else. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart was hanging on a thread. As time went on, he gained confidence that the hole was successfully fixed. Use the dark drill. A voice inside the Dark Legion commanded. Creak dash, a large ship moved forward. It looked like the commanding ship of this legion. The bottom hull opened to release a mighty drill, black from top to bottom just like a black diamond. It had a beautiful dark luster akin to the stars at night. This diamond was extremely fine, its darkness felt overwhelming enough to encompass 3,000 worlds. The spectators saw the tip and knew that nothing would be able to stop it. What's that? Tai Yinshi had an ominous feeling. A dark metal found from the deepest location of the expanse, as unique as can be, then polished by a supreme existence. The voice heard him and explained. This naturally made Yinshi feel worse. The brick has been placed but not fully consolidated. That was still the weakest part of the wall. The drill started spinning faster and faster. After reaching a certain revolution, it shot out a tiny ray of darkness. Boom! The ray instantly crushed through the energy barriers. These barriers went down to the beams earlier, but they quickly appeared once more. Now, they didn't stand a single chance against the ray of this drill. It was touching the actual wall now. Rumble. All of Sky Pass was shaking from the impact. Drop down the sky sluice, now. Tai Yinshi immediately commanded. Boom! The ground beneath sent out all of its power, resulting in something akin to the explosions of 1,000,000 stars. This power combined together into a great sluice sliding down from above. It could crush everything beneath without fail. The soldiers in charge of the sluice turned pale as a result. It instantly drained all of their vitality. This was their ace card. If this were to fail, they wouldn't be able to do anything else anyway. Rumble. Thousands of smaller ships closest to the wall were crushed by this sliding sluice. Ah! Numerous dark invaders became bloody mists, unable to stop it. Lift it up. The same voice earlier commanded. This person seemed to be the one controlling the diamond drill. Suddenly, 6 different progenitorial auras erupted. Next came the appearance of 6 majestic figures. Chapter 3160, Boom. The dreadful auras of 6 progenitors continuously quaked immortal lineage. Everything seemed to be cracking from the mere pressure after they activated their power. All living beings became as vulnerable as ants. Just one wave from their auras would render them to ashes. 6 progenitors. The spectators below became stunned and trembled with fear. 6 more after the initial group. This meant that at least 10 progenitors have returned on top of people like Tenacious Fardao. The person behind the dark drill remained unknown. However, he should be clearly stronger than these 6 since he could command them. In actuality, everyone wasn't afraid of these auras. They have grown used to it after seeing so many. Rather, the implication was the thing scaring them. 10 have returned, all fell into darkness. This prompted the question regarding the actual number of fallen progenitors. Just thinking about the various possibilities left them with cold sweat. It wasn't long ago that they had an optimistic mindset. They thought that the first 4 progenitors were only a coincidence and that it would end there. Perhaps their own progenitors were still fighting on the front line against the darkness. Now, it has become rather plausible that the majority, not minority, has fallen. They stopped thinking at this point because that scenario would be too hopeless. 3 immortals would be finished. The lucky survivors would never be able to see the sun again after the darkness takes over. I hope not. One cultivator murmured. The rest could only pray for the best. Tai Yinshi had prepared for the worst, but facing 6 progenitors was still too much to take. The sluice might not be able to stop them. Boom! The 6 of them raised their hands in order to stop the descending sluice. Creak! The sluice actually stopped lowering since the 6 were strong enough to stop this all-crushing mass. In reality, this shouldn't be too surprising. The 6 of them working together could probably lift immortal lineage in its entirety. AAA. Many soldiers in Sky Pass Legion channeled the last sliver of their vitality, even their true fate, into the wall. Rumble. The sluice finally pushed down again with greater intensity with the influx of power from the soldiers. However, the 6 progenitors looked like the greatest deities in existence. Nothing could ever move them. That's why the soldiers' efforts were in vain. The only thing they did was make it just a little harder for the 6 progenitors by adding another wave. Why? For what reason? One expert glared at the 6 progenitors and screamed with indignation. The 6 were shrouded in black smoke so no one could see who they were. However, they clearly came from 3 immortals. The things trying to destroy immortal lineage weren't devils from the darkness, but its most respected progenitors. Belief and faith instantly shattered. Some started hating their own ancestors and progenitors, not understanding the reason why. This feeling was similar to how 8 Treasure's ancient emperor felt before death, full of hatred, despair, and unwillingness. His beloved grandfather still ended up killing him even though he was also the progenitor's favorite. He didn't understand even during his last second. Rumble. Tai Yinshi felt ripples coming from the wall. Commander, the brick we added earlier is getting loose. A general came and reported. We must stabilize it, do not let the enemy get through. Tai Yinshi emotionally asserted. He knew that it would be exactly like before, the enemy would be able to get through. If the 10 progenitors were to group up, the consequences would be obvious. Impossible. The general bitterly said, the wall is too profound and vast for us to know how to fix it in such a short time. The commander couldn't reprimand this general. He himself had lived long enough yet still didn't fully understand the wall. They needed the help of Li Chia and 5 Elements Mountain before. Rumble. The wall was shaking, the same with his heart. Commander, what should we do? Another general asked. Tai Yinshi had no response because they had done everything they could. They have defeated many enemies in the past, but this time around, these unknown foes were just too powerful, the strongest they have ever seen. I don't know. Tai Yinshi didn't have a direction. He eventually gritted his teeth and said, let the men maintain their post till the last second. Persevering was the only option. They were the first and final line of defense for immortal lineage, ready to fight until the very last man. That's the only thing they could do in order to have no regrets and shame. Remember, we'll die honorably in battle, never surrender. Tai Yinshi told his generals. Affirmative, never surrender. The generals also gritted their teeth. They were ready to face death with equanimity. Of course, they knew that their death would also be futile and wouldn't change anything. Nonetheless, they wouldn't be ashamed of themselves nor would they be letting down their descendants and family members. What can we do? The cultivators back in immortal lineage also felt helpless while watching the spinning drill. Age domination. Luminous Master roared. He had tried several times heading towards the drill but was stopped by the dragon. Time started gathering around him, the hours and years of an entire era. As he had said earlier, this was his era, a great advantage. He could control the temporal power in the present. Boom! He unleashed a temporal strike at the dragon. Zzz, the inflicted dragon started decaying. Coiling Dragon was a progenitor from an ancient era. He couldn't avoid the withering of the present. Even someone as powerful as he was being damaged. Boom! He roared and became as red as blood. His incredible bloodline activated and permeated each inch of his flesh. This eruption of bloodline resulted in a boundless life force. The withered dragon gradually recovered. This bloodline was simply horrifying, able to do something like reverse time itself. No wonder why this progenitor was so hell-bent on obtaining it. He stopped Luminous Master again, not letting the guy get closer to the drill. You can't change anything even if you were at the immortal level. This is inevitable, no one can save 3 immortals. The dragon shook its head. Boom! Suddenly, starry rays descended from above with incredible destruction. Chapter 3161, The Unstoppable Starry Rays destroyed numerous ships in the blink of an eye. They then gathered into a single beam to shoot straight at the commanding ship with the dark drill. Boom! Unfortunately, this ship had an incredible defensive barrier. The starry beam only managed to force some ripples on the barrier. The drill continued to spin and attack the weakened brick on the wall. Another figure descended from above. His area was dazzling with starlights along with a resonating grand Dao. He possessed a unique presence. Orchid Sage. He's outside too. The spectators in Immortal Lineage shouted. The sage was just like Luminous Master. He didn't hide in Immortal Lineage and chose to be on the front line. Progenitors are still our hope. Numerous people found hope after seeing these two. Yes, progenitors from the darkness were returning to destroy Immortal Lineage. This crushed everyone's image of these powerful beings, viewing them like primordial beasts at this point. However, Luminous Master and Orchid Sage were putting their lives on the line to protect this world. Their selflessness was a great source of morale. Boom! The sage raised his brush and released an ocean of runes. Countless waves began assaulting the main ship. Alas, the runic waves were still stopped. They only made the ship tremble once. It seemed that his attack was slightly effective. Boom! 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 The other ships focused their firepower on him, blowing the spatial fabrics around him into smithereens. He busily dodged the shots while hurriedly writing characters in the air. The power of the Grand Dao gathered in the characters. With the final stroke, an ocean of tribulation emerged, one similar to the high heaven's wrath. Lightning bolts rushed forward towards the ship, capable of crushing the myriad Dao with its judgment. Everyone knew that he was trying to stop the drill from breaking down the wall. They watched the explosions with bated breath and prayed for his success. This was especially true for Tai Inshi, whose palms were drenched with sweat. He was more nervous than anyone. Take him down. The person from the main ship spoke again. Dao brothers, keep it up for a while. One of the 6 progenitors said and left his rank. Boom! The sluice dropped further downward, but the 5 progenitors channeled their vitality and energy. Creak, they went all out and managed to hold it up. The attacking progenitor grasped the Cosmo in his palm with a pulsing light. Boom! He roared and moved forward like a dragon before unleashing the energy palm strike, destroying the ocean of tribulation from the sage. Thump! 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 Orchid Sage staggered several steps backward. Immortal level. He instantly realized the enemy's cultivation level. Just fortunate enough to reach it not long ago. The progenitor stood before the sage. What is your name, senior? The sage couldn't confirm this person's identity due to the black smoke. The progenitor paused for a bit, falling into silence. It's fine if you don't want to let others know. The sage stopped asking and raised his brush, ready for a battle. Might as well since we've gone so far. The progenitor sighed. Poof. The black smoke dispersed, revealing an old man whose face exuded determination, almost like an unfading statue despite the weathers. Senior Stone Harmony. Your stone appraisal scripture is wondrous. I've greatly benefited from reading it. The sage bowed. Stone Harmony Progenitor. The spectators finally found out after listening to the sage. He was a progenitor from imperial lineage, not that exceptional nor famous among his peers. Today, he was at the immortal level now. Many turned their sight towards the other 5 progenitors. However, black smoke still covered their face. They had no intention of revealing their identity for now. Don't call me senior. And it is an honor to know that someone has read my scripture. Looks like you are quite an erudite scholar with a love for literature. The progenitor shook his head. The scripture mentioned by these 2 wasn't a supreme merit law, only a book detailing the special rocks and stones in the world written by Stone Harmony during his youth. It was more for entertainment than anything. Most cultivators wouldn't waste their time on this type of book, but Orchid Sage loved it. As for Stone Harmony, he was proud of this book as well, so his impression of the sage became much better. Thank you, senior, I'm simply biting off more than I can chew. The sage said. Go, I won't keep you here, we'll pretend as if nothing has happened. The progenitor looked at the sage and said. This certainly surprised the crowd. So far, those coming back from the darkness have slain everything in their path, including their descendants, let alone strangers. Perhaps Stone Harmony Progenitor liked the sage for his comment earlier. I appreciate your kind intention. The sage disagreed, but I can't just watch immortal lineage fall. This is the responsibility and mission of progenitors after proving our Tao. I see. It's nice being young, not old and fallen like us. Stone Harmony pondered for a bit before smiling. You can also stand on our side, fight for immortal lineage's sake. The sage sincerely invited him. Of course, every spectator hoped for this, a fallen progenitor switching side to fight against the darkness. I also appreciate your kind intention. The progenitor smilingly shook his head. For you, this world is worthy of your protection, but as for me, it is just an unfamiliar world. I have killed plenty of people and destroyed numerous sects before, adding 3 immortals to the list is no big deal. All progenitors needed to kill and destroy in order to reach the peak. This seemed rather natural. Plus, Stone Harmony and perhaps some of the others had nothing to care about. His system and descendants were long gone by this point, so he had 0 emotional ties to immortal lineage. Destroying it wouldn't invoke any emotion out of them. Chapter 3162, Stone Harmony Progenitor left everyone silent. They knew that there was no point in trying to convince him. He was no longer the progenitor hailing from imperial lineage. He no longer remembered or cared about its inhabitants. They were no different from ants in his eyes. Since you wish to protect immortal lineage, come fight me with all your strength. You won't succeed, but at least you will have tried your best and will die without regrets. Stone Harmony said. Boom. He released a special Tao rhythm in the form of a flame engulfing the entire area. The world seemed as tiny as an egg in comparison. Or rather, it resembled a primordial stone found at the start of time. The progenitor carried this original power from the chaos. He took 1 step forward. Ba-dump. The tone from his pace suffocated the listeners, forcing them into submission. Come, let's see how many moves you can last. He challenged. He wasn't being arrogant. Though he wasn't from this era, he was still an immortal-level progenitor stronger than the sage. I have no intention of fighting you, senior. The sage smiled and became resplendent as if millions and millions of years were gathering on him. You're not leaving anymore. Stone Harmony shouted. His fist became shrouded in chaos and Tao explosion as he punched forward, piercing through time to strike the sage's chest. Boom. However, the sage also exceeded the temporal affinity in order to dodge the swift punch. Not bad. The progenitor praised. Buzz. In the next second, the sage appeared again next to Luminous Master. Dao brother, this plan isn't working out. Let's go on to the next one. The sage said, retreating while writing more characters. The characters looked like stars engraved in various spots inside sky ruins. He seemed to be dragging time itself and controlling something in there. Boom! Dao runes as large as mountain ranges emerged all over the area, successfully locking in the grand momentum then. With more beautiful and swift strokes of his brushes, the power of sky ruins itself gathered in his palm. The power of sky ruins. Even the dark progenitors became serious after seeing this. Sky ruins was large and mighty beyond imagination. If Orchid Sage could actually borrow this power, that would be something to be cautious of. Moreover, the grand momentum formed so naturally from his characters. It was apparent that he had planned this for a while, placing formations all around sky ruins in order to gather this power. Activate. Luminous Master roared. Golden light erupted around him with floating celestials. Time began flowing around him like a bright galaxy with the shape of a cosmic curtain. Temporal barrier. Coiling dragon and stone harmony progenitor instantly rushed over. Break. The two of them exchanged glances before attacking. Boom. Stone harmony unleashed a Dao fire palm strike. Clank. The dragon utilized its sharp claw like a blade for the world's sharpest slash at the barrier. The moment they touched the barrier, both the hand and the claw started withering. This was the biggest advantage of Orchid Sage and Luminous Master. They were progenitors of this era and could utilize its temporal affinity. On the other hand, their foes were far removed, thus they were subjected to the withering of time the moment they touched the barrier. We'll see how long you can last. Stone Harmony and Coiling Dragon weren't afraid in the slightest. They added vitality and true blood onto their attack. Buzz. That hand and claw recovered with haste. However, Luminous Master didn't care about the two assailants. He focused on creating a grand formation in front of him. All of immortal lineage resonated with a golden radiance. A supreme formation appeared in this world, resonating with the smaller one in front of the master. Immortal lineage turned into a great cage. Supreme laws from nature instantly surrounded the Dark Legion outside of Sky Pass, including the main ship. It seemed that in order to break this cage, the Dark Legion would need to destroy all of immortal lineage first. Rumble. The dark ships released their firepower on the cage, resulting in cracks and damages. However, the cage was connected with immortal lineage. Thus, the power of the latter instantly poured into the cage and fixed all of the damages. These two progenitors clearly wanted to borrow the power of their world to fight against the Dark Legion, a premeditated plan that had been set up long ago. Boom. Meanwhile, the grand momentum of Sky Ruins turned into a massive anchor attaching itself onto the top of the cage. Creak. It started pulling the cage towards Sky Ruins. Banish. Both the master and the sage roared. The drill piercing onto the wall was forcefully moved back along with the entire legion. I see, they want to force the Dark Legion into Sky Ruins, maybe Ascension Pond? Everyone understood the plan by this point. Break it down. Stone Harmony and Coiling Dragon became serious and added true blood into the mix. They used their strongest power in an attempt to break the temporal barrier holding them back. Chapter 3163, Crack. The temporal barrier had more cracks, on the verge of collapsing before the onslaught of two progenitors. Shit! The spectators in immortal lineage watched in horror. The fall of the barrier would expose Luminous Master and Orchid Sage to these dark progenitors. They would have to give up controlling the grand momentum and formation, indicating a failure of their plan. This moment became extremely crucial. I don't think the temporal barrier can last much longer. A supreme everlasting murmured. The master and the sage had the advantage of time on their side. Alas, Coiling Dragon and Stone Harmony were simply superior in terms of fighting power. That barrier could only stop them temporarily. If it were to fall, the duo would be killed. Next would be immortal lineage. We can't go outside. Some mighty ancestors clenched their fists. They wanted to go help the two progenitors, sacrificing themselves just to buy a few seconds for their progenitors. Alas, they were outside of Sky Pass. It was impossible to get there. Crack. Broken noises could be heard as more cracks appeared all over the barrier. It's about to break, a spectator shuddered in fear. Boom. Sure enough, the temporal barrier scattered into crystallized pieces. Time to end this. Stone Harmony and Coiling Dragon made their moves while shouting. No! The spectators shouted. The duo might not be able to block the incoming attack, so failure was imminent. In the next split second, a punch lifted a massive wave of heaven-defying Tao laws. This fortified power sealed the area and stopped the attacks. A terrible and cataclysmic blast emanated from the impact point. Nonetheless, the duo was saved. They continued working together to drag the Legion towards Sky Ruins. Who is it? The spectators looked around and saw an old man. He stood there, seemingly capable of stopping 10,000 men from entering the gate. He wore a simple robe with no other decoration. His stalwart and tough build made him look like a mountain. His beard was long enough to reach his chest. All in all, this was a mighty character capable of threatening everyone with a single glance. Do you know who he is? Many had no idea who he was, only that he must be someone famous for being able to stop the attacks from two progenitors. That's Everlasting Jiang. An ancient ancestor recognized him and shouted. Everlasting Jiang. So many became shaken after hearing this title, their mouth opened wide. Everlasting Jiang of Longevity Hall. Someone else murmured this renowned title. This person became an everlasting at the age of 12, defeating the myriad-level Truefire progenitor at the age of 25. Since then, people have simply called him Everlasting Jiang. No one recalled his real name. His talents and brilliance earned him a spot among the 10 Radiants, definitely among the top 5 too. There's still a chance. Some spectators became jubilated. There were speculations regarding his death since he hasn't shown himself in a long time. Rumor has it that he died during his final cultivation session, failing to break through. Now, his appearance and power gave everyone a sliver of hope. Such a powerful everlasting. Stone Harmony progenitor couldn't help but praise. You're Jiang Ba, the person who defeated Truefire progenitor. Coiling Dragon progenitor stared at the old man and said. He had never met this person before, but after the first exchange, he instantly knew who he was facing. Jiang Ba. That's the first time for many to hear Everlasting Jiang's real name. Indeed. Everlasting Jiang answered. This admission seemed casual, but it still struck the crowd hard. He didn't exude any aura right now, but still looked impeccable, just like a great overlord. No one would be able to get past him. Your brilliant talent still isn't enough to stop us nor save immortal lineage. Stone Harmony shook his head. The capable listeners shuddered. These words, albeit unpleasant, were rooted in reality. Enough to slay you. The Everlasting responded in a domineering manner, fully confident in his abilities. Damn! Some of them shouted. Keep in mind that Stone Harmony was at the immortal level already, yet Everlasting Jiang still showed so much confidence. Perhaps he could really back his words up. Maybe he is at the Slayer level right now? People started wondering. A Slayer Fardao would be able to kill an immortal level progenitor. Fardao had reached this height back then. True, but I am not alone. Only death awaits you. Stone Harmony didn't become angry. Let's get started then. The Everlasting seemed fearless regardless of how many progenitors were in his way. That's how I like it, till death. Coiling Dragon roared and performed a tail sweep. His tail covered the myriad realms and suppressed the world with immense destructive potential. At the same time, his claws tore out space, aiming for the Everlasting's throat. Stone Harmony progenitor raised both hands, melting the affinities around him into a boulder. This special boulder could crush all living beings, wanting to reduce the world back to its original state. Bring it. Everlasting Jiang took one step forward, holding the yin and yang in his palms along with the reincarnation cycle. Boom! Time became chaotic around the blast. This bought time for Luminous Master and Orchid Sage to fully focus on using the grand momentum to drag the Dark Legion away. Creak. The Legion was stuck in the cage along with the main ship. The Dark Drill was being pulled out from the wall. Meanwhile, the war between the Alliance and the invaders raged on back on immortal lineage. Blood drowned the battlefield with corpses scattering everywhere. So many famous ancestors and everlastings have died so far. Sad, shrill cries of pain echoed through the realm. Chapter 3164. The cruel battle didn't spare anyone. The strongest masters in immortal lineage still met their maker. The Dark Legion was insanely strong, borderline being unstoppable. Fortunately, the Alliance gained more and more members from the other systems. They joined the battlefield in order to aid the Academy. The number advantage made this fight even. Otherwise, the Academy alone had no chance of stopping the invaders. Both sides suffered heavy casualties by this point. The newcomers knew that they would definitely die the moment they joined. In fact, their legions might not have a single survivor. Alas, they still came in waves, ready to face death in order to buy a little bit of advantage or time for the Academy. This symbol of hope couldn't be destroyed or it would be the end for their world. They have seen the fate of 8 treasures and Metalkin Divine Court. Thus, many other systems sent their strongest legions and ancestors on this death journey. Ah! Wails resounded, bodies and blood fell from above. For immortal lineage. Never surrender. An ancestor shouted before his last moment. Never surrender. The legions also roared and recklessly charged onto the battlefield until their last breath. The stench of blood was nauseating, to say the least. Alas, the combatants were too busy fighting and didn't have time to care nor vomit. Rumble. Up above, the fight between the progenitors was even more devastating. The myriad laws have been shattered, the same with the fabrics holding up reality. Lotus Ancestor and the Old Tree Demon were fighting against the 4 progenitors. A while ago, the demon alone could stop them. With the help of Lotus, he was able to suppress these 4. Boom! A light attack made contact with bamboo. Ah! His mighty frame was severed by the demon. Meanwhile, Cicada used his wings to cut through everything, successfully stopping the demon's next attack to save Bamboo. With the time bought, Bamboo's body grew back. His roots started sucking worldly energy. Boom! Cicada couldn't stop the next light attack and was blown to pieces. Bamboo and Left Bank instantly rushed over to stop the tree demon, buying time for Cicada to rebuild his body again. These immortal-level progenitors were tough on top of being resilient. It was prohibitively difficult to actually kill any of them. The enemies needed overwhelming strength or a paragon artifact. Otherwise, just a few moves weren't enough to take them down. These 3 progenitors worked together. Whenever one became wounded, the others would buy time for them to recover. Of course, this didn't mean that the tree demon couldn't kill them. He only needed more time. The moment when their vitality and energy deplete would be their end. On the other side, Lotus Ancestor fought against 8 treasures progenitor alone. The latter had utilized all of his mighty treasures but was still on the losing side, being continuously pushed back. He became bloodied from top to bottom after receiving several serious attacks. He clearly wasn't a match for Lotus Ancestor. His defeat and death seemed like it was only a matter of time. Yes. Some ancestors celebrated. The strength of the Old Tree Demon was a pillar of hope. Lotus Ancestor might not be as powerful as him, but she was still superior to ordinary immortal-level progenitors. She was worthy of her fame as a miracle creator. With ample time, the duo should be able to kill these 4 and reverse the tide against the darkness. You have to succeed. Now that the situation had become better in immortal lineage, the spectators shifted their focus to Sky Pass, hoping that Luminous Master, Orchid Sage, and Everlasting Jiang would be able to hold on. They just needed to wait long enough for the Tree Demon's victory. Once the Dark Battalions here were dealt with, they would be able to rush out of Sky Pass to join forces. This might be their only chance at victory. Boom! The wall in space shook violently with the removal of the dark grill. The cage trapping them had pulled them out of Sky Pass range. Yes! Tai Yinshi heaved a sigh of relief with jubilation in his eyes. Enough of this. Suddenly, a roar erupted with an intensity capable of flipping over the world. Boom! A dark power manifested. Everything else seemed tiny in comparison. Damn! Tai Yinshi bellowed. Everyone else in immortal lineage became horrified. The drill instantly became engulfed in a dark light while the grand momentum created by the two progenitors instantly crumbled. Thus, the cage and anchor also disappeared. These two and Everlasting Jiang got blown flying while vomiting blood. One could hear the sound of their bones breaking, a sign of grievous injuries. Boom! The dark drill slammed into the wall again. Numerous soldiers on the wall fell to the ground from the violent shaking. Rumble. The darkness intensified and illuminated the area in a fascinating manner. Clearly, the Lord on the main ship has become furious and decided to take action. Keep it up! Tai Yinshi loudly commanded. Luminous Master and the other two had an aghast expression, not liking this development. Boom! Alas, it was too late. The drill managed to crush the targeted brick. It's over. Tai Yinshi turned pale. The trio rushed over, only to watch the Dark Legion enter the broken wall. They have successfully entered immortal lineage. We have to go back. The trio became afraid of the two Dark Legions meeting up. This would be the end of their world. Chapter 3165. A dark force terrorized the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweeping over the sky like a flame. 3 immortals trembled violently as a result, the inhabitants cowered in fear. The hope found earlier quickly got extinguished. Not like this, O spirits of the great sages, please come back and save your unworthy descendants. Some got on their knees and started to pray with tears in their eyes. Calling the situation grim was an understatement. If the 2 Dark Legions were to meet up, they would have a total of 11 Dark Progenitors and a Fardao. On the other side, immortal lineage consisted of the Tree Demon, 3 Progenitors, Everlasting Jiang, and Trinity Eccentric. Most importantly, the main ship still had an unfathomable Dark Lord that has yet to show himself. Rumble. The second Dark Legion made it through the wall and didn't attack Sky Pass. It continued moving towards the academy with incredible speed. They made it there right away and joined the battlefields. The sky of this system was taken over by battleships. Even though the land was exuding bright light, these ships poured down the darkness. The system dimmed as a result. Nothing can save us now, despair permeated everyone after seeing the full containment. Boom! The radiant tree demon purified the darkness with an attack, blowing away all of his foes. His 3 opponents were completely beaten, bloodied from top to bottom. They stopped buying time and simply retreated, keeping a safe distance. Rumble. The main ship with the dark drill has entered their area. The old demon's eyes narrowed while staring at the ship. He stopped pursuing his opponents. In fact, the battle below also came to a halt. Both the First Dark Legion and the Alliance grouped up again and reformed their formations. The Alliance was surrounded on both sides by this point. The Second Dark Legion, unfortunately, seemed far stronger than the first. What should we do? One ancestor asked. Till the last drop of blood. The commander of the Alliance, 5 Elements Goddess Hui Qingxian, powerfully answered. Her soldiers gripped their weapon tightly and clenched their teeth. Immortal lineage required their protection. This responsibility was theirs to shoulder. Immortal lineage has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers indeed. So many years yet someone like you is still here. A calm voice came from the main ship. All eyes were on the tree demon and the main ship now. The fate of immortal lineage was decided by these two. You are also unfathomable, why not come out and meet me? The tree demon remained composed. Buzz. A person materialized on the deck after a bright flash. Him again? The spectators became startled. They have seen this person before, the messenger from the start. Who would have thought that the messenger was actually the leader of this legion, a dark overlord? Who are you? Light exuded from the old demon's eyes as if 3,000 holy worlds resided in there. This messenger purposely hid his identity so even the demon's all-seeing eyes failed to notice anything. This messenger was definitely not weaker than the old demon. I have long forgotten after severing my past. The messenger sighed and said. Most shuddered after hearing this response. A being strong enough to sever his past? This required insane power. Few progenitors in the history of 3 immortals can match me, only 10 or so. Which one are you? The tree demon glared at his foe. Everyone saw him fight against 4 progenitors prior. His strength was as clear as day. However, he believed that this messenger was qualified to fight him. A member of the Decemvirate. They instantly came up with this conclusion and carefully stared at the dark messenger, wanting to find some clues. Alas, the shroud of the messenger prevented any spying. A while ago, some ancestors had prepared for this possibility. Alas, reality unfolding still struck hard. The Decemvirate consisted of the greatest existences in 3 immortals. One of them was now on the darkness side. This was another tough setback on their morale. That's not important. The messenger smiled and shook his head. I have heard of your tales. Though you lost to Desolate Saint back then, in my opinion, it's an honorable defeat. Your understanding of the light far surpasses anyone. In the beginning, the majority actually thought that this tree demon was Desolate Saint himself, or a wondrous ancestor of the Academy. Now, they found out that he used to be Desolate Saint's enemy. Truly unexpected. No need to talk about the past. It was the demon's turn to shake his head. Why didn't you copy Desolate Saint? Walk away and there will be a place for you in this vast world. The messenger asked. Unfortunately, I'm not him. He was only a passerby while I was born here and can't just leave. The demon smiled. He paused for a moment before asking, then what about you? Why didn't you just walk away, why fall to the darkness? I'm simply making an unprecedented choice for 3 immortals' sake, I have greater pursuits up above. The messenger's eyes became profound. No one else said a thing during their conversation. They were the strongest combatants here right now. The outcome of this match depended on them. There's no saving 3 immortals. Only destruction awaits. The messenger finally concluded. Though he spoke softly, his words smashed everyone's heart like a hammer, causing them to freeze with despair. I actually see the opposite. The demon smiled. Today is your last day. Someone will eradicate your darkness and turn all of you to ashes. You're too optimistic. The messenger said, in the eyes of others, we're at the highest apex of cultivation. In reality, we're nothing more than ants. See, I am nothing more than an errand boy right now. 1. You here is formal/respectful. Chapter 3166. The messenger's comment shook everyone to the core, progenitors included. One could definitely confirm that he was a member of the Decemvirate, a heaven-defying being. Alas, he was serving as an errand boy? This wasn't empty humility, he really meant it. This made everyone wonder about the beings behind the darkness. No one could imagine how terrible they must be. Immortals? One ancestor murmured. This was the only thing people could come up with. Only immortals would be able to command these top progenitors. The majority of the world didn't believe in the existence of immortals. Alas, this seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Just wait and see. Our paths and goals are different, we just need to fight it out. The demon said. Yes. The dark messenger nodded and became solemn. Let me be the one to end this world. Buzz. The demon stopped speaking and raised his hand to gather the light affinity. 3 immortals seemed to be within his grasp right now, resulting in total cosmic control. His body also erupted with a flame of the light affinity, chasing away all the darkness. The inhabitants bathed under this soothing affinity once more. Their fear of darkness was pushed away. They looked up and saw the light illuminating the azure. May the light bless us all, not just the academy but the entire world, started chanting. They bowed in reverence while reciting light mantras. Buzz, all living beings in immortal lineage along with the land sent out their light once more towards the tree demon. Boom! He became the source of the light, an omnipresent ocean. It washed over immortal lineage and gave everyone ample courage. We must defend our world no matter what. The frightened cultivators prior suddenly roared, their battle spirit surged again. Incredible. The messenger saw the accumulation of the light and said, no one has reached your level with the light outside of Desolate Saint. Make your move. The tree demon's light flame seemed eager to purify all darkness. Very well. The messenger raised his hand and an ancient aura suddenly gushed out. He seemed to be hidden in the river of time like a supreme lord. Nothing would ever be able to shake him. This aura actually left others in awe. Some couldn't help wanting to prostrate. This dark being still possessed a pure aura that has nothing to do with the darkness. Many ancestors started guessing his identity based on this particular aura. I'm starting. The messenger started with a temporal palm seal. Bring it. The tree demon retaliated by raising both hands, directly facing the seal. Boom! A temporal explosion erupted like a broken dam. Violent earthquakes happened all over immortal lineage. Fortunately, their ferocious contest took place in a separate dimension. Otherwise, numerous people would have died from the shockwaves alone. Rumble. The two have exchanged numerous blows in the blink of an eye. The battlefield became engulfed in terrible lights, ravaged by astral gales. They were too fast for regular cultivators. Even the strongest ancestors didn't see anything clearly during this cataclysmic battle. Finish this as fast as possible. Everlasting Jiang appeared and unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Coiling Dragon and Stone Harmony. Bring it. The two shouted while attempting to stop the blow together. Count me in. A different progenitor joined in to stop Everlasting Jiang. A while ago, a total of 6 progenitors tried to stop the sluice. 5 outside of Stone Harmony have yet to show their appearance. Boom! The 3 progenitors formed a triangular formation to stop Everlasting Jiang. The latter fell into a disadvantage regardless of his power. I'm coming. Lotus Ancestor noticed this and wanted to assist him. Unfortunately, Cicada and 8 treasures blocked her path. I've heard of your exploits long ago. A second unknown progenitor also joined these 2. These dark progenitors wanted to kill the powerful combatants in immortal lineage as fast as possible. Lotus Ancestor had no choice but to rush forward with a green radiance. The other 3 progenitors also released their auras in response. Boom! 1 against 3, a monstrous battle ensued. Boom! Bamboo Progenitor's gigantic form blocked Orchid Sage and Luminous Master from helping her. Meanwhile, Left Bank Progenitor appeared behind them to stop them from escaping. I apologize as seniors needing to bully the juniors. Alas, the circumstances dictate so. Left Bank Progenitor shook his head and said. The 2 new progenitors naturally were no match for these veterans. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to force a fair duel. Luminous Master and Orchid Sage exchanged glances. Let's get started then, senior. Orchid Sage swung his brush and created an army of gods and devils. Luminous Master exuded his golden radiance. The army of the sage became adorned with golden armors, seemingly unbreakable. Take them down. The army created and empowered by these two progenitors marched towards Bamboo and Left Bank. Chapter 3167, Boom. Meanwhile, Trinity Eccentric initiated a battle with Tenacious Fardao again. This time around, another unknown progenitor joined the fray on the side of Tenacious. These two have been fighting evenly, so the Eccentric fell into a disadvantage right away, only able to passively defend himself. Finish this, sweep through this place and destroy the Academy, then 5 Elements Mountain. The two remaining unknown progenitors personally led the Dark Legions to attack the Alliance. My ass. The gigantic bull roared and thrust its horns towards one of them. Come. This progenitor laughed and retaliated with a heavenly seal. The bull had no choice but to fight this progenitor alone because 2 progenitors could wipe out tens of million troops instantly. In fact, just handling one was tough enough, let alone 2. The soldiers were nothing more than ants compared to them. Start. The last progenitor moved forward. The Alliance had no other choices. They faced a pincer attack from both of the Dark Legions on top of suffering the aura of a progenitor. He rampaged through the battlefield and massacred countless soldiers. Thus, Hui Qingxian, Holy Frost, Violet Dragon, Supreme, and other emperors and everlastings worked together to stop this progenitor. Rumble. More than 10 masters faced him head-on. They were all top existences only beneath the progenitorial realm. This would go down as a famous tale as well. This brutal contest had one everlasting and emperor exploding into fleshy bits after another. Kill them all. The soldiers of the Alliance were ready for death and marched towards the Dark Legions. Their opponents didn't need to shout. Due to their formational advantage, they easily pushed the Alliance to the brink of death. The individual members of the Dark Legions were just too strong, capable of pushing the Alliance soldiers back. Countless generals and soldiers were massacred. Their corpses and blood rained down. The brutality of this war was obvious, but the Alliance couldn't back down. No one tried to escape and only wished to fight the Dark Legions till death. We're mobilizing. Tai Yinshi saw this and gave the order. Commander, what about the Sky Moat? One general asked. What's the point of this place if immortal lineage is no longer there? We won't last afterward anyway. Tai Yinshi shouted. The generals shuddered and agreed with this logic. Let's go, protect immortal lineage. The generals ordered their individual battalions and mobilized towards the Dark Legions. Kill them. The morale of the Alliance rose with the help of Sky Pass Legion. The survivors grouped up and rushed forward again. This battle was obviously brutal, but the same was happening above with the progenitors. Unfortunately, immortal lineage was also losing on this front, completely taking a thrashing. The only exception was the old demon who fought evenly against the Dark Messenger. The other progenitors from this world were all losing. The demon and the messenger were too strong. Their battlefield was shrouded by lightning bolts and chaos. No one could see anything, only some flashing figures at best. Rumble. Everlasting Jiang had wounds all over from fighting against 3 progenitors. Nonetheless, he was still spirited and unyielding like a divine mountain. His domineering perseverance was commendable. Pluff. Coiling Dragon left behind a bone-deep cut on the Everlasting's chest with his claw. Numerous ribs were broken as well. It's not too late to run. Stone Harmony said as he released a meteor at the Everlasting. Never. Everlasting Jiang tried his best to block it, only to lose an arm. Have it your way. The unknown progenitor shot out thousands of laws in the form of arrows towards the Everlasting's chest. Blood splashed again, but the Everlasting still didn't give up. On the other side, Lotus Progenitor was also grievously wounded. She couldn't handle fighting against 3 progenitors. As she retreated into the horizon, a divine mountain with several colors appeared. Hymns echoed as it began blessing her. The blessing of the mountain still can't save you. 8 treasures attacked with numerous weapons again. Lotus Ancestor became resplendent and fought the trio again. She vomited blood while using profound techniques. You won't last much longer. Cicada's wings cut down, releasing blinding slashes all over. The ancestor turned into a lotus as a defensive measure. Alas, the trio managed to cut down numerous petals and leaves, eventually getting through to her real body. The ones suffering the most were Luminous Master and Orchid Sage. They didn't stand a chance against Bamboo and Left Bank Progenitor. After several powerful hits, both got turned to bloody mists. However, time started reversing since the inhabitants of immortal lineage were praying for them. This faith allowed them to come back again. This was the only thing they had going for them, being the progenitors of the current generation. They could utilize its temporal affinity and the faith of its inhabitants. These things kept them alive. Again. They roared and darted forward again, aware that they had no chance of winning. However, they needed to keep these two at bay in order to stop them from killing others. This isn't salvageable. Left Bank shook his head. The sage and the master didn't say anything and continued using their strongest techniques and treasures. You won't last much longer. Tenacious Fardao shouted on another front. Trinity Eccentric was fighting while retreating. He threw down gold coins capable of stealing the fortune of heaven. They turned into heavenly formations and earth tribulations in order to stop Tenacious and another progenitor. Unfortunately, both weren't enough to stop his foes. They were too strong and could easily break through these formations with just a few moves. However, Trinity was able to buy more time because his supply of gold coins seemed endless. Meanwhile, the bull was blown away by his foe. This progenitor grabbed one horn and shouted, "Break!" Crack! He successfully ripped out the horn. "I'll kill you." The bloodied bull lunged forward in a futile manner. Ah! Below, the Alliance was being massacred. 80 to 90% has been killed. More systems continued to send their legions, but this still wasn't enough. They were only coming to die. Heaven has forsaken our world. One ancestor screamed in despair after seeing the miserable situation. Ah! Hui Qingxuan's group was in shambles. The last progenitor decapitated several everlastings. Supreme Emperor was cut into two halves while Tai Yinshi also lost one arm. No one can save you. 3 immortals will fall. This progenitor swept through the battlefield uncontested. No! People cried out while watching their fellow soldiers scream and fall. Who told you that? Suddenly, a figure landed from above. Boom! He punched forward, revealing his supremacy. The progenitor got sent flying and vomited blood. Fiercest! Some lucky survivors shouted after seeing this newcomer. Chapter 3168, Its Fiercest. The survivors shouted at this sight. He's finally helping us and saving immortal lineage. Another screamed. The strongest in our world. We're saved. Some started tearing up. Everyone in immortal lineage saw hope again with his appearance, hoping that his invincibility would be enough to kill these dark invaders. Li Qie glanced at the battlefield and saw the mountains of corpses. Tens of million troops have been massacred. Even the commanders consisting of emperors and everlastings have gone down. Darkness? I'll let you all have a taste of fear from the real darkness. Li Qie let out a faint smile. Poof! An evil flame surged at an incredible rate from him, becoming increasingly ferocious. Eventually, it turned into a terrible beam capable of crushing the firmaments and all else. He became a fiend, a supreme devil king with absolute authority. His gaze alone could incinerate the 9 heavens and annihilate the gods and emperors. Boom! The beam started sweeping the area, cutting through space and time. Ah! Thousands of dark invaders exploded after being hit by the beam and turned into smoke. Rumble. The ships above were cut to pieces, reduced to falling fireballs slamming into the ground. This fiery form of his looked unstoppable. Even the fallen progenitors were only minor characters in comparison. It didn't take long before he massacred the Dark Legions uncontested. Fiercest is really invincible, we're saved. Numerous members of the Alliance started crying. Your Excellency, please save 3 immortals. Some got on their knees and started bowing. Die. The progenitor that got blown away earlier returned and attacked from above. His technique made the myriad Dao bellow in pain. You're courting death. Li Qie chuckled. Boom. The dark flames suddenly converged around his fist. His arm resembled a dragon god with golden scales. Its weight could crush the entire world. His punch easily pierced through the progenitor's technique and seized the guy's throat like a pincer. This scene was too shocking and caught the crowd off guard. An immortal-level progenitor seemed helpless against Fiercest while hanging in the air by the neck. Boom! Li Qie smashed his face down on the ground with enough force to strip away his flesh, revealing the skull. Boom! 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 Li Qie didn't stop and smashed repeatedly, leaving a deep pit stained by blood and bits of flesh. Stop! A sharp ray pierced through the air after a shout. Bamboo's old root flew straight at Li Qie, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Watch out! The spectators shouted in horror, but the root was so fast that it was already inches from Li Qie's forehead. Time suddenly stagnated, a second became a million years. People could see the next action clearly. Li Qie held the root between his fingers. Boom! He then flipped his hand and broke it apart. Ah! This pain was unbearable because the root has always been there for Bamboo. In the next second, Li Qie appeared next to Bamboo's gigantic frame and unleashed a flurry of punches. The tree fell to the ground, smashing one mountain after another. This bamboo tree was verdant with countless leaves a while ago. As time went on, the leaves have been stripped off from the impact, leaving a barren tree broken in many places. He then lifted the tree up, then pinned it down on the ground like a real tree. It wouldn't be easy for Bamboo to come back out due to the damages suffered. Yes. The spectators couldn't help cheering him on. Our savior. Our guardian. Some became emotional and loud. Excited cheers and weeping could be heard all over immortal lineage. Seal. Cicada's group dropped their current battle and focused on suppressing Li Qie. Boom. Time and space suddenly shrank by the power of the Grand Tao. The entire area was forced into a little section. Even the stars and the light had no way to escape from this sealing technique. There would be no way out, he would be stuck in there for millions of years. Boom! Li Qie exuded the brightest light, reaching all the way to uncrossable expanse and the other 2 worlds. The detonations erupted on an exponential scale. One probably could still hear the remnant vibrations long into the future. The powerful seal of 3 progenitors couldn't handle this bright explosion and crumbled. All 3 progenitors got sent flying for 10 million miles, grievously injured. Chapter 3169. The swift beating dished out by Li Qie left the world in a state of fear and tranquility. Not to mention regular people, even the other progenitors stood there in a daze. Boom! Li Qie didn't stop there and moved forward, crushing the various affinities with just one stomp. He didn't need to use laws and merit laws to dominate. The progenitor fighting against the bull became aghast, shifting his focus and treasures on stopping the incoming stomp. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough and he got smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Many bones were broken. Haha. You're all finished, our backup is here. The bull laughed, not caring about its serious wounds. After taking down this progenitor, Li Qie shifted to another battlefield where everlasting Jiang was in a horribly mangled state. Nonetheless, he kept on resisting. These 3 progenitors couldn't react in time before Li Qie grabbed Coiling Dragon's tail and lifted him up. His massive frame didn't matter at all, completely helpless against Li Qie. Li Qie smashed another progenitor with Coiling Dragon, using him like a spear. The victim's armor instantly crumbled, blood gushed out of his mouth. Die. Stone Harmony progenitor retaliated by shooting a heavenly seal at Li Qia's head. Boom! The seal exploded into 1,000 meteors. Li Qia raised his spear and smashed away all the meteors. Coiling Dragon bellowed from the pain after being struck head-on. Li Qia then swung Coiling Dragon into the heavenly seal, instantly crushing it. Both Coiling Dragon and Stone Harmony vomited blood. He then suddenly let go of Coiling Dragon, throwing him straight at Stone Harmony. The two of them smashed onto the ground and broke all the nearby mountains. Everlasting Jiang didn't even have time to thank Li Qia before the latter moved on to the next battlefield where Trinity Eccentric was. Trinity was fighting against Tenacious Fardao and another progenitor. He was retreating and buying time while laying traps, but he still got caught, resulting in grave injuries. Tenacious Fardao and this progenitor had been waiting for Li Qia. The moment he got there, Tenacious attacked with a chilling wave of light. Zzz, time and space froze immediately. This light wave was something extremely cold, capable of freezing anything. Li Qia and the area around him became a large glacier. Shit! One spectator screamed. However, this didn't affect him at all. The glacier was still moving forward. Boom! His two foes tried to dodge but still got struck by the glacier. The glacier pushed them all the way to the ground before exploding. Li Qia walked out, unharmed. Yes! The inhabitants of Immortal Lineage applauded. Fiercest, fiercest, fiercest. His title echoed across Immortal Lineage since the capable spectators saw him taking down one progenitor after another. His next target was the battlefield between the Old Tree Demon and the Dark Messenger. The two retreated and the messenger didn't attack Li Qia right away, only staring intensely at him. The other fallen progenitors have also backed off. They knew that defeating this person was necessary in order to take down Immortal Lineage. Your nemesis is here. The old demon laughed and didn't feel like fighting anymore. He returned to the Academy's ground. Li Qia had garnered the full focus from the Legions of Darkness by this point. They no longer cared about the other combatants. So powerful, you might be the second strongest being I have seen. The messenger praised. That was only a warm-up, nothing more. Li Qia leisurely said. Fiercest will win for sure, I just know it. One spectator said before the next set of battles. Everyone in Immortal Lineage became Li Qia's biggest supporters. They prayed for his victory while thinking that he was the only one who could save them. Looks like everyone is counting on you. The messenger heard them and said. It's no big deal. If your Dark Overlord doesn't come, I can kill all of you in a few moves, then I'll head over to Uncrossable Expanse for another massacre. Li Qia said. You're quite confident. 8 Treasures progenitor became dissatisfied. Though they lost to him in the first exchange, there were 12 progenitors here on top of one Fardao. This was an unstoppable group even from a historical perspective. That's why Li Qia's claim of defeating them in a few moves was considered haughty. Is that so? I don't even need to go all out to defeat your bunch. Li Qia smiled. Boom! His palaces started flying out. 13 palaces, his opponents became shocked at this sight after seeing all 13. There are really 13 of them. Looks like my defeat was justified. Bamboo progenitor emotionally said. He didn't like the swift defeat earlier but finally took it in stride after seeing the palaces. A miracle of the ages. Someone has actually done it. Cicada said. I have never been able to see the door to this level, yet you have created them. Incredible. Tenacious Fardao slightly bowed. The entire group exchanged glances. Their expression became solemn and heavy, the same with their breathing. A while ago, they thought that he had the element of surprise on his side. Now, they were at a loss for words. Only praises could be heard from the group. I can't believe this is possible. Coiling Dragon, who got toyed with earlier, murmured. Chapter 3170. The 13 palaces hanging in the air were unique in history. The progenitors present had no choice but to be lost in awe and admiration. This miracle was the first in 3 immortals. The greatest progenitor of our world. One ancestor got on his knees and shouted, "Our invincible savior. He deserves the title of Prime." Others kneeled as well, treating Wuxia as the strongest and their savior. The dark progenitors had no choice but to watch in silence. None of them objected. Though a few actually thought that calling him Prime Progenitor was a bit too much, they wouldn't vocally oppose it. Creating 13 palaces was a peerless achievement. Even if he wasn't the greatest, he wasn't that far off. No one on the dark side dared to challenge him one-on-one, fully aware that this was futile. A fight like that would end with them being dominated despite being at the immortal level. In fact, the Dark Messenger, a potential member of the Decemvirate, also had a serious expression. Wuxia was the second strongest he had seen outside of the terrifying dark existence. It's great that someone has managed to do this in 3 immortals. I have heard of this possibility during my youth and painstakingly attempted to get the 13th one to no avail, just missing one last step. The messenger said with respect, "Since you have done it, calling you Prime in this world isn't out of line." Virtually everyone became convinced after hearing this. A member of the Decemvirate was definitely an apex figure in 3 immortals. His words carried ample weight. If he believed that Wuxia was worthy of the title Prime, this should be the case. Just casually got it, that's all. Wuxia smiled and said. People found it unbelievable to hear this, some even became crazy. The dark progenitors smiled wryly in response. As immortal-level progenitors, they have tried to break the limit before in order to come up with a miracle. Unfortunately, their effort yielded 0 fruit. Thus, Wuxia's comment was rage-inducing, to say the least. People couldn't help wanting to choke him for being so ridiculous. You should have run far away with this achievement. The Dark Messenger said without any animosity, "I'm sure you would have found another place to stay, a place to call home. Unfortunately, your miracle dies here along with 3 immortals. My home is on the battlefield, fighting until I slay all the fake immortals. That's what should be done." Wuxia responded in a domineering manner. Well said. Those from immortal lineage cheered. Very courageous and commendable. I once harbored the same ambition as you. The messenger was slightly moved and nodded. Everyone else became silent. No one would dare to mock a member of the Decemvirate because the majority really believed him. How many have reached his height? Even regular progenitors needed to look up to see him. Thus, his fallen state was truly a shame. He withdrew his blurred gaze and shook his head, but in the end, it's all pointless. When we possessed magnificent aspiration and confidence, those above looked down and saw all of this, thinking how funny it is to watch the ants struggle. This emotional response pained the listeners. This progenitor must have experienced something dreadful, something powerful beyond their imagination. So what? Take them all down too. I will enter the expanse and kill all those standing in my way, establishing my supremacy. Wuxia nonchalantly smiled. Everyone felt a loud thump as if they were smashed by a hammer, the fallen progenitors included. No one thought that he was only spewing bullshit. He spoke with such conviction and confidence that the crowd became affected, fully convinced by him. So courageous, but 8 Treasures progenitor became emotional but stopped speaking, seemingly afraid of something. I know what you want to say, he is slumbering in uncrossable expanse, but that's not important. Provoke me and I'll take him down too. Wuxia said. People felt their blood boiling, some started gazing towards the direction of uncrossable expanse. They could imagine fiercest traveling through the waves and sweeping through the darkness, bringing peace to immortal lineage. I'm sure you will stay true to your words. The Dark Messenger's eyes became profound. He put on a serious expression and continued, but even in the case of success at the expanse, it still won't change anything. There was a tinge of sadness now in his voice. 3 immortals have been exposed. Its doomsday is inevitable, only a matter of time. Even if I can't destroy it, someone else will. The Dark Messenger had higher status and knew more than the progenitors. He didn't mind speaking out, unlike the others. I disagree. The world will continue to exist as long as I'm around. Li Chia didn't buy it. Leave, we'll pretend to not see you here. The messenger tried his best to see through Li Chia before suggesting. This made everyone nervous. All eyes became fixated on Li Chia. They were afraid that he might actually leave. He was the only one who could save them now. His departure meant the end of 3 immortals. You're mistaken about something. I don't consider your group as real opponents. It's not hard to destroy all of you or your master if he comes here. I'll cut off his dog head. Li Chia shook his head. Damn. Fiercest will really win. Some cultivators below started shouting. Obviously. Fiercest can't lose. An air of confidence permeated immortal lineage. On the other hand, the Dark Messenger and the progenitors didn't become angry. If you wish to make a real change, a true victory, you should leave. The messenger sincerely said, you haven't reached a level of invincibility yet. Buying more time is essential instead of reckless actions. Chapter 3171. The messenger was awfully earnest with his words. His voice and expression said that it came from the heart without any ulterior motive. He was really trying to give Li Chia a chance to leave. The crowd became nervous, wanting to know what Li Chia would do. No need, it's enough right now. I'm waiting for your master, but it looks like he's not coming. Li Chia leisurely said. He paused for a bit before continuing while looking at his foes. Of course, maybe the master will show up after I beat his dogs. Nonetheless, I do appreciate your goodwill, but I have made up my mind. This firm answer reassured the nervous crowd. Our savior. Numerous cultivators kowtowed to him. The dark progenitors turned the sight towards the messenger, waiting for him to make a decision. We won't force the issue then. However, not even you will be able to stop us from destroying immortal lineage. The messenger said. Let's just fight then. We'll see if your master will come after you're dead. Li Chia lazily stretched then asked, one by one or all together? I don't care either way, you pick. They turned their gaze back on him. As progenitors, they have grown used to dominating, but now, Li Chia treated them with such disdain. Anger wasn't their reaction. In fact, their eyes turned brighter, eager to give it a shot. Most of them were taken down by him earlier, so they knew that fighting fairly was idiotic. Thus, the question became how much power could they draw out of him while fighting together? They wanted to see his actual abilities. Their battle spirit surged, wanting to see the invincibility of someone with 13 palaces. We're absolutely not a match for you individually, so we must shamelessly come together. Forgive us. Left Bank progenitor responded. Progenitors rarely work together, let alone more than 10. Alas, they didn't have a choice today against a monster of this level. I agree. Coiling Dragon couldn't wait much longer. All of us together then? The remaining progenitors exchanged glances. That's fine, go for it. Li Chia laughed in response. Everyone below started sweating for him. This might be an unprecedented feat, fighting against 11 progenitors at the same time. Not even a member of the Decemvirate had done it previously. It seemed too risky. However, no one could really do anything. They were too weak to help him. Praying was the only thing they could do. It's all about survival. Leave honor and glory aside. Tenacious Fardao uttered coldly, I'm not interested in this circus act and do not want to die. I'm leaving. His figure shifted into disappearance for a quick escape. The messenger's eyes narrowed, but he didn't do nor say anything. He didn't wish to have any internal conflict before the fight. That might prove to be fatal. The spectators couldn't believe it. Even the dark progenitors found this astounding. Numerous masters would rather die in battle than escaping like a coward. However, tenacious Fardao didn't give a damn. He only wanted to survive even if it meant ruining his reputation in front of everyone. Victory and defeat didn't matter to him. He simply didn't wish to die to Li Qia. Tenacious Fardao, a spectator murmured this title. Today, his image was completely broken. So many viewed him as a great figure and role model in the past. They believed that he was unyielding and determined, fearless as well. None of these characteristics were shown today. Nonetheless, he himself had said that survival was his main goal. The virtues attached to him were added by the future generations stemming from their imagination. Thus, this action wasn't contrary to his original intention. He clearly knew that Li Qia was too strong. Fighting seemed suicidal, so why not escape first? Glory and pride were meaningless in his eyes. People could call him a lowly coward all they want. Maybe that's just the nature of men. One ancestor murmured in a daze, able to sympathize with tenacious Fardao. Of course, many were disappointed as well, especially those who were motivated after hearing stories about him. Tenacious is gone, but we can still sweep through 3 immortals. The messenger coldly said. Let's team up for one fight. The other progenitors agreed for 2 main reasons. First, they couldn't handle running away from a junior just like Tenacious. But the second reason was the most important: they wanted to see the power and profundity of the 13 palaces. They would regret letting go of this chance for the rest of their lives otherwise. Spread out for the formation, immortal descent. The messenger ordered. The others immediately moved to surround him, forming various momentums in the form of a true dragon or Kuanpeng. They have yet to attack yet still gave the impression that they were the rulers of immortal lineage. This wasn't far from the truth. 11 progenitors on the same team were as frightening and unbeatable as can be. However, Li Qia remained nonchalant. One notable thing was that the Dark Messenger stood outside the formation, seemingly waiting for the right opportunity to take Li Qia down. We have 12 men with numerous killing moves. Let's see what your 13 palaces can do. The messenger said. Seems like you've come prepared. Li Qia stared at him first, then the rest of the progenitors. He was right, they have come up with ways to deal with various scenarios. We will resort to any means necessary to kill you, including a backstab. The messenger said, please be careful now, it's a fight to the death. A sneak attack was dishonorable, but this was as open and candid as can be. At least the messenger was upfront about it. Indeed. Li Qia didn't blame them. Let's get started. We'll see if a miracle will happen today. The messenger told the 11 progenitors. Chapter 3172, 11 progenitors with the Dark Messenger backing them up. This group was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. They didn't need to activate their auras at all, just their presence alone spoke plenty. None could breathe normally in immortal lineage. They felt like ants being stepped on by a giant. No one has ever seen such a mighty group before. 11 progenitors meant invincibility. Who in this world could take them on? Of course, everyone suddenly stared at Li Qia with both hope and worries in their eyes. Can Fiercest do it? One master said reticently. He might be the only one who heard it. In reality, those in immortal lineage didn't look down on Li Qia. They actually considered him to be the strongest of their world, their prime progenitor. However, 1 against 11? One couldn't be confident under such disadvantageous circumstances. Moreover, there was an even stronger Dark Messenger behind them, potentially a member of the Decemvirate. The high heaven has eyes and will help Fiercest repel the darkness to save 3 immortals. Everyone started to pray quietly again. Cultivation was about defying the heaven and natural orders. Alas, they had no choice but to pray to the heaven today. Most never believed that the heaven has eyes, only that the world was ruled by the strongest. They went against their belief today by praying. Fiercest will be victorious. 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 A chant broke out before the battle. Victorious. Waves after waves of cheering echoed. This didn't only serve to encourage Li Qia but also themselves. This was the only way to feel better. If he were to lose? They didn't even dare nor want to think about this possibility. Excuse us then. One of the progenitors got to the point without wasting words. Boom. Their auras erupted and terrorized immortal lineage, causing violent earthquakes everywhere. Everyone felt unrest, akin to being stuck on a ship during a violent storm out in the ocean. This naturally scared the soul out of them. They started grabbing the thing nearest to them, a pillar, digging deep into the mud with both hands or actually jumping down a pit. The power present could turn this world and its inhabitants into dust at any moment. Boom! The domain around them became engulfed in flames. Even the sun rays couldn't pierce through. Each spark of flame had an unreal destructive property. The strongest lineage and cultivator would stand zero chance. They gathered into a grand momentum. This eventually resulted in a temporal blockade in the form of many waves. Time has always flowed since the start of the world. This flow never changed regardless of what happened. However, the flow of time has been stopped here due to a massive tsunami created by these progenitors. The future was no longer there. Only the past and present existed now. Everyone suddenly lost their future, no tomorrow, no descendants, everything stopped here and now. This was a bizarre yet dreadful feeling. Nothing was scarier than not having a future. Immortal descent. The 11 roared in unison, mixing the yin and yang together to form a new world. An immortal ray suddenly descended from above, illuminating the river of time. It wasn't affected nor withered by this temporal flow at all. Normally, crossing the river of time would age anyone to death. This was inevitable. Alas, this ray crossed through billions of years and remained unchanging. It didn't weaken, seemingly eternal. What's going on? Everyone had a bad feeling while watching this. Time was the most frightening affinity. No one wanted to be caught because just one wrong move would result in grave consequences, potentially death. Thus, this move focusing on the river of time was as ominous as can be. Rumble. The ray issued continuous detonations. It seemed to be absorbing the chaos energy of the myriad realms and ages. Yin and Yang became friends, the karmic cycles met the reincarnation cycles. This resulted in a wondrous phenomenon. Karma turned into the head, the reincarnation cycle turned into the body, Yin and Yang formed the 4 limbs. A massive figure stood among the temporal river, looking like the Lord of Time. Chapter 3173. This figure was made from 3 incredible affinities and seemed to not belong to any era in this world. Perhaps someone like it could only come from the immortal world. Even the strongest characters in existence had a physical body, usually made from flesh and blood. Who else could use the yin and yang, karma, and samsara to form a body? This was a peerless feat, impossible to replicate. As the world stared at this figure, they suddenly saw some images belonging to the past. Everything of theirs became bare for the figure to see. Being auraless didn't make it any less imposing. It didn't seem to be restricted by time. Splash. They heard a splashing sound as the figure took a step forward to cross through everything. Splash. It was heading upstream. Meanwhile, people were remembering their first cry after being born. They saw themselves as a newborn, eventually learning how to walk and the first time wandering away from home. Essentially, their most important memories were being replayed. Some of these memories have been forgotten. For example, when they tried to speak, the first person they met during their Tao debut. Some have lived for thousands or even hundreds of thousand years. They have forgotten too many things until now. Everything appeared so clearly in their mind, resulting in a phenomenon close to a rebirth. Shit! An invincible ancestor shouted in horror. He wants to reverse time and change the past. What? An everlasting couldn't believe it. What do you mean? One expert didn't realize the significance behind this. Imagine you without your birth. The invincible ancestor turned pale. The expert trembled with fear. He imagined himself being crushed in the womb. This meant that he would cease to exist. Changing the past was absolutely horrifying. Just one minor thing could cause great changes. Numerous people and systems would disappear. The figure suddenly stopped and bent down. It reached into the river of time, causing bright ripples. It seemed to be looking for a particular period. What the hell? All of three immortals suddenly swayed back and forth, nearly assuming a liquefied state. Everyone and the landscape became fuzzy. He's not attacking fiercest, he's trying to change time. Another screamed. These 11 progenitors were trying to change the past, perhaps stopping fiercest from being born or preventing a particular event in history. Any of this would have unthinkable ramifications. If the river of time collapses, the world will turn to ashes. One everlasting concluded. These progenitors didn't need to attack Wuxia. They just needed to break a section of time. That might be enough to destroy the past of this world. Fiercest would naturally go down as well. Buzz. 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 Many people started disappearing. The remaining spectators saw the figures raising the flow of time. This caused gaps and errors in history. Because of this, some people in the present disappeared from thin air as if they have never been born before. No. One peerless everlasting felt this ahead of time and bellowed. Rumble. One system after another in immortal lineage collapsed. Nothing was left to indicate its previous existence. Cracks appeared all over three immortals. A total collapse seemed imminent. Sir, do something, or we're done for. Hurry. The bull was beginning to disappear. Pop. It was gone in the next second. Buzz. Wuxia emerged in the river of time, right in the place held by the great figure. He was pulsing with temporal affinity as if he represented time itself. The him right now was only an avatar made by time, a temporal messenger of sorts, the true master of this river. Or in other words, he was time and time was him. Looking for me? He chuckled while staring at the figure, not really nervous in the slightest. It was as if he couldn't give a damn about the destruction of the world and all living beings. The figure took one step backward. Starry lights gathered in its eyes, the power of the ages. Boom! A devastating beam shot out with enough intensity for an eternal illumination. Unfortunately, you don't know that I am the lord of this river, an undying specter. Wuxia smiled. Boom! He raised his finger and the entire river suddenly pierced through the figure's chest. Time instantly corroded the figure even though it was made from three incredible affinities. This wasn't enough to stop the withering of time. Boom! It exploded into little particles, looking just like decoration for this river. Pop! Three immortals reappeared. This time around, the grand momentum of the 11 progenitors exploded. All 11 were blown away. Chapter 3174. The powerful progenitors still couldn't withstand the explosion of their momentum. They were the closest, so escaping was impossible. They suffered varying degrees of damage. One got his head blown off, another had a hole on the chest, one more lost his arm. Meanwhile, the fuzzy world and liquefied inhabitants appeared again and became normal as before. I'm still alive. One ecstatic man shouted before hurriedly touching his face and body. He didn't lose a single hair from the ordeal. Others looked around and saw the erased systems present. The land they stood on seemed the same as ever. The only real change was the damages inflicted on the 11 progenitors. The figure on the river of time was no longer there. Fiercest can win. They realized that Wuxia had stopped the figure from altering the river of time. I'm sure he got this. Fiercest will be victorious. The inhabitants of immortal lineage started shouting, the loudest they have ever gotten in their life. By this point, it became as clear as day that he was the only one who could take down the darkness. The spectators clenched their fists, waiting for his inevitable victory. Meanwhile, the Dark Messenger stood there patiently in spite of his allies' first setback. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. Perhaps he was waiting for the right moment, the right opening, in order to deliver a fatal blow. Li Qiye needed to be careless for him to have a chance. Of course, it wasn't that easy to kill a progenitor. The 11 progenitors created a new body in no time at all. Not a single wound could be seen. The crowd took a deep breath. Killing one was hard enough, let alone 11. So how can he kill them? One expert said. They haven't reached a level high enough to know this. Li Qiye didn't seem to give a damn and let them do whatever they wanted. I have absolute authority with regards to the temporal domain. I've experienced the samsara in that river, trying to end me there is foolish, to say the least. He smiled and shook his head. Remember, the time scripture was in his possession and he had researched its origin. The progenitor's peerless technique couldn't contest with his knowledge. He wasn't exaggerating either. He was able to trace the source without being lost in the river of time. Thus, he had reached the level of moving freely in this domain. We still underestimated you. The messenger reflected and said, in history, only a selected few have reached this height with regards to time control. Time was one of the hardest affinities to grasp. Even beings of their levels needed to exercise caution when dealing with time. On the other hand, Li Qiye could move around freely there, quite a shocking development. You're not underestimating me, just overestimating your technique. You think that just because your master gave it to you that it'll be able to change time? You're nothing more than experiments. If changing the past is this easy, people would have done it long ago. Li Qiye paused for a bit before continuing. The high heaven would be able to change everything with a flick of his finger, no need to bother with so many tedious things. Oh wait, I forgot, this is 3 immortals. You haven't seen it yet. Li Qiye was right. Heavenly tribulations were awfully rare in 3 immortals. Supreme existences like progenitors or other masters only had a faint idea of the high heaven. I understand now, you don't belong to this world. The Dark Messenger slightly raised his brows and finally concluded. And? It shouldn't be surprising. Li Qiye smiled. There is always a higher sky and a better man. The messenger nodded in agreement. I have heard of this possibility before but lacked the ability to do so. I truly want to go visit your world. Unfortunately, I do not welcome any of you. Li Qiye snorted in response. No eggs will stay intact beneath a toppled nest. The messenger sincerely said, once 3 immortals are finished, your world will be next. No worlds are lucky enough to be the exception. No one is lucky enough to dip a finger in the pie while I'm around. Your master is no exception. Li Qiye smiled. The messenger seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes flashed with a glint. I hope so. Your power is undeniable and worthy of admiration. Alas, you still won't be able to escape. We will show you our Paragon artifacts today. Paragon artifact? A complete one? Everyone was shaken to hear this. In history, numerous progenitors have tried to craft these weapons. Unfortunately, very few could actually finish one. In order to be eligible, one must be at the immortal level first. That's why very few Paragon artifacts were around. They were rarely passed down to the descendants too. After all, they were the ace cards of the progenitors. I have seen some before, no big deal. Li Qiye smiled. These invincible treasures were priceless in the eyes of others. Alas, they sounded like nothing coming from him. That's our prime progenitor for you. Numerous experts became excited and didn't think that he was being arrogant at all. It's different this time. The messenger didn't become angry and said, these treasures are a set of 3 made by our Lord, powerful enough to surpass anything. I'm sure you'll change your mind after seeing them. A set of 3? This made the crowd feel worse. None has ever seen a set of paragon artifacts before. Chapter 3175. The 11 progenitors briefly exchanged glances before splitting into 3 groups, forming a triangular formation. Boom! Each group took out an item, resulting in a massive blast quaking 3 immortals. Something seemed to be taken out of the ground, the very core of heaven and earth. Everyone else felt their heart being pulled out of their chest as well. Their grand Tao power, vitality, and energy were instantly taken. What's happening? They lost their strength and fell to the ground like a pile of mud. 3 immortals also lost its life force. Its core and Tao source have been robbed. In reality, they were perfectly fine. Everything was as it used to be. However, these treasures seemed to be the void itself, capable of containing 3 immortals. Due to their spatial vastness, they also contained the most majestic life force and might. Each strand of light emanating from their radiance could illuminate everything. People couldn't look straight at them at all lest risk going blind. Even 10 suns seemed dark in comparison. This blinding radiance stopped others from actually seeing their shape. Everyone felt as if they were looking at immortal artifacts and became envious. Some felt the urge to prostrate. The world felt as small as a speck of dust in their presence. Thus, the inhabitants were infinitely small in comparison. The disparity in size made them feel inadequate even though these treasures have yet to activate. All things, space and time, life. The messenger spoke as if he was an immortal from above, preaching to enlighten all living beings. While beneath these treasures and hearing his voice, everyone shuddered and thought that they had become fireflies, wanting to join the darkness. This wasn't an attempt at conversion by the dark messenger, just a byproduct of the treasure's power. They seemed to be refining 3 immortals, ready to convert it to the darkness. Do you know the significance of possessing these 3 affinities? The messenger asked. No. Li Qie smilingly shook his head. Creation. The messenger said, Our Lord is capable of this, granting life and starting a new era. Thus, he has eternal life and is indestructible. Some inhabitants in immortal lineage were on their knees, willing to join the darkness after hearing about this supreme creator. Creation? Li Qie smiled and said, Immortal and indestructible? Did he tell you or show it to you? You got brainwashed. I know that he can do it. If immortals actually exist, they are immortals. The messenger fell into a brief silence before declaring. Fake immortals can't reach the apex. Li Qie chuckled. True or fake, it doesn't matter. Perhaps on an individual level, there are those stronger. However, they are an immortal race. The messenger didn't try to defend the first claim. Greedy parasites calling themselves a race of immortals? Li Qie said, myriad creations, space and time, life. That's what it takes to be an ultimate creator? Has he asked the villainous heaven for permission about granting life? If he and his race can do so, they wouldn't need to covet the 3,000 worlds. Although I do agree that they have lived quite long, it's not unreasonable for you to bring up eternal life. Nothing is stronger than that race. One person alone can't do so, but all of them? That's why our Lord can definitely create an eternal world. Devils, gods, light, darkness, they won't be anything more than a single thought. Everything will coexist once it is created. The messenger said seriously. The 11 progenitors put on a respectful expression while listening as well. By this point, everyone could see that these 12 didn't entirely join the darkness out of fear or from losing. They actually believed in a brighter future by going down this path. They believed that their Lord could create an eternal kingdom, the most beautiful world in their mind. How pitiful. Impeccable brainwashing skill, at least. Eternal kingdom? Li Qie couldn't help but smile. You're prejudiced against the darkness, but the eternal kingdom can really come into fruition. The messenger said. It's a possibility. Your Lord is strong, but he alone can't create this. All of them together? Maybe, but the prohibitive difficulty remains. Li Chia said. I know that our Lord will be able to figure it out. The messenger said with confidence. Okay, let's say that he can fulfill your wish of creating an eternal kingdom. What comes after? This is similar to someone with a fish pond. The fish become fat and delicious in time. What do you think this person will do? Keep on taking care of them? Li Chia said. It's obvious as hell, of course he's going to eat them. Steam, fry, broil. So many ways. The bull suddenly joined in while salivating. The messenger didn't say anything else and only stared at Li Chia. This logic of Li Chia was obvious. Everyone could reach this conclusion, let alone a member of the Decemvirate. We're wasting time. Our beliefs are different, so are our plans. We don't know what will happen in the future, so let's fight it out. The messenger uttered coldly. So be it, let me see how strong these paragon artifacts created by your lord are. Li Chia agreed and took one step forward, entering a domain of boundless life force from one of the three weapons. This exuberant life force was comforting and endless, always multiplying. Entering meant that one person could suddenly multiply into many copies. Sure enough, a second Li Chia showed up, and another. It didn't take long before there were 100 of him or so. Chapter 3176. The sudden appearance of multiple Li Chia shocked the spectators. Some activated their heavenly gaze and didn't notice anything different about them. It meant that they weren't illusions, copies, or some special techniques. All of them were identical to the real thing, possessing an actual body. Buzz, more Li Chia continued to appear. It didn't take long before there were thousands of him. They surrounded the real person in no time at all. What's going on? A true emperor became startled at this sight. This is life. Lotus Ancestor saw through it and explained, a world filled with life. When someone enters it, life just automatically comes into existence. Li Chia served as the mold. The 11 progenitors were controlling 3 treasures. Each one represented one of all things, time and space, and life. Li Chia had entered the domain of the treasure representing life. So those are duplications. Everyone became frightened by the sheer prowess of this treasure, capable of instantly producing thousands of copies. What if one of the copies could replace the real person without anyone knowing? That's a scary thought. Boom! One of the duplications instantly attacked with a heavenly seal. This power threatened the firmaments. The copies seemed the same as the real Li Chia. Come. Li Chia smiled and retaliated with a palm strike. Boom. 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 The other Li Kais joined in as well. One chose a domain-crushing punch. Another refined the heaven and earth with a flame. One more spewed out true fire to destroy the natural laws. It didn't take long before all of the copies attacked. In the beginning, people could see the real Li Chia. Now, he was completely surrounded under the barrages of his copies. Blood splashed everywhere during this ferocious battle, with numerous Li Chia being blown away. Unfortunately, no one could tell who had the upper hand. Boom! Li Chia unleashed a devastating attack, managing to blow several hundred copies away. However, he also got struck by a flurry of attacks at the same time and fell from the sky. That's the real one. People noticed because the falling Li Chia was chased after by the seemingly ravenous horde. Everything became a mess again. Boom! Li Chia killed his way through the crowd, knocking one copy up into the air after another. Rumble. Alas, he still couldn't make it out and kept on being drowned by his opponents. This repeated several times while the crowd watched in astonishment. Both sides were impressive. Li Chia had to fight against so many copies while the latter successfully trapped him in. It must be difficult for Li Chia to kill his own copies, seeing them dismembered and broken. Anyone else would have nightmares afterward, forever traumatized. No mercy. Li Chia roared. A sword energy erupted with numerous rays. A terrible sword Dao resulted in an ocean of blood. More than 1,000 copies turned into mincemeat. Little pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. Ugh, numerous spectators vomited as a result. The sword Dao had turned the battlefield into a dreadful meat grinder. The worst thing was that Li Qiye just kept on massacring perfect copies of himself, a true test of one's Dao heart. Someone lacking enough mental fortitude would go crazy. Though he had just killed several thousand copies with his sword Dao, a similar number instantly emerged again. What's going on? The spectators became stunned. Li Qiye wouldn't be able to finish them all if this kept on happening. It's a domain of life. Luminous Master sighed and said, life will keep on persevering here no matter what. Rumble. The newly created Li Kais lunged towards the real person again. He blew them away, but another wave instantly engulfed him. Doesn't this mean that they'll always be reborn afterward? One spectator asked. He'll die from fatigue. Another concluded. The crowd agreed with this assessment. Li Qiye would die eventually unless he came up with something. I'm tired of this game. Li Qiye laughed after rushing out of the pile. Boom. His 13 palaces lined up in a particular sequence and poured down endless primordial chaos. The chaos eventually dispersed, replaced by the high heaven. This firmament crushed all the copies and reverted them back to life force. Boom. The suppression of the 13 palaces stopped the derivation process from the life domain. No new copies could manifest into reality. The 13 palaces are profound indeed. Cicada Progenitor and the others couldn't help but praise. Back to the source, total nullification. All laws are useless. Their life treasure could duplicate Li Qiye, but not when he activates his 13 palaces. They were impossible to derive and understand. This was the power of his 13 palaces. Chapter 3177, Boom. A second treasure came the moment Li Qiye suppressed the endless life force, the one representing time and space. Its domain overflowed the area without being oppressive nor dangerous. Buzz. This spatiotemporal affinity expanded to near infinity with Li Qiye inside. One would need to walk for 1 billion years while crossing through numerous dimensions to get out of this domain. Pop. 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 Li Qiye leaped through countless years and dimensions. Alas, his great speed alone wasn't enough to get him out from the domain. Time wasn't on his side either. 8 treasures progenitor and the others couldn't just let him escape. They began closing the spatiotemporal domain into what seems to be a block of crystal. The crowd couldn't believe it. Just imagine, this space consisted of countless stars and dimensions on top of the time affinity. Years were just flowing by. Their perfect harmonization created this incredible domain. A life form like Li Qiye was insignificant like a speck of dust, far smaller, in fact. He couldn't be seen at all with the naked eye. Everything in that domain shrank down and became contained in a crystal, Li Qiye included. It's not looking good, he'll be forever trapped in there soon. Trinity Eccentric's expression darkened. The other ancestors became afraid as well. The same concept could apply to 3 immortals. If their world was trapped in that crystal, all living beings would be stuck in there as well. Most importantly, this crystal domain was specifically created just to trap a being of Li Qiye's level, hence the challenge in getting out. Will he really be gone? This question popped up while the crystal descended. Those progenitors could seal the crystal and prevent Li Qiye from getting out. Hurry. Get out. Break that domain. The spectators were anxious and placed their palms together to pray for Li Qiye's success. Unfortunately, the block of crystal kept on shrinking. It fell into the palm of 8 treasures progenitor and Li Qiye was still nowhere in sight. This is it? Numerous felt despair now that the crystal was the size of a tiny spark. Li Qiye would have been shrunk proportionally to that endless space. There was simply no chance of him breaking out of that shell now. He's forever trapped in that space. Even in the chance of him getting out, it'll still take thousands of years or more. One everlasting became dejected. The atmosphere in immortal lineage turned mournful. 3 immortals would be finished by the time Li Qie got out. There's no hope for us with fiercest gone. Despair took over immortal lineage as people lamented. The power of this affinity, the dark progenitors had a look of respect while looking at the tiny spatial spark. They would be trapped just like Li Qie. Perhaps they would be able to get out one day if they could live long enough. Once they got out, everything would have changed anyway. He can't get out. Another progenitor expressed with confidence. Buzz. However, the area next to them suddenly splashed downward like liquid. A figure emerged from this chaotic space. The progenitors staggered backward in shock. A trip through space is amazing indeed. Just a speck of dust is as large as a boundless world. However, the size of the world is the same as the size of your Tao heart. As long as the heart knows where it wants to go, nothing can trap it. Li Qie smiled and said. He spread his palm and turned that tiny block into a stream of liquid. It came to his summon and floated around his palm. He did it, he got out. Joy returned to the inhabitants of immortal lineage. I knew it, I just knew it. Another shouted. Thunderous cries of jubilation echoed across the land. Boom! However, the third treasure immediately rushed over and attacked. It represented all things. This domain was as black as ink, filled with the most basic and oldest matters. It seemed that light itself couldn't get out of this dark domain. It possessed the greatest gravitation in existence. The largest black hole couldn't compare either. This domain could suck a black hole and reduce it to the simplest matters. Li Qie stood in this domain, seemingly indestructible. The all things domain could instantly break down all matters, but his 13 palaces prevented this process with a protective barrier around him. Pop! 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 The domain continued to try and disassemble him. Alas, the golden barrier nullified all attempts. The 13 palaces again. Many progenitors became frightened. In history, a few progenitors have died in this type of domain. Immortal-level progenitors such as themselves would be reduced to pieces too. They would need a long period of time to rebuild their body. However, the absorption and pulling force here couldn't do a damn thing to Li Qie. That's why these progenitors were overwhelmed with envy and jealousy. Some started fantasizing, if only they have 13 palaces as well. Chapter 3178, Boom. While the domain seemed to be failing at separating Li Qie, a particle fell on him. Just a tiny particle smaller than a speck of dust made him tremble, quite an unbelievable sight. Keep in mind how powerful he was, easily able to lift up a divine mountain, yet this particle carried the weight of a continent. Rumble. More particles fell down on him. Some spectators saw the falling particles but never expected them to be so mighty. They noticed something magical, that these particles were continents raining down like meteors. If this were happening on immortal lineage, the entire world would be penetrated. Only ashes and cinders would be left. Li Qie had a hard time standing straight, even staggering back and forth and nearly falling on the ground. The weight from these tiny particles was exceedingly dangerous. It could pierce through someone's body, crushing their muscles and bones. It was most likely more destructive than an attack from a progenitor. Anyone else would have been dead with numerous holes on their body by now. However, the golden radiance around Li Qie stopped the particles from causing actual damage. As more particles stacked upon each other, they took the shape of a tiny ball. This process didn't stop, akin to a rolling snowball becoming larger and larger. Remember, each particle had the weight of a continent, so this ball was extremely heavy. Crack. Click. Some could hear cracking noises from his bones all over. His entire frame seemed to be breaking down. As the ball grew larger, his back bent forward, struggling to withstand the weight. How terrifying, the spectators gasped at this sight. The particles were effective despite the activated 13 palaces. He dominated one progenitor after another just a while ago. But now, these particles were able to suppress him with pure weight. By this point, everyone knew that just one speck alone would reduce them to bloody mist. Creak, even 3 immortals started shaking, unable to handle this weight. It's so heavy, like carrying all of 3 immortals. One ancestor noticed that Wuxia was bending down more and more. This weight was simply unimaginable. How could anyone ever shoulder the weight of 3 worlds? So this all-thing domain, does it consist of all possible matters? One true emperor began grasping the concept. Up! Wuxia roared with an eruption of light. His power crazily surged. As he pushed up against the massive weight, this resulted in violent shaking from the increased pressure. He didn't go all out before. Left bank progenitor took a deep breath. He still isn't. The Dark Messenger said with a serious expression. The other progenitors couldn't believe it. How could this guy afford to hold back against 3 paragon artifacts? What would his real limit be? They shuddered and thought about the same person, their lord, the terrifying dark existence. They have never seen him in full power either and didn't know his limit. Rumble. The rumbling felt as if meteors were smashing into the ground, almost like the end of the world to the horror of the crowd. The tiny ball on his back gradually turned into a large one, pressing down on his spine. However, after the recent influx of power, he slowly straightened his back. Unfortunately, the other side didn't relent. More particles forced his spine down again. Rumble. The balls had the momentum, so his back looked as if it was folded down. Crack. People could hear a loud noise coming from his spine. How long can this go on? Some felt pain just by watching. Please, heaven, protect fiercest. The nervous spectators got on their knees and prayed. Heaven, 3 immortals needs him, please don't forsake us. Kowtow could be seen everywhere. Click, click, crack. All of his bones issued strange noises, on the verge of falling apart. There's no way he can last, many gasped at this sight because that spine couldn't bend anymore. The 11 progenitors watched with a solemn expression. Those particles were also too much for them to handle. In fact, the 3 treasures were immensely powerful. One of them alone couldn't exert their true power. Thus, they needed to be in groups in order to do so. Up! Wuxia roared and his grand Tao exploded. He suddenly became gigantic, the largest being in the universe. His bent back immediately became straight again. Meanwhile, his power continuously surged along with his size. Chapter 3179. In fact, his size was beyond the capacity of this all-life domain. Crack. His weight obviously increased as well, and once it reached a particular level, cracks appeared on the domain. A while ago, the domain wanted to crush him down. It became the opposite right now. Not good. The progenitors in charge of this treasure became aghast. They poured all of their Tao power to it in an attempt at increasing its size. Unfortunately, this rate of expansion was far inferior compared to Wuxia's. The domain was indeed expanding at a swift rate thanks to their flood-like energy, but Wuxia's transformation was simply faster. Crack. The entire domain crumbled like glass as a result before astonished eyes. Wasn't too challenging. He walked out and smiled. This was indeed the case. He possessed several scriptures right now, so this type of domain couldn't trap him. As expected. The messenger seemed to be prepared for this and nodded, although, the 3 treasures are in position right now. Crack. They engraved themselves into space, forming a special spatio-temporal dimension with abundant life force and all things. This triangular dimension engulfed Wuxia with haste. Their preparation was finished. Begin. The messenger commanded. Activate. The 11 progenitors roared in unison and channeled their strongest power, vitality, and grand Tao into the 3 treasures. Boom! primordial chaos emerged. Everything inside this dimension returned to the origin, a fresh start. Something flashed and Li Qia's gigantic frame was cut into two halves, akin to a statue being slashed by the sharpest saber. Everything happened so quickly. People only saw a flash. What's that? Numerous spectators screamed. The light of creation. The dark messenger calmly revealed. Since that dimension was brought back to the start of time, an original flash of creation instantly dismembered Li Qia. This absolute power surpassed even the greatest masters, whether they be an invincible progenitor or a supreme overlord. Boom! The area exploded and numerous particles sprinkled outward, creating a new world. This looked like the work of the high heaven. The blast was powerful enough to destroy all of three immortals. No one or anything could ever stop this explosion of Genesis. People saw Li Qia's body turned into little pieces just like the particles. He turned into the dust for the earth and became a part of the stars. Every blade of grass would have a little bit of him as well. First came a galaxy with a sun and moon, then an actual world. Living beings were in gestation. People couldn't close their mouth as they watched this creation process. Numerous lives came into form in a magnificent manner. They would have never gotten the chance to see something like this if it wasn't for the combination of the three treasures. This is the power of creation? A true emperor said with trepidation. No one could even dream about stopping that terrible blast. Li Qia was the best example. He was strong enough to dominate any progenitor, yet this light still blew him to smithereens. No, no, no. This can't be. One spectator bellowed. No one would be able to stop the darkness when it possessed the power of creation. Three immortals seemed insignificant compared to the Dark Overlord. This blow alone could annihilate everything. No way, Fiercest must still be alive. Another person dropped to the ground with tears, like many others across immortal lineage. No one could accept this ending. They didn't believe in his death. The emperors and everlastings turned pale, overwhelmed with despair before absolute power. Did we do it? A dark progenitor wasn't so sure. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning bolts emerged all over the newly created world, a cataclysmic scene. The three treasures shook back and forth, completely unstable. We're losing control. 8 treasures progenitor became astounded. The lightning bolts ravaged and illuminated the new world. A face appeared in this ocean of currents, Fiercest's. This is just an emulation, not the real thing. Your master doesn't have the power of creation, how disappointing. I am now the ruler of this world. Li Qia smiled. His voice echoed across the area. He's trying to control the 3 treasures. The dark progenitors found that they have started to lose their power over their treasures. Look, Fiercest, he's still alive. Immortal lineage fell into a furor. Those who were sitting on the ground in dejection jumped up and cheered. So many became emotional and started to cry. He'll be victorious for sure. Their confidence was ignited once more. Fiercest will be victorious. Waves of support could be heard everywhere. Chapter 3180, Rumble. Lightning bolts ravaged the sky like dancing serpents. Each bolt was as thick and long as can be, able to split open anything. This beautiful illumination was frightening, seemingly wanting to push this new world to the brink of destruction. Some of them weaved together to form Li Qia's face, a testament to his supremacy. He was the only god in this place. The rumbling spread to the 3 treasures that have created this world as well. They were no longer under the control of the 11 progenitors. They continued pouring various affinities and powers into the treasures, but stabilization seemed impossible. Boom! 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 They pulled closer together, causing the world to shrink. Remember, they served as this world's foundation. If they were to touch, that would spell doom for this place. The resulting explosion would be devastating beyond words. Boom! A deafening blast affected everyone. Even the 11 progenitors felt their eardrums nearly rupturing. Everything returned to the origin while the flow of time was reversed. The celestials and everything else created earlier turned back into myriad particles resembling the previous all things domain. These particles seemed to be attracted by something and gathered together. In the next moment, people finally understood what they were forming: Li Qia's body. The matters and substance of this world were under Li Qia's control as part of his body. They were no different than his cells. He used an entire world to rebuild a flesh body. The result would be something unfathomable. During the crafting process, the 3 treasures continued to pull closer to him. He was also using their power and profundity for his aim on top of the vitality, energy, and grand Tao of these progenitors. So, if the matters and the power of the 3 treasures served as the flame and materials, then the essences of the 3 progenitors served as the nutrients. Shit! This is a trap. He wants to take everything from us. We need to stop him now or he'll grow stronger and drain all of our power. One progenitor shouted after realizing Li Qia's plan. The rest understood the development now. The power during the genesis of this world didn't kill Li Qia. The guy intentionally fused with this world in order to rob everything from them. Stop him now. They took a deep breath and made up their mind. Their foe was already terrifying enough. This would only get worse once he took everything from them. Boom! The spectating dark messenger finally joined in once Li Qia's wreck-rafting process reached a crucial moment. He raised his hand and summoned a bronze mirror. A light rushed out from the mirror and illuminated the gigantic figure. Boom! This was the force of a sovereign, enough to crush everything. The gods had no choice but to prostrate before it. Another paragon artifact, the spectators shouted. This mirror was definitely a top-ranked one too. But this shouldn't be too surprising since the messenger was potentially a member of the Decemvirate. An ancient ancestor became startled after seeing the bronze mirror after recalling a particular legend. It told of a great progenitor who created a heaven-defying treasure in the form of a mirror. However, this treasure wasn't completed and eventually vanished. Boom! He seemed to be holding a sun instead of a mirror by this point. It exuded a fiery beam that was as pure as could be. A bronze layer eventually condensed around Li Qia. Time and space became frozen, the same with this new world and Li Qia. Yes. The ceiling is complete. The progenitors felt a stabilization within the 3 treasures. Their essences were no longer being drained. Meanwhile, those back in immortal lineage couldn't believe it. This bronze mirror was able to seal a new world with one move. Wouldn't it be able to do the same to their world? All of the inhabitants there would turn into bronze statues, completely helpless. He can get out, right? One spectator asked while staring at the colossal bronze statue of Li Qia. A while ago, they thought that he was about to break through the seal of this new world. This no longer seemed the case. To fall at the last hurdle, another murmured, unable to accept this. It should be over. The dark messenger said without certainty because their opponent was Li Qia whom he couldn't see through. Not quite. Li Qia's voice suddenly answered him. Boom! The radiant 13 palaces emerged again in the sky. This again. The dark messenger shouted. These 13 palaces seemed capable of numerous miracles. Nothing felt effective against him since the palaces broke through all limits and laws. Creating an entirely new world, right? Watch me. Li Qia spoke again. Boom! Primordial chaos materialized along with 3 vessels, life, creation, and Athanasia. Life, creation, and immortality, these were the most supreme orders. Chapter 3181, The Vessel of Life exuded boundless life force, too much for any world to handle. The vessel of Athanasia represented everlasting life and indestructibility. Nothing could ever take it down. The vessel of creation opened an entirely new world with brand new laws and orders. Crack. The bronze seal instantly crumbled. Inside the primordial chaos was a pristine expanse, a new life representing something even above the high heaven. The dark progenitors and even the dark messenger felt alarmed, thinking that their lives were in danger in this split second. Unfortunately, it was too late. A figure appeared in the endless primordial chaos, Wuxia. Nirvana heaven. He exclaimed. His words became eternal. One could still hear them after millions of years. He was now under the state of Nirvana heaven, empowered by his 3 vessels and 13 palaces. His power had reached an unbelievable level, reaching the limit of the myriad Daos. He became an unsurpassable existence, the pinnacle of all. Heaven suppression fist. The next words to come out of his mouth would never be forgotten by the listeners. Boom. Everything shattered beneath this devastating blow regardless of their prowess. The invincible progenitors have dominated their entire life yet still felt the urge to prostrate, unable to move. This punch could seal the high heaven itself. The other living beings were insignificant in comparison, progenitors included. Boom. The 3 treasures exploded into little pieces. Ah! The 3 nearest progenitors were reduced to bloody mists. They were among the 5 who didn't show their true identity. Moreover, the punch destroyed their true fate as well. The next set of victims included Left Bank and Bamboo progenitor since they were also close by. The shockwaves left nothing behind but blood. 3 paragon artifacts and 5 progenitors went down just like that. The other progenitors were blown away and suffered grievous injuries. Even the Dark Messenger was sent flying. The latter activated his mirror and created a bronze barrier, but this was far from enough. He vomited a mouthful of blood, heavily wounded. The one with the strongest physique, Coiling Dragon, had broken scales and flesh all over. One could see the bones now. It was worse for the other 5. They were dismembered, their bones crushed to dust by the shockwaves. Run! The astounded messenger realized that there was no salvaging this battle and turned to flee. The other 5 became resplendent as they attempted to run. Where do you think you're going? Wuxia came out of the chaos while holding Terra Damnation. Buzz. The spear moved like a torrent and trapped the 6 progenitors. Ah! The 2 unknown progenitors bellowed, left with a bloody hole on their forehead. The spear had penetrated their true fate as they fell backward to go meet their maker. No! Stone Harmony progenitor's wound was located on his chest. He didn't even notice until he was 10,000 miles away and looked down due to the pain. His true fate was crushed as well. He watched blood gushing out from his chest before falling to the ground, painting it red. Whoosh! Cicada and 8 treasure progenitors were skewered together and lifted up into the air. The spear vibrated and turned them into bloody mists. Boom! Coiling Dragon got quite far away. Alas, the spear still caught up and crucified him into the ground. He struggled, destroying the ground in the process. This lasted several times before he twitched once and stopped moving. The one who got the farthest away was the member of the Decemvirate since he was the first one to run. He had made it through Sky Pass in no time at all, heading for uncrossable expanse. His speed was something else, allowing him to reach the shore in the blink of an eye. Die! Wuxia threw the spear forward. Boom! It pierced through numerous dimensions and appeared by the shore, showing up in front of the Dark Messenger. Guard! His bronze mirror became a massive wall in front of him, a defense resembling Sky Pass. Boom! Unfortunately, the wall couldn't stop the terrible thrust and exploded upon contact. The spear hit the mirror and also annihilated this incredible treasure. Pop! The messenger couldn't block it and was reduced to blood. However, a faint ray managed to fly into the expanse. This move wasn't enough to kill him. This remnant soul disappeared from sight after entering the ocean. Wuxia didn't pursue, only smiling and staring at the expanse. Eventually, he said, Well, I guess having a messenger about my arrival is fine. He then turned towards the empty space and licked his lips. An entire world is nutritious indeed. Immortal lineage was completely silent during all of this. Even the winds stopped, not daring to bother him. All living beings were on the ground, slack-jawed. They had been suppressed by Li Qia's supreme power earlier. Heaven's suppression fist simply reigned above all else. Everyone believed that it had more than enough power to penetrate 3 immortals or even turn them to ashes. This height was unreachable even for progenitors. Even Lotus Ancestor and her peers were on their knees. Chapter 3182, all were on their knees to show respect, whether it be the unknown cultivators or the famous ancestors. Even the emperors and everlastings did so as well. Lotus Ancestor, Trinity Eccentric, and Everlasting Jiang among others followed suit. No one dared to breathe loudly by this point. Fiercest has become a supreme existence, no, the sole ruler of 3 immortals. Destroying 5 progenitors at the immortal level with one punch and nearly killing a member of the Decemvirate. No one else in history could do such a thing. The Decemvirate and 10 Radiants paled in comparison. This applied to any type of existence. The greatest geniuses were also taken down a notch, needing to lower their head from now on at his sight. They needed to assess their right to be arrogant and prideful after this. For example, Lotus Ancestor as one of the 10 Radiants was as peerless and brilliant as can be. Yet, she was still utterly won over by him. All of these great historical beings have completely lost to him. The opponents ran like dogs with their tail tucked between their legs. Prime Progenitor. Someone started shouting. Prime Progenitor. The savior and ruler of 3 immortals. Others started coming up with new lines. As some called out his title, they were moved to tears. The Dark Invasion had instilled horror and despair upon them. Numerous cultivators have died in battle. Finally, Prime Progenitor Li Qia joined the fray and massacred the Dark Legions, destroying 11 progenitors and sweeping through the darkness. He saved all of 3 immortals. This magnificent contribution earned him their gratitude. They were willing to create monuments and statues of him in order to immortalize his deeds. Many kowtowed 9 times until their forehead bleeds while not minding in the slightest. They weren't doing it because of his oppressive aura, only out of gratitude. Rise, he said calmly. Everyone heard it clearly despite the low volume. It was as if he was whispering next to their ears. However, most still performed a full kowtow before getting back on their feet. All had a look of indescribable excitement. We're still alive. So many looked around and saw their family members before gathering in a group hug. We're saved, our system is still here. Though most systems have sent their legions to their death, their system and lineage were still around. They could pass on their legacy unlike 8 Treasures system and Metalkin Divine Court among others. Any price was worth it. Immortal lineage stands. One ancestor on the battlefield had tears mixed with blood. People like him didn't think they were coming back alive, only wanting to contribute to immortal lineage. They appreciated being lucky enough to survive. It's thanks to Prime Progenitor. The soldiers on the battlefield understood the reason why and showed their respect to him. The Dark Legions had the absolute advantage earlier. Though the alliance led by 5 Elements Goddess was trying their best, they had 0 chance of winning. Their only goal was to buy more time. Some of these soldiers couldn't say goodbye to their family members or lovers. They needed to rush to the academy as fast as possible. A few crawled out from the pile of corpses and looked up at Li Qia before bowing. They could finally go home and see their loved ones thanks to him. The goddess gave the command to withdraw troops. She gazed at the battlefield and saw mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Tens of millions of cultivators have died in this cruel battle. Fortunately, they were on the victorious side. Otherwise, nothing would have been left but ashes. The troops heaved a sigh of relief while regrouping to their individual legion. They wore a heavy heart after losing their close ones, brothers and seniors. At the very least, these men didn't lose their lives in vain. Today is a day that will go down in history. Future generations will sing songs about you. Hui Qingxian had a solemn expression while looking at the men. Too many people have died, including emperors and everlastings. Next, Li Qia landed and all of its members bowed down after seeing him again. However, he didn't stop at all and headed for Sacred Mountain. The bull, Lotus Ancestor, Trinity Eccentric, and Everlasting Jiang also tagged along. They had a different opinion of him by this point. During their previous meeting, they already had a high evaluation of him. Alas, he actually surpassed all of their expectations. Of course, the bull always believed in him. It started gloating and showed off right away. Didn't I tell all of you? Only Sir can save 3 immortals. I'm not wrong, am I? Others were just too stupid to see. The group only smiled and didn't bark back. After all, the bull contributed immensely during this battle. Its merits were second to none. It was one of the first to stand for immortal lineage. Chapter 3183, Trinity Eccentric felt awkward after hearing the bull. He bowed towards Li Qia and said, I was blind back then to try and establish a connection with you, young noble. He had met Li Qia in a pavilion back then while the latter was trying to avoid the rain. He was still wheelchair-bound then. Nonetheless, the eccentric still handed a jade pendant to Li Qia in order to betroth Hui Qingxian to him. Anyone would find this unbelievable given the circumstances if they knew the eccentric and the goddess's background. After all, very few would be able to climb up the hierarchy to reach 5-element mountains, let alone marrying their successor. That would be akin to a bird becoming a phoenix, the luckiest thing in their life. This was the case for any cultivator in immortal lineage. This was far from the case currently. Hui Qingxian was indeed prestigious and brilliant, but now, Fiercest was the sole ruler in immortal lineage on top of being the greatest progenitor in history. No one could stand on the same level as him. Thus, Hui Qingxian had quite a way to go. In terms of a match, the woman must at least be an immortal level progenitor. That's only the starting point. For example, Lotus Ancestor. A member of the 10 Radiants like her might be more qualified. That's why Trinity Eccentric found himself in a tough situation. The whole matter back then seemed ridiculous in retrospect. Their sect was the one who was trying to climb on Li Qia. His erudite wisdom wasn't enough to see through Li Qia. The bull did a better job in this regard. Li Qia actually didn't mind at all. He smiled and brushed it off. Meanwhile, Everlasting Jiang had nothing but respect for Li Qia. He got on his knees and said, I wouldn't have been able to break through without your guidance and might have died in there. Li Qia briefly advised him back in the immortal demon cave, allowing him to defeat his bottleneck and reach a level capable of fighting 2 progenitors alone. Just think about it, so many brilliant minds toiled to reach the Fardao level. However, they became stuck there, unable to move forward. Everlasting Jiang was also a member of the 10 Radiants. His talents were virtually unmatched, yet he was still stuck for a long time, one era after another. In fact, he nearly died several times from potential qi deviation after trying to force his way through. That's why Li Qia removed the cultivation mist and he became enlightened. His cultivation soared like the wind afterward, so he had nothing but gratitude towards Li Qia. Li Qia accepted the gesture with a natural expression. It was Lotus Ancestor's turn. She bowed and said with admiration, I tried my whole life and couldn't figure out the mysteries behind the 13th palace. It's embarrassing to admit this, but I didn't even see the door. The path towards the Grand Tao is long and mysterious. I have many questions and are more than willing to offer my service if you can teach me a thing or two, young noble. This progenitor was beautiful enough to make people remember her forever after one glance. Now, she was on her knees, willing to offer her service to Li Qia. The others didn't find this too shocking. It would be an honor to stay by his side. The qualification for this was awfully stringent. A member of the 10 Radiants seemed appropriate. It wasn't too hard. Li Qie shook his head and said, I'll be leaving soon though, so I don't have anything to teach you. I understand. She bowed and didn't say anything else. Of course, the first part could drive people insane. Many brilliant cultivators tried their whole life and couldn't get the 13th palace, yet he got it so easily. Nonetheless, it wasn't his fault for being prime progenitor. Someone like him could say whatever and it would still be justified. Your light will be the guiding lamp for 3 immortals. Li Qie then told the old tree demon. Li Qie approved of this demon. To earn such praise from Prime was a peerless honor, but the demon didn't become complacent. He bowed and said, You're too kind. You can become a devil or a saint with a single thought, far superior compared to me. You can create a light that can also illuminate and save the living beings in a split second while it took me a lifetime. It's already amazing enough. Desolate Saint could have gone farther, but he chose a different path. The light was only an experiment to him, but you are different, never wavering once during your journey. You are better than him in this aspect. Li Qie nodded. I simply worked hard to compensate for my limited abilities. The demon said. Though they were enemies, he never once criticized Desolate Saint in public. Desolate Saint started this path for others' sake, he has done more than us. He continued on. The bull naturally didn't buy this, but it only shrugged and scoffed this time, not bothering to respond. It always believed that Desolate Saint kept some dirty secrets and that it would actually be bad for 3 immortals if he were still alive. Since I'm just a visitor, there are some things I need to leave behind for 3 immortals. Li Qie smiled and changed the topic. He then took out a shiny rock, taken from the old palace. Sword Saints group protected it with their lives while Fire Ancestor desired it. The wise sages left this for 3 immortals. I initially wanted to refine it, but no time. This thing should be given to Qingxian, but she's young and not strong enough, so I will leave it with you. Your light is beneficial for it as well. You can give it to her when the time is right. Li Qie told the demon. This rock only exists in the legends. Lotus Ancestor's eyes widened with astonishment. I can't believe it is real. The eccentric became startled as well. I will do my best. The demon bowed and accepted the rock with both hands. Hee, brother, let me touch it, just one little touch. The bull salivated at this sight and became envious. It coveted this rock but never had the chance to grab it. That's why it immediately tried to play nice with the demon. Unfortunately, the demon ignored it and carefully wrapped up the rock. The bull gritted its teeth in rage and glared at the demon with its round eyes only to be ignored again. Li Qie smiled after the demon accepted. That's the reason he came here. He originally planned to give it to Hui Qingxian since she was the most qualified among the young generation. However, due to her age, she couldn't control it yet, hence his current plan. It wouldn't be late for the demon to give it to her later once she was strong enough. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3184. Li Qie didn't waste time in immortal lineage and left after finishing his task. He had no attachment to this world, thus his continuous statement regarding being a passerby. He only came to find some answers, to meet a few people, to experience a few things. There was no emotional past or lingering feelings here. He didn't need to stay or protect this place for anyone. He returned to the deepest part of Ascension Pond in order to refine his weapon. It was virtually finished by this point, he only needed to carve out some minor finishing details. You let that progenitor escape. The master of this place spoke. He was referring to the Dark Messenger. So what? Just one progenitor who will serve as a messenger to let others know that I'm coming. It's a matter of politeness. Li Qie didn't mind at all. The master didn't pursue this matter. Even a member of the Decemvirate wasn't much of a threat to someone at Li Qie's level. What did creation taste like? The master asked after a brief pause. Not bad. Li Qie smiled and stared towards the depth. I know that you're here for a multitude of reasons. However, can all of you resist the temptation of the feast? Don't tell me you have never thought about it. We would have done so long ago instead of waiting till now or the future. The master uttered coldly with dissatisfaction. Who knows? Characters of our level are quite unpredictable. Li Qie shrugged in response. We have a different way of life instead of just wanting to feast, hence our current situation. The master scowled. That makes sense. Li Qie smiled. Your way is indeed different from everyone else, just like the coin system in Moneyfall or the exchange here in Ascension Pond. Very interesting stuff. What, want to destroy us? The master became annoyed. Like you have said, I wouldn't wait till now to do so either. Plus, it wouldn't be my turn anyway. The three geezers would jump on it first. Li Qie said. The master certainly didn't like this comment but didn't bother retorting. Most beings at this level would share the same thought. The three geezers mentioned by Li Qie felt the same way. But after experiencing certain things, they let go of their suspicion. If there's nothing else, you should leave now and cause trouble at the expanse. My place can't handle a troublemaker like you. The master wanted to send this uninvited guest away. Don't be so quick to chase me out, I'm still a guest, more or less. Li Qie chuckled. No, my humble abode can't accommodate someone like you. The master sarcastically said. You're hurting my feelings now. Li Qie continued, don't you see that I still haven't prepared well enough? I need to rest in order to be in peak condition for the next battle. That's your problem, not mine. The master didn't give a damn. Is that so? I'm sure you can't be sleeping well when there is an overlord slumbering in the expanse. I don't buy it. Li Qie said. Humph. The master scowled again, confirming Li Qie's speculation. Just think about it, you're also a great piece of meat in his eyes, swallowing you will be so nutritious. I'm sure this is the same case for the others. Li Qie went on. We'll see who will be the last man standing. The master said and exuded an invincible aura capable of crushing the firmaments. Regular progenitors couldn't fathom its power. Sure, but that means you're not completely confident either. Li Qie said. You are? The master's tone became harsher. Kill then refine. Just killing is too much of a waste. His biggest value is to be drained by me. Li Qie calmly said. Save your haughtiness until after you kill him. Not difficult at all. I'll kill him if he dares to come out. Plus, you know that's not the only thing I want. I'll topple everything later. Li Qie said. Only death awaits you. The master was actually speaking the truth this time, not only out of spite against this terrible guest. As a supreme existence, the master knew the trouble ahead. Li Qie was simply suicidal in his opinion. Save this comment until after I die. Li Qie lazily said, of course, since we're friends, you can burn some paper money for me because being a poor ghost must suck. I would rather be a rich ghost when I die. You will, and yes. The master said, seemingly able to see Li Qie's future, nothingness. Well, I'm sure you know that it's not a good thing for anyone if I die, especially you. Li Qie didn't become angry and smirked. Look at how nice this place is, the same with Sky Ruins. Who wouldn't like these places? If I were to die, your world would be next. For example, immortal lineage stands at the forefront, then you and Sky Ruins are next. You know this better than anyone. The master didn't like Li Qie's attitude but still knew that the guy was right. The future certainly wasn't bright. This place would definitely become a battlefield. He would also be a main target. That's why you better pray for my survival, no, for my domination. Li Qie stopped here and waved his hand. You're about to make some demands. The master said. Demand is a strong word. Li Qie smiled. No, I'm only asking for everyone's support since it's mutually beneficial. I'm sure you have gotten an answer. Go on, I'm waiting. The master waited for a bit before revealing, I have told the others about your intent. They are willing to help you, but don't overthink it, it'll only be a little bit of assistance. I'm aware. Remember, I didn't ask for your group to personally help. Just give me all your good stuff so that I can throw it at the enemies, that's the best support. Li Chia leisurely said. Don't be greedy now. The master spoke first in order to stop Li Chia from even attempting. I disagree. Li Chia elaborated, just think about it, if you all were to personally mobilize, leaving success aside, how much resources and heavenly materials would be required? Now, since I'm doing it instead, all of you can just sit back and relax. Isn't that the best? A lot of value for your money. Another lull ensued. The master eventually asked, what do you want? Not much, just a few decent items. Li Chia smiled in response. Chapter 3185. Just a few decent items were a big deal when it came from Li Chia's mouth. Why? Because anything that could be considered decent by Li Chia was definitely heaven-defying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the ultimate items. No systems back in immortal lineage could provide what he wanted, only these mysterious characters. Just a few decent items, humph. The master saw his list and uttered coldly. These items on the list could scare people to death. I have faith in you to gather these items, no? You all are extremely wealthy. Li Chia smiled. I will let others know. It's their business whether they agree or not. The master snorted. I'm sure it won't be a problem. Li Chia seemed nonchalant and confident. Get the hell out of my place once you get your items. The master demanded. This was rather reasonable. First, Li Chia forced this place to summon the power of the high heaven. Now, he demanded all of the good items. The master was actually quite patient for not lashing out at him. Anyone else making such ridiculous demands would have been destroyed long ago. Alas, he had no choice but to listen to Li Chia. You don't need to keep on chasing me away, I'll leave when I don't want to be here anymore. I mean, even the birds don't want to shit in this place, there's no one else but you. So boring. Li Chia smiled. You. The master got the urge to kick Li Chia out of here. His place was a supreme treasure land with boundless profundity. Others would love to come here except they weren't qualified. Thus, Li Chia's comment was outrageously offensive. Just kidding. Li Chia instantly added, stopping the master from erupting. So what if you can survive? What about after? Will you really declare war against the high heaven? The master uttered coldly. Why not? An ultimate fight is what I seek. Fake immortals first, then time to play with the villainous heaven. Suicidal. The master flatly said. Not like I haven't died before. Li Chia smiled, plus, I've been there before and will have to try again. Everything else would be meaningless if I don't do so. Say that you can return triumphantly from the final battle, what's the point? You will take its place? The master asked. Why would I want to do that? I do not wish to become the so-called creator. I will still be me, no need for anything else. Li Chia smiled. Once again, what's the point? Your victory won't change anything. The master said. Li Chia's eyes became profound as he gazed towards the distance. He didn't answer. What's your motivation to fight? Immortality? Creation? Or the ages? The master asked. For myself. I search for an answer and there are some things that I should do and finish off. Li Chia withdrew his gaze and responded. It will be outside of your control once you reach that step. When standing above the high heaven, you will have to confront it. The master replied. Ask me again when I'm up there. Li Chia let out a leisure smile. Your victory might not guarantee a better future than currently. This is a problem with no solution. No matter who it is, the result will be the same. This world and its order won't change. The master pondered for a bit before answering. Can't know until I try, a theoretical discussion is pointless. What's the worst that can happen? To ashes? Not like it hasn't happened before. Can't be worse than that. Li Qie said. The high heaven will keep watch, this has always been the case. The master said. I disagree. It's one world after another. This isn't your garden where you can go eat everything after maturation then repeat it again. Li Qie smiled. The changing of the epoch is not different at all, only the method is changed. The master said. Okay, let's change the method then. Either hand over the good stuff or I'll beat all of you down and force you to obediently hand them over. Which method do you want? I'm sure the result will be the same, only the method is different. Li Qie shifted the conversation to another direction. Humph. The master scowled, causing the world to shake and the stars to tremble. Only Li Qie remained unperturbed, not affected by the master's fury. It's not only about the result, there are many, many other things, Li Qie said. So you have a better method? The master asked. First, I want to kill all who deserve death. Li Qie revealed a faint smile that would horrify those aware of its implication. The master certainly read this smile correctly and became silent. What do you think about that? It'll make other things easier before my final battle. Li Qie said, in my eyes, orders are meant to be broken and changed, not lasting for an eternity. And the time for change is now. The master realized that Li Qie had made up his mind. They wouldn't be able to stop him nor the villainous heaven. He would move forward as an unstoppable reaper. In history, no one has truly grasped the power of creation. The existence of one would easily solve these problems. The master said. True. For example, a hungry man can't cut off and eat his own flesh for satiation without suffering injuries, hence the current circumstances. Li Qie smiled. Many have searched for this but success is nowhere to be found. This might be the real bottleneck to immortality. One man has made it quite far beyond anyone else, but I don't think he found success either because everything is still the same. The master said. That's your pursuit, not mine. I don't care for immortality or the power of creation. All I know is that I will kill anyone who stands in my way regardless of how far they run. Li Qie asserted with a cold glint in his eyes. The master knew that he was telling the truth. The guy was asking them for help right now, but if they were to ever provoke him, he would kill them without any hesitation. As powerful as he may be, intuition told him that he would be the one falling in a battle between them. That's the result of those crossing this man named Li Qie. Chapter 3186. Li Qie left after he finished refining his weapon to embark towards the expanse. The Bulls group for some reason knew that he was about to leave and were there to send him off. Someone spread this information so everyone in immortal lineage found out about his departure. Numerous came to say farewell. Why is he leaving so soon? Peace only came recently. Many systems and masters wanted him to stay. After all, 3 immortals would be safe under his protection. If he were to leave, who knows when the darkness would come again. It would be best if Prime Progenitor could stay. So many started praying to the heaven. Most were unwilling to see this, some were actually hurt. In recent days, they have considered him to be the guardian of 3 immortals. His departure would leave a void in their heart. I heard he's going to uncrossable expanse. Someone who had received this news early revealed. Uncrossable expanse? Those who heard him looked up towards the mysterious ocean, boundless in size. They suddenly felt an instinctive fear. This ocean had brought too many problems to their world, so it became an ominous symbol by this point. The returning fallen progenitors extended their grasp, trying to attack their own world. Prime Progenitor is going there? That's why he's the greatest of all time. He wants to destroy the nest of darkness to forever rid the world of this problem. One insightful ancestor commented. Many powerful masters assumed that Li Qia was going there in order to fully take the enemies down. Yes, this is better than waiting for the darkness to come again. Might as well go on the offensive. Others nodded and praised. Only Prime has such peerless decisiveness and the abilities to do so. Nowadays, the Expanse was considered a terrifying no man's land. No one would dare to go there, progenitors included. However, Prime Progenitor was heading there alone. He was the only one capable of doing this. The lair of darkness is in the Expanse. Who will he find there? What if he meets a terrible being? A few people became worried. You're worrying about nothing. Have you forgotten who Prime is? The strongest progenitor in history. He'll definitely be able to clear a bright path for 3 immortals. Someone else laughed in response. This comment won the crowd over. Prime was able to destroy 5 progenitors with a single punch, then kill 11 of them. Even a member of the Decemvirate couldn't compare to him. Thus, the darkness should stand no chance against their Prime progenitor. That's true, but Prime is still alone. As the saying goes, 2 hands can't beat 4 fists. Another expert remained worried. Just think about it, so many progenitors have gone there before. How many of them have fallen like the others? This made others shudder with a deep chill, as if they have been engulfed by the darkness. This expert made a lot of sense. More members of the Decemvirate along with top progenitors and everlastings have entered the Expanse. None of them have returned, and by this point, everyone had a good idea about what happened to them. That lair of darkness would have so many incredible existences, the most terrible place in the world. Would Prime be able to fight against their sheer number? This pessimism gradually took over the crowd. Instead of worrying for no reason, it's better to just pray for his victory. One senior said, if all of our progenitors have fallen to the darkness, then it will return to immortal lineage one day anyway, regardless of whether Prime enters the Expanse or not. Just this possibility alone frightened everyone. Not long ago, 12 progenitors and 1 Fardao nearly destroyed all of 3 immortals. Yes, let's just pray for his success, that he'll be able to defeat the darkness. Numerous people all over the world started praying. Some even organized official ceremonies for this purpose. Numerous cultivators lined up in silence, waiting for Li Qia to leave. Supervisors weren't necessary because everyone knew to be respectful and quiet. Night has taken over, yet 10 million cultivators were still present for this event. One could only hear the sound of breathing. Li Qia finally showed up before many anticipating eyes. He crossed the sky and reached the shore. Everyone got on their knees in unison, resulting in a wave of movement across the crowd. Greetings, Prime Progenitor. They greeted him. Every showing of respect came from the heart. The Black Bull and the others approached him, Holy Frost, Hui Qingxian, Lotus Ancestor, Everlasting Jiang. Even the old tree demon was present. Since he had taken root at the academy, his true body couldn't go there. This was only his Tao avatar. You're leaving, young noble. Holy Frost became emotional since she had stayed with him for a long period and truly benefited from it. Chapter 3187, Separation is a part of life. You are born attuned with the light, so your future is bright. You will definitely be able to shoulder your system as a progenitor. Li Qia stroked her hair and smiled. His praise revealed how highly he thought of her. I won't let you down, young noble. She bowed deeply to show her reverence. What about me? The bull laughed and joined in. Won't I be the greatest progenitor in history? Its egotistical style set off some chuckles. The bull had a way of alleviating a depressing atmosphere. Li Qia glanced at it and commented, I don't know if you will become the greatest progenitor or not, but one thing is for certain, keep acting like this and you'll become the most delicious feast. A hot pot, maybe, or roasted beef. Who knows? I like thin beef dipped in boiling soup. A lot of energy. The old demon said. Hey! What the hell are you saying, old man? The bull wasn't happy with this at all. I'll dig out your roots and make dried medicine out of them. The old demon gave it a contemptuous glance. This worked perfectly in infuriating the bull. Of course, this was all in jest. They had a special relationship, both friendship and mentorship. The demon considered the bull to be a close junior. The bull couldn't do anything to the demon despite its annoyance. It moved closer to Li Qi and smiled. He, sir, the world outside must be vast. Give me a hint, where should I go to get to your world? It clearly was bored of three immortals and wanted to go take a look at Li Qi's world. Wait until you're strong enough or you'll only be asking for trouble. Li Qi nonchalantly said. Whoa. What you trying to say? The bull glared at him in response. What kind of great existence am I? I can't handle it. I'm unbeatable and can take on 3 to 5 progenitors, no problem. It shamelessly bragged without blinking an eye. So amazing, not like a certain thing that got its horn broken. The tree demon sarcastically mocked. Say it to my face. The bull turned red and headed over to the tree demon, only to be ignored. It's a shame this is a time of chaos, or I would be more than willing to accompany you to the expanse. Lotus Ancestor sentimentally said. Though she wasn't a member of the Decemvirate, she was far above regular immortal-level progenitors. In history, every progenitor eventually wanted to go to the expanse for many reasons. Thus, someone like her being able to stick around was miraculous. Only her system could accommodate this. She naturally wanted to go there, and nothing could be better than accompanying Li Qi. Unfortunately, potential dangers still loomed in 3 immortal, so she needed to stay. This was a heavy price to pay for the sake of 5 Elements Mountain and all of 3 immortals. You'll have your chance, and it'll even be better later when there is peace at the 4 oceans. Li Qi said. I understand. I hope to see you again when I do depart. She bowed. Li Qi smiled and nodded. Her going there was only a matter of time. Progenitors had a hard time staying in 3 immortals, especially someone as strong as her. Time wasn't her friend either, since she could die from old age. Thus, journeying to the expanse was imperative. 5 Elements Mountain might have an unfathomable amount of resources, but still couldn't supply an invincible progenitor like her forever. Thank you, sir. Both Luminous Master and Orchid Sage came over next and bowed. Your guidance will benefit us for a lifetime. We'll start training once you leave, since we're too weak to contribute to immortal lineage right now. The 2 of them were quite humble despite being the first to fearlessly fight on the front line. They didn't shame themselves or run away from their responsibilities. I'm sure there will be 2 more immortal-level progenitors in the near future. Li Qi smiled while looking at the 2. We hope so too. They said. This was the purpose of their next cultivation session, reaching the immortal level. They were quite strong already as imperial-level progenitors. Alas, the previous fight made the gap between the 2 levels abundantly clear. Orchid Sage, who didn't care about chasing the Tao, decided to train harder. His goal wasn't for power, only because the people needed him. Both of them believed that they were insufficient at the moment to be useful. Will we meet again? Hui Qingxian grabbed Li Qi's hand with adoration in her eyes. The 2 of them had a special relationship thanks to Trinity Eccentric, a bizarre engagement. Plus, she has been an ardent supporter, therefore winning his grace. If it meant to be. Li Qi said. I will keep working hard to not be embarrassed by my low cultivation the next time we meet. She smiled. I'm sure you'll be like a different person when we meet again. Li Qi said. Her talents were exceptional, so her achievements wouldn't be inferior to Orchid Sage and Luminous Master. In fact, 5 Elements Mountain might have another progenitor on the same level as Lotus Ancestor. I hope so too. Qingxian nodded, completely sure of another meeting. Goodbye everyone, I hope your world will be safe. Li Qi didn't say goodbye to each individual and looked at the crowd. Maybe I'll meet your many children next time. He saw Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor and decided to tease them. As you wish, young noble. The couple bowed towards Li Qi since he was the reason why they were together. See you all. Li Qiye smiled and entered the expanse without looking back. Goodbye. The bull and the others watched his departing figure. May you return triumphantly, prime progenitor. The kneeling cultivators shouted. This grand gesture was necessary in order to show their savior the appropriate amount of respect. Li Qiye disappeared from sight the moment his foot touched the water. Nonetheless, they kept on kneeling. Some performed a full kowtow ceremony. His close allies became sentimental. They didn't know if they could meet him since he wasn't from this world. Goodbye, Qingxian murmured to herself. Chapter 3188, Uncrossable Expanse, An Eternal Mystery. No one knew how deep or vast it was, especially not its magical properties. Discussions regarding this place sprung up across the years, just nothing concrete came from it. One legend told that the mystical other shore existed there. Reaching it meant being able to enter the immortal world. Another stated that it contained the secret to immortality for those lucky enough to find it. One more belief asserted that this expanse was a boundless world, provided that one can find the true entrance. All in all, numerous legends regarding the expanse passed on through the generations. Numerous top masters would go there after reaching a certain level. No one forced them to do so, there weren't any rules about this either. However, their departure has been consistent. Another consistency was the lack of returners. This dark invasion was the only exception. At their high level, their lifespan would start running out, death from old age became inevitable. Thus, they needed to enter the expanse despite knowing that there was no return, at least in the past. That's the only way to replenish their vitality and life force. Many agreed with this statement, progenitors included. The sky seemed rather low in this way ocean. One might be able to touch the sky just by reaching up with both hands. The stars were right there. Li Qiye felt considerable moisture in the air and winds. They were gentle, akin to a lover's caress. The place was as horrifying as expected. On the contrary, it felt so pleasant and comfortable. Upon entering, one fused with the ocean, becoming a part of it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that anyone here would feel as if they were returning home. They naturally wouldn't want to leave afterward. This feeling was ridiculous. The place was famous for being dangerous and full of the unknown. How could it feel like home? Alas, this was indeed the case. The sensation was as real as can be. Uncrossable expanse. Li Qiye murmured while the winds caressed his face. The supreme existences would appreciate the boundlessness of this place. They felt so free and unrestrained. On the other hand, a world like three immortals felt so tiny in comparison, almost like having shackles there. It was understandable why the progenitors never wanted to return to three immortals. He looked back and saw nothing but an ocean. The shoreline was nowhere to be found, let alone three immortals. Just taking one step into this place meant leaving three immortals completely. It would be impossible to find the initial path, let alone find the location of three immortals. One needed a heaven-defying method to return to three immortals, leaping repeatedly from one dimension to another. Keep in mind that this level of spatial leap required a long period of time and vast power. A powerful progenitor might not be able to handle this. This was another reason why these progenitors didn't return after entering. Li Qiye stopped looking back for three immortals. He tried to feel this area and the waves with his eyes closed. He became a part of this ocean, able to sense a strange turtle swimming 10,000 miles below. 1,000,000 miles ahead, he spotted a large aquatic creature resembling an elephant spewing out water. Then 1,000,000,000 miles up above, a star was dying. He sensed all of these things so clearly like the palm of his hand. In fact, a fish letting out a bubble anywhere in this ocean would be known by him. He stood there like a statue for a long time. After a while, he opened his eyes with a faint smile. His body flashed while ripples appeared in space. This was the start of his journey. This ocean was vast beyond imagination, perhaps more than 100,000 three immortals put together. A progenitor could spend their entire life yet still be unable to cross it. Li Chia continued moving across this area and saw many magnificent sights not found anywhere else. In one place, numerous peaks towered in a particular formation. Water circled around them in the form of a maelstrom capable of tearing everything apart. Nothing would be able to escape its powerful current in one piece. However, the peaks weren't affected by the maelstrom at all. They looked like special pillars serving to keep the ocean in place. As the steam and water evaporated from the maelstrom, one could catch a glimpse of the pavilions and cities on top of the peaks. Countless carriages and people moving about, a prosperous place to be. This all disappeared the moment one set foot on the actual peaks as if they were mere illusions. Alas, the sounds of galloping horses and carriages, the people talking or the cries of the cicada were clearly heard. It felt so real yet impossible to reach. Another area was engulfed by year-long fog and mist. Numerous moons could be seen in there, they moved in an eternal rotation. Its name was Moon Valley, seemingly the source of all the moons in existence. Their light gave this part of the sea a silver hue. Unfortunately, the moons weren't the only things floating around. Corpses would also fly out from the ocean, completely covered in white cloth just like mummies. These mummies would swallow the moonlight. As they absorbed more of this affinity, ancient inscrutable runes emerged on their white cloth. Anyone would feel their scalp tingling after seeing this sight. This place seemed like a land of the dead. Li Chia stopped here for a bit to watch the corpses devouring the moonlight. People have tried all kinds of terrible methods for rebirth in history. How disappointing. He shook his head and said. He didn't bother them and moved forward. This wasn't too out of place for him since he knew their goal. This ocean also had broken places. Li Chia made it to one and felt a powerful destructive aura. The water surface here has been torn apart, resulting in a chaotic flow hitting the cliffs nearby. The celestials above have fallen down. One broken star could be seen floating on the water. A great battle had clearly taken place here. Chapter 3189, The Gentle Sea Breezes Induce Drowsiness. The moon tonight was especially round on top of the night sky. It poured down a silver light, resulting in the same silvery reflection on the water surface. Whenever a carp leaped out of the water, the splashing resembled a flower blossoming. Maybe it would turn into a dragon in due time. A small island had old, tough trees and thick foliage. It looked like a jade pendant carved on a silver plate. The shoreline was quite long with exquisite sand. Each speech had a golden shimmer. Picking the sand up and letting it run down one's fingers would create a beautiful golden stream. A youth was laying on a bed beneath a palm tree there, enjoying the breeze and the moonlight. He wore a silvery robe, meticulously crafted by a great master. He was quite handsome and would always stand out like a crane among a flock of chicken. His hands were beautiful, especially his thin and long fingers. Girls would go crazy from jealousy. Time froze as he enjoyed his time there. However, he immediately got up and greeted, "A visitor?" What a pleasant surprise. Space rippled and Li Chia came out, landing on the beach. He looked around the area before focusing on the youth. He had leaped through space several times and ended up here by chance. "Oh, I should call you senior." The youth stopped looking lazy and put on a respectful smile. "No, I'm only 18. Li Chia shook his head. "Then I'll call you sir. Respect should be given to those who have achieved more in the Tao." The youth knew how to act with propriety. Li Chia only smiled, not refusing this address. The youth summoned a courtyard facing the ocean. He prepared a table and hot tea before inviting Li Chia over. Li Chia sat down without any reservation. The youth poured him a cup and said, "I don't know anything about tea, so please excuse me, sir." "It's not too bad." Li Chia took a sip and smiled. "My name is Zheng Yin, may I have yours?" The youth laughed happily before introducing himself. "Li Chia." Li Qiye said before looking at the youth, Emperor Zheng of 9 secrets, quite famous. It's all in the past, so trivial before you, sir. The youth shook his head. Zheng Yin, a peerless cultivator who revived 9 secrets, a member of the 10 Radiants. He was famous alongside Everlasting Jiang and Lotus Ancestor. Born in War Saint Dynasty in a declining system, he rose above everything and revived it. His lucidity scripture was well known, just the 9 secrets of this system's progenitor. He had entered a redemption ground and fought many great battles there. His feats weren't inferior to a progenitor, so he was worthy of his spot in the 10 Radiants. A disciple from 9 secrets would never believe that this youth was their ancestor. It has been several million years. A peak progenitor now, worthy of being a member of the 10 Radiants. Li Qiye said with a smile. Just a false reputation. Nothing brilliant about being gifted from the start thanks to the heaven. Otherwise, someone as lazy as me would never be able to reach the progenitorial realm. Emperor Zheng humbly said. His humility didn't imply weakness. In reality, he was just as strong as Everlasting Jiang or Lotus Ancestor. Li Qiye smiled and held his teacup while gazing quietly at the horizon. Why are you here, sir? The emperor asked. Just passing by. Oh, and killing anyone who stands in my way. Li Qiye took a sip and responded casually. So daring and imposing. No one in this vast ocean should be able to stop you. The emperor praised. The two of them stopped talking and simply enjoyed the night sky. Why are you here? Li Qiye eventually broke the silence. I actually don't know the answer. The emperor pondered carefully and eventually put on a wry smile. Some progenitors come seeking everlasting life, others want the other shore, more seek strength. He went on with a soft tone. I came out of curiosity while hoping to break through. Someone told me to go, so I did. Now, so many years have passed and I've forgotten most of my original intentions. Time is the best thing to have while capable of being a source of torment. Li Qiye nodded. Yes, I've forgotten so many things. I only remember myself now. The emperor became slightly emotional. Both fell into silence again, looking like 2 old friends. You're not my contemporary and have experienced far more. May I ask, what do you live for? The emperor earnestly said. You answer first. Li Qiye smiled. The emperor took his time thinking before coming up with a response. I don't know. I asked myself this a long time ago, maybe several 100,000 years, I don't quite remember. I couldn't come up with an answer then and I don't have one now. I just know that I'm living for the sake of living. Everything else is insignificant. Li Qiye understood. Yes, some progenitors still move forward after reaching the top. They want to become true immortals. Others searched for everlasting life. Some are righteous and wish to protect 3 immortals. He paused for a bit and sighed, I had enough. I've experienced the pleasures of mortal life and dabbled in the myriad Tao. This is my limit. Trying more won't turn me into a true immortal. Thus, I no longer have a goal. I don't care for everlasting life or the battle between good and evil either. Everyone has their own fate, the epochs will continue to cycle, no need to try so hard to survive. Seems like the rest of my time is doomed to boredom. He then finished with a bitter smile. His words contained plenty of emotions, a testament to his rich past. As a brilliant emperor, his life was magnificent, to say the least. He had both authority and prestige, more than enough beauties as well. The things people so desired? He possessed them all. He also swept through the realms uncontested. People wrote tales about his battles. As for his talents, he understood the mysteries of this world and wrote the incredible lucidity scripture. Did he have any regret in life? No. Next came his journey to the expanse. He survived the danger and saw many things, eventually becoming a top progenitor. What more could he ask for in life? Therefore, his future prospect came to a halt, for he no longer had any desire. That's why self-reflection became necessary. What was his reason for living? This question haunted the great genius. Chapter 3190, A Remaining Lifetime of Dreamless Boredom for Emperor Zheng. Perhaps others wouldn't be able to understand him, for they lacked the same talents, the same fortune bestowed upon birth. It's all in the past. To not have any pursuit is the best pursuit. Li Qie nodded and said. Li Qie didn't think he was being extreme. The peak was cold and lonely, not something ordinary men knew about. Life and death stopped mattering as well. The emperor said with a profound gaze towards the stars. The emperor no longer cared about his survival, since he had done everything previously, from fighting on numerous battlefields to teetering between life and death. The latter made him unafraid of death. This might be the reason why he didn't seek everlasting life. Well, some people rather live in a pathetic manner than dying. That's the nature of men. Li Qie commented. How meaningless. Emperor Zheng smiled and shook his head. Dying is a salvation of sorts, no more living on in boredom. Others would find this irrational. Why would a top cultivator want to die? He still had so much potential left, so many pleasures to experience. Alas, Emperor Zheng had lived too long and began to lose patience. There was someone familiar to him back in the 9 worlds, immortal Emperor Muzhua, cursed to live for an eternity, wanted by neither heaven nor hell. However, one side experienced too much joy and happiness already, while the other was the opposite. The former found these beautiful things to be boring now, as bland as water. Of course, I won't commit suicide. The emperor eventually added with a nonchalant smile. How strange. A brilliant progenitor actually had thoughts of suicide. This would astonish any listener. Of course, he wouldn't choose such a dishonorable way to go. His ending should be something amazing, a death to remember. Maybe go back and have a look at 3 immortals. Li Qie suggested. I had this thought too a very long time ago when I was bored here. However, that place is no longer the same. The land is there, not the people. As boring as everything else to visit it again. Emperor Zheng spoke without any emotional fluctuation. However, others would pity him upon hearing this. His world was no longer the same, neither was 9 secrets. His lover, his family, his loyal followers, all have returned to the ground. 9 secrets would be completely unfamiliar. If he were to return and experience the joy and pleasures of life again, that would only be repeating past experiences, akin to eating only rice day after day. This sense of unfamiliarity might be why 8 treasures and cicada progenitor found it so easy to destroy their own system. They didn't feel sad in the slightest. This is the price of everlasting life. Li Qie smiled. His tone sounded quite sad, since he had quite a melancholic past as well. Right, at least I'm not actually an immortal, or I would go crazy. The emperor nodded in response. He seemed to find sweet salvation in death, unlike other top cultivators. Well, if you have no other pursuits or desires, then just a short life of brilliance is fine. Having no regrets is the toughest thing to obtain. Li Qie said. What are your pursuits? The emperor asked. An answer and a fight to the end, that's all. Li Qie nodded. I see, such lofty aspiration. The emperor felt great respect towards Li Qie. I'm not a defender of justice, but I truly respect Bao Pu and the others. They should be loved and respected by all, the same as you, sir. Cultivators should aim to be like you, but I'm afraid to say that I have no desire of being virtuous. Everyone has their own will, no need to force others to do so. Li Qie shook his head. The light and darkness are always present. There is no light without the darkness, and vice versa. Now, not having a pursuit is the best pursuit. No pursuit, no desire, no darkness, then there's no light. Their pursuit is why there is darkness. He finished by pointing at the sky. Your words are made of gold, sir. The emperor appreciated his perspective. Li Qie smiled and immersed himself into staring at the sky. There seemed to be something up there staring at everything below. Immortality. The emperor sighed and said, "No one can really resist its temptation." He then turned towards Li Qia as if insinuating something. "Don't worry, I won't change even if I obtain immortality. It won't be my choice." Li Qia shook his head. "I don't doubt you, sir." The emperor said. "It's fine, you have seen it. Immortality isn't granted by the heavenly Tao. The heaven will not tolerate it, so in order to obtain immortality, there must be a trade. Oneself, someone else, or even an entire world. That's a choice one will have to make." Li Qia said. The emperor agreed. He has been here for so long and saw things beyond imagination. Thus, he had a different perspective and thoughts on immortality than most. Everyone says that a true immortal can live forever. What do they look like if they actually exist? The emperor said. "Have you seen that dark being?" Li Qia asked. "Nowhere to be found, but it was behind the war between progenitors. He also converted many to his side." The emperor said. "He's certainly not a true immortal, just a pseudo or fake one. But nonetheless, using immortal to describe him is fine, thus, just extrapolate from that to get your answer." Li Qia said. The emperor pondered for a bit regarding the dark existence. After a while, he brought up something else. What about the three immortals? At his level, he was able to make contact with these legends and had respect for them. In order to become an immortal, one must either be crazy or a saint. Li Qia said, "However, this world is their heart system." The emperor murmured to himself before choosing to be quiet. The latter part encompassed too many things. No need to go deeper or it would become disrespectful. The expanse is actually quite fun. The emperor brought up something else. "I haven't seen the other shore, but even if it does exist, it won't be my turn to ascend. I can't reach it before being freed from myself." Chapter 3191. As long as your heart has the other shore, it exists everywhere else. If your heart can be freed, there is no need to find the other shore. Li Qia said. "Listening to you is better than reading for 10 years. The emperor laughed and said. "You must have gone to many places in this boundless expanse." Li Qia smiled and turned towards the ocean. "Indeed." The emperor rubbed his palms and became slightly emotional. "I eventually lost sight of my desires after coming here and simply went sightseeing. Recently, I enjoy looking at unique sceneries or mysterious things. Just doing whatever on a whim. However, this place is just too vast, or maybe our heart is not vast enough. I can't see all of it, I don't think anyone has done so. Maybe only the three immortals." He paused for a bit and said, Maybe this is my little wish, to be able to see all of the expanse before dying. Someone as powerful as him could travel through dimensions. Alas, this still wasn't enough to see all of the expanse. Its size was unimaginable. There are plenty of incredible phenomena, just seeing a few of them makes life worth it. Li Qia smiled. "Coincidentally, I have been thinking about going to one. There is a place called Soul Hook only appearing once every 3 million years. That date is coming soon. I believe it is on the way for you, so would you like to go take a look?" The emperor said. "Why not, I'm not in a hurry." Li Qia agreed since he had plenty of time here. "Good." The emperor clapped. "It is an honor to be able to go on a trip with you. Shall we start now?" He stood up with excitement. Li Qia also stood up, ready to go. People like them rarely wasted time doing nothing after making up their mind. The emperor led the way and the two of them entered the expanse once more. "Will you be staying at the expanse for a while or just passing by?" The emperor asked along the way. "Just passing by, but this is a great place to train. I'll take my time polishing my grand Tao. 10,000 years might pass in the blink of an eye." Li Qia smiled. "You're right, it is good for training. Those who can survive here usually break through. only a small minority gets nothing out of it. I'm sure if you stay here for 10,000 years, you will become peerless. The expanse is also brighter with your presence. The emperor had great expectations and continued, this place might be very lively soon enough, no more deathly stillness. Li Qie didn't only serve as a deliverer this time around. He wanted to use this place to polish his grand Tao. His plan was already in motion. He needed to reach a new unfathomable apex in order to start a new epoch. This place could also serve as an appetizer, a battlefield for him to start massacring. The expanse used to be very rowdy in the past. People didn't want to return and tried to keep themselves entertained. However, after that thing came, many progenitors died in battle, others fell to the darkness. Some chose to hide as well in minor dimensions. The emperor said. That thing mentioned by him was the Dark Overlord. It'll end soon. Uncrossable expanse will return to its original self. Li Qie's eyes became profound as if wanting to see through the entire ocean. I'm sure of it. I knew why you came the moment I saw you. Your suppression is sorely needed. The emperor was optimistic. Though that Dark Overlord had killed or converted many progenitors, he was sure that Li Qie would be able to change all of this. After all, a member of the 10 Radiants like him could see that Li Qie was far stronger than any member of the Decemvirate. He could actually challenge the Dark Overlord. The two of them traveled through billions of miles in no time at all. Finally, they reached their destination, Soul Hook. Many dangerous locations existed in the expanse, usually engulfed in tsunami and hurricanes. However, this particular area was quite calm. The ocean was calm without winds and waves, almost resembling a mirror. This calmness was a rare sight. It also had a soothing property for any visitor. They would soon forget their worries. One skerry presided in the center, sticking out from the bottom of the ocean. It was the only thing disturbing the peace here. This was a special creation made with uncanny workmanship. It was tall enough to pierce the sky vault, reaching the deepest part of space. It had the shape of a hook, seemingly wanting to fish out the stars. The two of them climbed all the way to the top. They saw the stars circling around them, ready to be plucked. While looking down, the area beneath looked like a mirror. As they tried to look farther ahead, only a vast and obscure expanse greeted them. There was no end in sight even when using a heavenly gaze. They started thinking that the targets of this hook-like skerry weren't the stars. It was trying to fish something out of the expanse, some miraculous things for sure. The two of them sat cross-legged. The emperor looked at the calm water and praised, "This is a perfect place to die. I'll definitely pick it when I'm close." He had no qualms speaking about death as if it was no big deal. Li Qie sensed the serenity here for a bit. He eventually opened his eyes and smiled, "By picking this place, maybe your corpse will gestate a soul and you'll have to experience another cycle." Right. I definitely don't want that. The emperor also sensed the magical property of this place and nodded. He continued, "My corpse with a soul still won't be me, just an abomination with memories of its past life, a lingering intent. It's pointless to live again like that." Others would disagree. Li Qie smiled. The emperor only sighed and didn't comment, choosing not to criticize them. He saw people try to live longer by numerous methods. Some didn't mind paying any price in order to reincarnate or have a longer lifespan. They didn't care about the consequences either. He looked down on doing so, especially becoming an abomination. A special event every 3 million years is worthy of us waiting for it. Emperor Zheng stared at the sky and said. He wasn't here to search for treasure and strength, only to take a look at this uncommon event. Chapter 3192. The night sky seemed gentle and inviting like the embrace of a loving mother. People naturally slept well without worries on their mind. Li Qie and Emperor Zheng sat quietly on top of the skerry, waiting for the incoming miracle. After a while, a buzz sounded, muted and melodious like scattering powders. A river came down, filled with starry crumbs along with individual sparks. Each spark seemed to be filled with the water of life. The water currents varied in color: gold, green, blue. This river contained the essences and light of the stars, the particles of time, and light of life, and other youthful affinities. It hit the scary and split into two flows. The collision shot off numerous particles, akin to Mercury colliding. This was an ethereal and beautiful scene, almost dreamlike. Those immersed by this river would find themselves being able to see the changes in history, how the ocean turned into mulberry fields. Pop! The tip of the scary had splashes everywhere. The drops of water shooting out had images while falling down, flying phoenixes, prostrating gods. The heaven and earth began to move. A world seemingly opened at the tip with 5 beautiful colors. Splash! The flow of the river intensified. It had ancient runes and Tao laws on top of the previous affinities. Some Tao profundities also emerged. Everything magical in existence seemed to be mixed together and turned into this river. Waves began to form due to the powerful current, resulting in loud commotions. The two felt as if the myriad Tao were rushing past them. They could see the fundamental essences that make up the world, the birth of the grand Tao. However, the scary stood strong in spite of the mighty waves. It looked like a hook wanting to pull down the entire river. Eventually, 2 fish started swimming playfully down the current. They were the manifestation of the yin and yang. From yin and yang came the 5 elements. Ra. A star dragon leaped out of the river, flickering with gorgeous starlight. A phoenix joined in as well, carrying the 5 elements. Space rippled wherever it went while the myriad laws tagged along. Rumble. The river continuously increased in size, eventually turning into a surging lake. More phenomena and images took form. A divine diagram enjoying the worship of many followers. The rotation of the sun and moon, the birth of 1,000 stars, an immortal tree with swaying branches. Just one of them alone was shocking enough, unseen by the majority of cultivators. Moreover, just one drop of this lake contained the mysteries and profundity of the grand Tao, the power of time and life. This only happened once every 3 million years. Calling it a miracle wouldn't be an exaggeration. The seasoned emperor became immersed at this wondrous sight. The lake eventually turned into an ocean. The visual phenomena became grander and more impressive, causing him to sigh in awe. Nonetheless, the surging ocean wasn't enough to move the scary one bit. It divided the ocean into 2 halves. This process happened in the past, present, and future. Sitting on this scary would give the impression of being on an eternal hook. They had become an unchanging existence across the ages. This observation lasted for a long time. The immovable scary allowed the two to watch without needing to worry about their safety. The tides eventually receded, so did the great ocean. Everything returned to normal. The sky found peace once more, the water below assumed the calmness of a mirror without a single ripple. How wonderful, the Tao initially doesn't have a root. When the heart has the Tao, it will take root there. The emperor commented. He then stared over at Wuxia and saw the guy sitting still. He has been like this the entire time, not saying a single word. His palaces were open to release his primordial tree. The primordial aura poured down like a waterfall as more fruits appeared on the branches. Each fruit had reached maturity and became shining. They seemed to be gestating the most peerless grand Tao with the greatest profundity, more than enough to shoulder the entire world. The tree didn't look like one to shoulder the sky, but each branch and leaf contained amazing mysteries. It could contain the past while opening the future. One branch could push forward an era, a leaf could launch a new world. The entire tree itself felt like a new epoch, gestating numerous worlds and living beings. The grand Tao and primordial energy stemming from the tree had started an epoch. A system existed here, allowing its inhabitants to cultivate and learn the Tao. Meanwhile, the man sitting there, Wuxia, was the source of all this. He would create a new epoch with a brand new system. His power would engulf his creation. The emperor couldn't believe it, his mouth left agape. He had met plenty of progenitors, including members from his own list and the decemvirate. However, all of them were far from being comparable to this man. A brilliant progenitor could start a new era, but Wuxia wasn't doing that. He was starting a new epoch. In the future, after generations and generations of cultivation, each living being there would be affected by him. Their grand Tao and peerless merit laws would be created in accordance to his rules. He would become a being similar to the high heaven. The emperor knew what he was trying to do while staring at the primordial tree. This act was majestic, greater than anything else others have accomplished. He wasn't chasing after invincibility or eternal life. This far exceeded that. It wouldn't be long till a new epoch would come. The emperor began trying to understand the mysteries and profundities of the tree. His talents were nearly peerless. He had seen the most complicated and magical grand Tao before. Alas, they became insignificant now versus this attempt of Genesis. Chapter 3193. Wuxia eventually opened his eyes and recalled his tree back to his palaces, the same with the primordial energy. He looked calm and composed at the moment without exerting any pressure. Nonetheless, each breath made him feel like the master of the cosmos. Everything was within his grasp. His natural aura felt transcending, as if he had ascended in spite of his ordinary looks and attires. The first impression of him would be that he was no longer part of this world. He was a being in the legends, an immortal. "You look just like an immortal coming out of a painting, sir." Emperor Zheng couldn't help but praise. "Just an immortal from a painting? That shows it isn't real enough, just a fake immortal then." Wuxia smiled in response. No. Your temperament and aura are that of an immortal." The emperor shook his head. "Definitely not. If I were an immortal, you might not be sitting here right now." Wuxia disagreed amicably. "Immortals are scary indeed." The emperor contemplated for a bit before adding. "Well, the issue here is actually there is no path out, not that immortals are scary." Wuxia said with a profound gaze, "If one could get out, then everything will be fair and mild, they might be a true immortal. Otherwise, only pseudo and fake immortals can exist. Sounds like I should be waiting with eager anticipation for the day you become a true immortal." The emperor smiled. "Don't. That's not my pursuit nor my path." Wuxia shook his head. "Sir, you're simply unfathomable for ordinary men like us, too hard to figure out." The emperor praised. Wuxia chuckled and stretched, feeling quite good. He smiled. This trip was worth it. A miracle every 3 million years, extremely profound. "You're a god." The emperor smiled wryly. "Just watching this current allowed you to understand more grand Tao, fully grasping them. On the other hand, my idiotic self didn't gain anything. If you're an idiot, there are no smart men in this world. It's just that your heart isn't in this." Wuxia glanced at him and said. Wuxia was right. A member of the 10 Radiants and the creator of lucidity scripture, most importantly, he was only a true emperor, yet he wrote something comparable to the 9 secrets. His innate talents were as high as can be. If that's the case, then I'm just a fish in the river, too lazy to even turn. The emperor said. "It's very easy to start." Wuxia encouraged him. "Self-awareness is a virtue. I know what my limit is. It doesn't matter how hard I try to turn and struggle, I still can't compare to the decemvirate. Plus, with someone like you around, we won't be more than ants." The emperor disagreed and laid out the right reasoning. He had nearly reached his limit, not far from the actual apex. Thus, there was no point in pursuing anything else. Wuxia didn't push the issue. After all, everyone had their own choices to make. Emperor Zheng knew what he was doing even if his choice was different from most. No one could interfere or change his mind. "It's fine, just appreciate what you have, that's enough." Wuxia eventually concluded. The emperor nodded back. In his mind, Things in life were ephemeral. He didn't need to want anything as long as he could be himself. Sir, you're about to start an epic? The emperor became curious about Li Qia's plan, to be able to witness this with my own eyes. I will have no regrets in life. 3 Immortals is a unique world with its own laws, I won't break it. Li Qia denied. True, any change might not be suitable for 3 Immortals. The emperor thought about it and agreed. The reason why it is still here is due to the effort of the wise sages and the 3 Immortals. My epic is not about lasting forever, it's about making a change, a turning point of sorts. This is necessary before thinking about the final battle. Li Qia said. This might not only be a turning point for your world but all other worlds, including 3 Immortals. Your success might change everything. Your benevolence and contribution will cross all worlds. You will herald a new future for us all. The emperor spoke with sincerity and respect. That's certainly not my intention, I'm not that great of a person and am only doing my own thing. Li Qia chuckled, clearly amused. He then stared straight at the emperor and said, moreover, greatness might not be a good thing. Putting someone too high on a pedestal might end with trouble. You're a symbol of virtue regardless of whether you admit it or not. The emperor bowed towards Li Qia. The result might be unintended but the future will still change. It's too early to say. Li Qia replied, this is only the beginning, there is still a long way to go and more accumulation required to be used in order to reach the next step. I'm sure that day will come and hope to be able to see it. May I ask when? The emperor asked. Very soon, just a little bit left before my grand Tao is perfected. That's when I start. Li Qia narrowed his eyes. You wish to reach your limit at the expanse? The emperor realized. Is there a better place? Li Qia smiled, this place is vast and can withstand anything, the best type of battlefield with all kinds of danger. It's the best place to obtain perfection, then it would be time to fight. Yes, this is the perfect polishing stone for an immortal blade like you, sir. The emperor understood. He also knew who Li Qia wanted to use in order to sharpen his blade. That day would be monstrous. Very nutritious too. Li Qia gazed deeper into the expanse with a smirk on his face. The emperor shuddered. Someone had become Li Qia's target. The guy must have been aiming for this person ever since he got here. As for when? It didn't matter. His prey wouldn't be able to escape from being slaughtered anyway. Where are you heading to next? The emperor calmed down and asked. Just moving on. Li Qia smiled and didn't have a particular location in mind. He was only following his whim. Only those unfortunate enough would meet him on this random path. If you wish to train, I know a dangerous nest. Many progenitors have tried to no avail. Some even died from it. But I think it's a good place for you. Emperor Zheng thought of something. Then let's go take a look. I hope I can kill all I want there. Li Qia's lips curled into a smirk. The emperor shuddered since he could already imagine the scene of carnage. Someone was about to get very unlucky. I won't be tagging along though. I heard there is a very rare flower, a blue crossing flower, allowing one to dream about the other shore, so I have to find it. The emperor said. He just did whatever he wanted in the expanse with no other goals. Go then. Li Qia didn't wish to have a companion either. I hope to see you another day, sir. The emperor bowed before leaving. Chapter 3194. The name of the dangerous area mentioned by Emperor Zheng was Burden, a famous place in uncrossable expanse. According to the emperor, there were 9 great monsters in the expanse, the strongest and the most dangerous. They have devoured numerous existences. Even some progenitors weren't lucky enough to escape. Moreover, though they were monsters, they have gained great intelligence, eventually gathering other monsters and became their kings. Burden was a nest of one of these 9, also the name of the monster. Most people knew to avoid this place. Some progenitors have entered in order to destroy burden, only to be killed by it. Of course, for others, this was a good place for training. As long as they didn't go too far inside, they could still leave unscathed. Too many dangerous monsters presided there, which could be a good thing. A few progenitors, when bored, would go there to improve their cultivation. Li Qie shared the same thought. He wanted to exercise using these monsters to polish his completed Grand Dao, further sharpening its edges. He could sense a violent aura while standing outside of the nest. From the distance, the entire place was shrouded in a mist with an ashen hue. There seemed to be monsters spewing out miasma in there. This miasma was naturally toxic, capable of corroding flesh at a rapid rate. Only powerful progenitors could withstand it. The water there was muddled, almost as if infused with ink. It wasn't black entirely but had some strange affinity that could corrode any spectator's soul. Staring at it for a long time would result in being dizzy and confused. Li Qie gave it a quick glance before smiling and entering this area. The mist immediately latched onto him. Zzz, its corrosive nature invaded his body. However, just one flash from him was enough to purify this type of miasma. The other danger was looming in the water. Looking at it would result in a mental instability. The true fate would shake too, resulting in being dazed and potentially dropping unconscious. That's when the fatal blow would come. Splash! A massive claw stretched out of the water, large enough to easily crush a mountain. Li Qie's surroundings turned dark due to the sunlight being blotted out. Alas, he only smiled while looking at the claw. It's about time, I've been waiting for a slaughtering. Li Qie roared and reached for the claw. Crack! He easily tore it in half. Something bellowed. Next came a loud boom with a tsunami rising out of nowhere. A gigantic monster the size of an island emerged from the darkness. It resembled a lobster with numerous sickle-like legs to the left and right. Each swing from one could massacre thousands. Its shell was gray, seemingly made from countless bones assembling together. Perhaps it didn't have flesh and meat within, only more bones. Anyone would have goosebumps while staring at this hellish monster. It used to have 2 claws, but unfortunately, the other one has been destroyed by Li Qie. Oh. It angrily swung the other one down, causing more tsunami. The world seemed to be flipped over as a result. Boom! 100,000 miles of sea around Li Qie caved downward. Water rushed up like circular walls around him. Time came to a still. Li Qie easily stopped the claw with one hand. Too weak, can't train my body with this. He shook his head, disappointed. This scene was truly unbelievable. Li Qie was smaller than an ant in comparison, yet he had no problem stopping this claw, even going as far as making fun of its strength. Clank! 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 The infuriated monster immediately resorted to using its legs as blades. These divine, sharp bones made direct contact. Fiery sparks shot out, but he was completely untouched. Weakling! Li Qie leaped into the air and punched its weak spot. Boom! Crack! Numerous bones broke down so the monster fell. He then tore it apart, ending its life. It didn't even have the chance to scream. He threw the remains down the ocean. The already dark water suddenly turned black, this time as if more ink had been added. In reality, it was just a bunch of bony feeders around the size of a finger. They coiled together like chains and came up from the bottom, instantly devouring the large monster. Gnawing noises resounded. It didn't take long before the monster was fully eaten, only behind a few dregs. They didn't seem to be satisfied and turned their attention towards Li Qie. Black rays shot out from the ocean as they flew forward towards the next prey with extreme speed. They resembled divine needles that could pierce through space, instantly appearing in front of Li Qie's forehead. Treating me as prey? Li Qie smiled and raised one finger. Boom! Boom! Numerous lightning bolts shot out of the tip and weaved together to form a net. The feeders in the sky couldn't get away, the same with the ones in the ocean. All of them died inside the lightning net. The water surface had another black layer on top now due to their corpses. They unfortunately chose to mess with the wrong man. How disappointing. Li Qie smiled and moved forward. Boom! He didn't get far before another explosion detonated. Large tentacles with bone spikes on them drilled out of the water. These spikes flashed with a chilling glint. Woo! One tentacle opened its mouth and tried to suck Li Qie in. Bam! He slammed one foot down, stabilizing himself. The insane suction force failed to pull him even an inch away. Chapter 3195. Li Qie didn't hold back in this nest, killing every step along the way, whether it be monsters or poisonous fiends. They couldn't escape from his grasp and had to face their doom. It didn't take long before screams echoed and corpses piled up on the surface. He eventually made it to the far regions of the nest, leaving behind carnage and blood in his path. A while later, two figures flew towards his direction. They tried to converge their progenitorial aura, but each of their actions still seemed imposing and mighty. They were, without a doubt, powerful progenitors. One of them wasn't especially tall and sturdy but still gave off the sense of being an immovable pillar or mountain. His body seemingly possessed incalculable weight. He was slovenly dressed with no shirt on. This made him look quite bold and adventurous. His muscles were built beyond imagination. His abs had clear outlines, each muscle had been sculpted through numerous trials. His tan skin looked like bronze. Thus, he gave off a reassuring presence. The muscles on his arms bulged like upward, looking like dragons. He could probably push up the sky or tear a true dragon apart. This was clearly a physique cultivator capable of withstanding powerful attacks from weapons. The other progenitor looked elegant in comparison. He rode a group of clouds, wearing a robe embroidered with red clouds. He looked like a transcending immortal from above with his whisker. He had the bearing and temperament of a scholar. People would assume that he had read plenty of books. This was quite an interesting pair, a scholar and a musclehead, brain and brawn. They made up for each other's lacking, perhaps. Brother Wu, you're still not giving up. The scholar told the muscular progenitor. My physique is at grand completion, so I'm giving it a shot. Time to challenge burden, see if I can take it down. The man named Wu laughed and responded. Brother Wu, we've been friends for so long, so excuse me for being blunt. I think it'll be difficult. Remember, White Ash tried to do it before to no avail. This nest is too large and dangerous. Once you'll get in, it'll take a lot of effort to leave. The scholar shook his head. I know. That's why I invited you in the first place. We'll take turns. You lure it out from the nest and then everything will be easy. We'll surround, then maybe we can take it down. Wu smiled. I still think it will be difficult. Burden is pretty much an intelligent demon by this point, probably just as smart as us. The scholar wasn't as optimistic. Several of our peers have been swallowed by it, both their essences and intelligence stolen. It has been growing stronger all this time. Yes, all 9 of them are like this, pushing their border. It won't be good if this continues. Wu sighed and said. This is still the expanse, let it happen naturally. Even if we kill these 9, maybe 10,000 years later, a different 10 or whatever will pop up. There is no lack of monsters here because the place is perfect for gestating these creatures. We're the outsiders and they're the real natives. The scholar smiled. Well, natives or not, let's just kill this one. This place has so much more freedom than 3 immortals. We don't need to hold back. Wu said. The scholar smiled, agreeing with the sentiment. After all, progenitors worried about too many things back in immortal lineage. A battle or a war couldn't be fought trivially because using too much power might result in piercing through their own system. This wasn't the case here at the Expanse. They could fight to their heart's content and destroy the area. Plus, the place was large enough that no one else would notice. It became the best battlefield where these progenitors could go all out. That's another reason why they didn't wish to return to three immortals even if they could. Don't you want to have a good fight, Brother Yun? Wu smiled. I know that you have created a secret art recently. It should be at grand completion, no? Time to try it then. It's not a secret art or anything, just a formation technique. I've gathered great materials in the last 100,000 years and refined them into a grand formation. Yun smiled. Perfect. Wu continued, let's lead it out and use your formation to trap it, then we can kill it. Still very difficult. My formation can definitely stop it from returning to the nest but not for long. It's far smarter now and can break the formation. Yun replied. It's fine, it's fine. We're just testing our blades. If we can't do it this time, we'll just return another day or get other brothers to help out. We just need to come up with something that can really take it down. Wu said. So in the end, you just want me to be the bait? Yun grumbled. It can't be helped. I'm just a brute and can't do anything that requires finesse. My movement techniques are crappy compared to yours too. You might as well say that I'm the best at running away. Yun smiled wryly. Hey, that's a good skill to have. Not everyone can do what you do. I can't and envy your cloud dodge art. No one will be able to catch me then. Wu laughed. Their pleasant conversation suddenly halted the moment they entered the nest. This place was red now instead of being black. The thick stench of blood assaulted the tip of their nose. Numerous corpses floated on the surface, some as big as a mountain, others as small as a fist. They were massacred in a direct manner, torn to pieces or pierced completely. These wounds were clearly inflicted by a bare-handed combatant. The two progenitors exchanged glances. Someone is one step ahead of us. Yun became serious. They slowed down while looking at the corpses and imagining the battle. So brutal and fierce, that must have felt good. Wu acclaimed. Far, far stronger than us. Yun had a good judge of this combatant's power. A member of the Decemvirate? Wu put on a serious expression as well. No, things have changed after that disaster. The lucky survivors wouldn't have the time nor the mood to do this. Yun said. That frightening existence then? Wu grimaced. A powerful progenitor like him was still afraid of that dark existence. They stood no chance at all. It's unlikely. He had disappeared for a long time. If he were to show up, he'll definitely be ambushed on all sides. Yun said. Chapter 3196. The two became increasingly astonished as they delved deeper into the nest. This was a brutal and one-sided slaughter. Calling it a massacre wouldn't be an exaggeration. This nest consisted of 100,000 miles of sea. The entire place was red now due to blood flowing, truly a terrible sight to behold. Most importantly, corpses floated all around. Some were as large as mountains while others the size of a fist. Dead schools of evil fish were seen as well. All in all the monsters in this area had been massacred down to the last. Not one was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, they were killed by a single move each. It was apparent at first glance that none had a chance to resist or scream. The two progenitors became cautious as a result. Who is it? The scholar wondered, unable to come up with an answer. In all of uncrossable expanse, those with the ability could be counted on one hand. Yet, all of these beings were preoccupied right now. They certainly weren't in the mood to sweep through this area. Nevertheless, the two moved on, wanting to see the killer. As they delved deeper, they finally heard loud explosions and loud splashes near Burden's actual lair. This central area had dangerous, densely packed reefs and torrential waves. Deeper in there was a gaping hole, seemingly the result of weathering after millions and millions of years from the seawater. Inside were numerous wind tunnels with howling winds as if devils were screaming down there. It was as dark as can be with no end in sight, seemingly connected to hell itself. This was the actual nest of Burden, a sea grotto. Ever since it started dominating, the entire region became its territory. Not to mention regular existence, even progenitors needed to exercise caution in this place. These 9 monsters were just too powerful. Burden had killed and eaten a progenitor before. However, the waves weren't as loud as normal in this central region. The reefs were covered with corpses, stopping most of the regular currents that have been painted red from reaching the grotto. Thus, only streams of blood dripped down instead in a horrifying manner. In front of the entrance was a massive corpse, a creature looking like a sea lion except that it had 9 skulls along with bone spurs sticking out of its spine. This was the main thing stopping water from reaching the grotto due to its sheer size. The 2 progenitors recognized this monster, the strongest follower of Burden, a heaven-devouring lion. I couldn't kill it the last time I was here for training. Wu murmured. Crackle. They heard the sound of fire burning nearby and looked around. They saw a bonfire on top of a large reef with a spinning skewer. The tendon on it was gigantic, more than enough to fill 10 people. It was clear and sparkling, its greasy fat dripped down the skewer with a golden hue. The smell could make anyone salivate. Even a fool knew that this meat was the good stuff, extremely nutritious. The 2 saw a youth busy barbecuing by the bonfire. He looked like an expert, each move was skillfully and easily. The youth looked as normal as can be and could easily be mistaken for a mortal. In this scenario, he looked like a brat selling meat on the street. Alas, this wasn't the prosperous street from the mortal world and he was no meat seller. Who else could it be but Li Chia? The 2 progenitors shuddered and felt a sense of respect while looking at him. They were strong enough to have a good gauge of his actual power. That's why they didn't dare to show any disrespect and bowed towards him. He leisurely gestured, telling them to come over. Come have a taste of this lion foot tendon, quite delicious. It clearly belonged to the heaven-devouring lion. The 2 of them came over to help him roast this foot. It didn't take long before this delicious feast was ready. They were above needless conventional etiquette and hurriedly took off part of the meat to have a bite. They didn't hold back and loudly chewed. Liquid gushed out from each bite and streamed down the corner of their lips. The smell spoke volumes about its deliciousness. They ate like a storm and easily finished a portion meant for 10. Li Chia belched with satisfaction after finishing. It seemed that Wu had a bigger appetite compared to Li Chia and Yun. He licked his lips and said, "That was good, really good." He clearly could go for more. There's still another foot. Li Chia smiled. I'm going, this is just too good to miss. He laughed and instantly stood up to cut off the other foot for another roast. As he was roasting, Li Chia slowly picked his teeth while trying to digest. My title is Cloud Crossing, he is Brother Martial Ancestor, how should we address you, Senior? The elegant progenitor bowed towards Li Chia. Martial Ancestor was the progenitor of Vermilion Martial Court. Li Chia, and no need to call me Senior since I'm only 18. Li Chia casually responded. It is an honor to meet you. Cloud Crossing said with respect. Not the first time. We've met before when I killed his heart devil. Li Chia glanced at Martial Ancestor. So it still escaped. Martial Ancestor stopped and could guess what had transpired. He commented, the descendants are foolish and greedy, only caring about treasures. Martial Ancestor had some craziness in him, resulting in a heart devil. He couldn't kill it and had to suppress it in his system. Later on, the martial court eventually released it. Thank you for helping or many would have died. Martial Ancestor bowed deeply towards Li Chia. Just a matter of coincidence. And a touch of fate spared your system from me. Li Chia smiled. The unfilial ones probably deserve it in that case and it wouldn't be your fault, Senior. Martial Ancestor sighed. He had spent a lot of effort on his system but since he had left for so long, those he cared about were no longer there. Thus, he wouldn't really mind it if Li Qia had destroyed his system. It had nothing to do with the emotionlessness of a top master. This was an issue of time erasing everything. 1. Yun equals cloud, Wu equals martial. Chapter 3197, Li Qia only chuckled and didn't dwell on the topic. Destroying a system to him wasn't a big deal. You're peerless, senior. Cloud Crossing Progenitor praised. We'll never be able to catch up to you on the path towards the Tao. Yes. Martial Ancestor joined in. I think only 1 or 2 people at the Expanse are at your level. Your martial Tao is fleshed out enough to be its own school. Li Qia smiled at the muscular man. I'm turning back again to the rugged path, that's why I'm starting from the basics, building up this bag of skin. Martial Ancestor begrudgingly said. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Li Qia replied. If this body is useful and can endure, there is still hope. Otherwise, all of my efforts would have been in vain. All of my fortunes and resources are in it now, it's a huge risk. Martial Ancestor responded. He used martial arts to reach the Tao back then. In the beginning, he trained mortal martial arts and eventually abandoned them for the Tao. However, after becoming a progenitor and training at the Expanse, he once again embarked on the path of martial arts with a focus on the physique. He wanted to refine his body into the strongest weapon and container, excelling at both offense and defense on top of containing many grand Tao. Martial art and the Tao are the same things. Li Qia said, all laws start from a single thought or thing, even the tiniest creation and the weakest thought can become a supreme grand Tao. Your body is a grand Tao that can accommodate everything once you reach that level. Thank you for your words of encouragement, I will keep going. Martial Ancestor bowed. Using regular martial arts to reach the Tao wasn't easy. Training this art again after becoming a progenitor was even harder. He spent all of his vitality and resources on rebuilding his body, a different path from the other progenitors. Brother Wu's determination is something else, that's why his future height will be far greater than mine. Cloud Crossing Progenitor added. Brother Yun, please don't tease me, I'm simply risking it all for a bet, who knows if this will work. It's only an experiment. Martial Ancestor shook his head, lacking confidence. Yes, we can't compare to the wise sages of the past and are nearing the end, so we need to take shortcuts in order to break through. Cloud Crossing replied, I just don't have the same boldness as you. Picking the martial Tao again is an amazing choice. He was telling the truth. Though they were quite powerful, there were others above them such as the members from the Decemvirate. They would never be able to surpass these characters since they were inferior in all aspects. Since these 10 served as the peaks, they could see where they stood as well as their limit. They had no chance of surpassing the Decemvirate, let alone breaking through the limit of the Grand Tao. That's why Martial Ancestor made a bold move, picking martial arts. This was a path unwalked. Of course, regular mortals have turned into cultivators by perfecting martial arts. However, he was doing so while being a progenitor. The regular path of orthodox cultivation wouldn't allow them to defeat the top 10 progenitors. On the other hand, the martial Tao might open an unprecedented path, a new height. Martial Ancestor might not be able to beat the 10 with this path, but at least he still created something new. Just surpassing himself could be considered a success. Life is unpredictable, who knows, maybe I'll need your help in the future to stay alive again. Martial Ancestor said. These two have seen and experienced enough to make light of death by this point. You must be chasing the darkness here, senior. Cloud Crossing asked Li Qia. You can put it that way, it's just out of convenience though, a minor task while I train and kill. Li Qia smiled. Though he put it so nonchalantly, these two smiled wryly at each other. They looked around and saw the carnage. What if he were to get serious? Maybe a tsunami of blood would engulf all of the Expanse. They didn't dare to think about it much longer. I'm sad to say that we couldn't help with that. Martial Ancestor said. It's not your fault. You have only entered the martial Dao again when Zither Empress mobilized, not enough time to accomplish anything. Cloud crossing revealed. Darkness invaded the expanse in the past. Zither Empress and the other progenitors formed an alliance against it. Martial Ancestor was too weak back then to join the battle. Cloud Crossing also stayed behind in order to protect him. This will end eventually. The expanse belongs to 3 immortals. We will never let it fall to foreign invaders. Martial Ancestor said while gazing towards the horizon. Soon. Li Qia had a calm expression. It's a shame that the mastermind behind this had disappeared without a single trace. Many have searched to no avail. Some are still looking. Cloud Crossing put on a helpless smile. The war back then was shocking. Numerous progenitors fell as a result. These 2 didn't participate, so they didn't know the actual outcome. However, the Dark Lord disappeared afterward along with many brilliant progenitors. Later on, they found out that some progenitors have died while others chose the darkness. The latter group also stopped showing up. Their side kept on searching but couldn't figure out the Dark Lord's hiding location. The expanse was just too vast. A powerful being of that level wouldn't have a hard time hiding at all. An opportunity will arise unless he wants to be a turtle forever, no longer wanting to divide the spoils. Li Qia smiled faintly. I hope I'll be able to join that battle and contribute to this world. Cloud Crossing said. Count me in as well. I've lived long enough already. Martial Ancestor laughed. Both of them sounded quite heroic at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, loud quaking came from below, culminating in monstrous tsunamis. A terrible aura oozed out of the grotto. Boom! The water inside the grotto surged to the sky like a spring. Burden. Both progenitors recognized the aura. Finally came out. Li Qia stood up and laughed. It hid in there earlier. I'm full now, time to kill it too. The 2 knew that Burden was dead for sure today regardless of how powerful it was. A while later, dark energy surged out from the grotto. This dark energy instantly swept through the stars above, causing them to fall down like shooting stars. This was a testament to Burden's might. Not bad, it survived 1 punch earlier too. Okay, time to take it down. Li Qia smiled at this sight. Chapter 3198, Whoosh. The darkness from the grotto instantly surged towards Li Qia with extreme speed and surrounded him. Upon closer inspection, this wasn't a wave of dark energy but numerous bat-like fiends. They had sharp teeth and numerous hooks on their wings, sharp enough to cut a victim's throat with ease. They were Burden's parasites, normally living off it. However, whenever Burden needed it, they would also attack by surrounding their prey. Their aura could induce paralysis. Scram! Li Qia roared with a punch. Boom! The bats exploded into blood, unable to withstand a single blow. In the next moment, boundless darkness came out of the grotto. However, Li Qia leaped upward for a downward kick. The entire grotto nearly exploded as the darkness was crushed by Li Qia's monstrous power, reduced to blood. Meanwhile, the 2 progenitors have gotten up to get a better look. They also needed to block the massive waves emanating from the location of the fight. I am the Supreme Lord of all. The Burden crazily roared from inside the grotto. It couldn't finish before being cut off by an explosion and more earthquakes. A great battle ensued. The grotto started breaking apart with boulders flying everywhere. The battle noises from below made the 2 progenitors feel bad. Of course, they weren't worrying about Li Qia but rather pitying Burden for the terrible beating. Ah! Finally, a miserable cry reached the white clouds, instilling chills into the listeners. The 2 exchanged glances, aware that Burden was finished. Sure enough, boulders chaotically shot out from the entrance as a person flew up while carrying a large skull. Boom! He tossed it into the ocean. Its eyes were still wide open in disbelief, not expecting to be killed in this helpless manner. "You're unbeatable, sir, killing burden in no time at all," Cloud Crossing progenitor praised. "Would have been 1 or 2 moves if it wasn't for the complicated grotto." Li Chia smiled. The two smiled wryly. Martial Ancestor didn't have that much confidence in killing burden, yet Li Chia could do so in 1 or 2 moves. The gap between them was insane. "Sigh, I have to change location again," Martial Ancestor said while staring at the skull, and shook his head. He wanted to use this place for training. Who would have thought that Li Chia would kill every last one here? "It's burning." Li Chia smiled at the ancestor. Right. He calmed down and took off the roasted foot, cutting off a piece and blowing on it. "Sir, are you eating again?" Cloud Crossing sat down and asked Li Chia while feeling a little hungry. "No, I'm still full. Gonna go find another place to play." Li Chia smiled and flew to the sky. The two of them bowed towards his direction until he was gone. They sat back down to eat. "Sigh, Brother Wu, I think you don't need to find the 9 monsters anymore to train." Cloud Crossing took a bite, then said, "Sir is definitely using them to warm up. I'm sure they'll be dead when you get there, all of them, no time for you to train." "Right, I wanted to stay here for 10 years or so, seems impossible now. Looks like I need to find another dangerous area." Martial Ancestor sighed in response. "Well, there's no lack of dangerous areas in this damned place." Cloud Crossing smiled. "Whatever, let's just eat." Martial Ancestor's mouth was covered in grease from eating too fast. He eventually said, "This is really good. I never realized how good tendon can taste. Let's find another next time for a feast." The two of them became gluttonous and focused on filling their stomach. Their laughter echoed in this ocean of blood and corpses. Li Chia continued heading into dangerous locations to kill monsters, training while journeying. He didn't rest a single day despite having a finished Grand Dao. He still worked harder than anyone else, wanting to polish this Dao and its profundities. This wasn't only about him. He needed to polish an entire epoc's cultivational outline. That's why he needed to have an immaculate understanding of this Grand Dao. He kept on deriving the Dao to its limit. Even the tiniest law would be transformed to its max form. Then from this complicated yet powerful, he chose to make them as simple as possible and turn them into easy methods. This was for the sake of the future descendants. They would have an easier time obtaining a firm foundation. He wouldn't have needed to do all of this for his own cultivation since he already had a perfect grasp on his Grand Dao. For this goal, he separated his Grand Dao into 7 cultivation incantations, as short as can be. Moreover, they could be combined together as well. These 7 could allow anyone to reach the peak of cultivation or even break through the limits. When all 7 combined into its original form, that would be Li Chia's Grand Dao. He carefully chose each word and phrase for the incantations, then kept on transforming and deriving them. His focus was on simplifying the cultivation process. After finishing this task, he sealed the 7 incantations into his primordial tree, fusing them together. Some of their names were Chaos, Heavensplit, Ascension, All Things. The 7 were different and had their own focus. However, none was necessarily better than the others. Unfortunately, creating a new cultivation system for an epoch was easier said than done. He continued to polish the tree so that it would have numerous Dao fruits, large and heavy. Meanwhile, he was also unstoppable. The strongest monsters all fell before him. He left nothing but a trail of blood and destruction since he didn't need to hold back in the expanse. He could utilize his power while not involving the innocent. This was an incredible feeling, no wonder why many progenitors liked this place. The conditions here were quite harsh and dangerous compared to 3 immortals, but the progenitors felt quite comfortable here, as free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the ocean. Boom! Blood splashed out of a gigantic monster. It fell to the ground. Another one of the 9 has been killed by Li Chia. As the years went by, he had taken several of them down and destroyed their territories. This one wasn't lucky enough to survive either. The next area was quite dangerous due to the colossal hurricanes and lightning bolts present. They were tearing space apart. Even the great monsters didn't want to stay here for long. Chapter 3199. The hurricanes and insane lightning bolts ravaged the area, wanting to return it back to the origin. A progenitor could die here by not exercising enough caution. However, Li Qie didn't stop at all and let the lightning bolts and hurricanes hit him. Not even a single strand of hair was damaged. He sauntered through the region and saw space rippling, something akin to the opening of a portal. Alas, these ripples had been sealed and intentionally shrouded by someone. Li Qie stretched his palm forward and performed a spatial Dao. The deepest hidden dimensions couldn't escape from his calculation. He eventually locked onto a particular set of coordinates among numerous dimensions and pulled it out. Buzz! A starry door appeared before him. Its blinding radiance made it seem like an entire galaxy was engraved on the surface. He instantly knew what it was right away after looking at it. A minor dimension? Finally get to see one today then. I wonder who hid the entrance. He met many progenitors in the Expanse and they have told him about it. The Expanse contained numerous minor dimensions hidden throughout. It certainly wasn't easy to find them. The progenitors who were lucky enough to see them would stay there for a long time. Some successfully transformed them into their Dao system, a new home. That's another reason why many progenitors never return to three immortals. They have taken roots in the Expanse. Henceforth, three immortals didn't matter as much. Li Qie actually only came here by chance after killing his way through the big monster's territory. He didn't expect to find a minor dimension. Pop! He stepped inside without any hesitation. It didn't matter who was inside, a progenitor or a monster. He could travel freely anywhere given his current power. Billowing spirit energy greeted him. Standing inside this dimension made him think that it was quite peaceful and not that different from a system back in three immortals. The sun and moon were present along with other celestial bodies. This place was very habitable. The spirit energy here had distinct differences compared to its counterpart back in three immortals. Nonetheless, it had a recovery property. Wounds of the flesh would heal faster for those bathing in it. The inhabitants would find this energy impressive. However, Li Qie didn't find it special. He could swallow all of this energy in one gulp. Of course, he wouldn't do so. He wasn't greedy, plus the amount was insignificant in the first place. He found the natives living there for many generations now and didn't bother them. He acted as one while walking through the minor dimension. He quickly found that the mortals here lived in the same manner. One main difference was that their lives were more simple, almost like farmers. They didn't have the same wheeliness found in the cities. They would work at sunrise and rest at sunset. None was particularly rich, but they still had enough to eat. This simplicity lessened competition and war, resulting in peace. These natives could cultivate, but they only had access to basic incantations. These incantations wouldn't give them superpowers found in cultivators, only strengthening their body. As he moved on, he found that there was something else going on in this simple and serene land. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there was a pair of invisible hands guiding the direction of this world. Interesting. He smiled. This wasn't actually a bad thing since this guidance granted peace and relative prosperity. He became interested in the underlying intent and decided to stay longer in order to see this dimension's development. Interfering with a world was a topic he delved and experimented on previously, hence his interest in this minor dimension. In reality, many progenitors have started developing these minor dimensions. After many years of effort, these dimensions slowly became what they wanted. The progenitors were no different from creation gods. There was one special thing about this particular one. Everyone wore a cloak, from the young and old to the poor and rich. They all had a cloak at birth. Thus, those without a cloak would stand out like a sore thumb. Li Qie began researching its history, a forte of his. He eventually knew all the major events like the back of his hand. Finally, his knowledge reached a point where he didn't need to use a technique or calculation and still knew the location of the person leading this dimension's development. Not a bad place, just not enough to deal with the real calamity. Li Qie came to this conclusion. He entered an ancient ground, the reclusive home of this hidden master. The area had plenty of hidden traps and dangers. No natives could infiltrate this place, but this didn't matter to Li Qie at all. He instantly solved them and moved forward. Who is it? The person behind the scene was alarmed. Alas, he didn't have time to react because someone was standing in front of him right now. He has been living in this minor dimension for a long time while being the strongest, that is until he saw the man in front of him. Chapter 3200. The man immediately took one step backward and focused on the youth ahead. His common appearance was hiding a terrifying power. Each strand of power coming from that frame could annihilate the heaven and earth. This made the man recall something in the past, causing him to stand there with a frightened expression. Who are you? He put on a defensive state, ready to fight at any moment. Li Qie stared at him, a brilliant-looking man with an amazing pair of eyes, as bright as the stars. However, his hair was white and his complexion was an unhealthy gray. Who knows whether it was because he hasn't seen the sun for years or some other reasons. All in all, he seemed rather sickly. I'm not here with malice. Li Qie saw the defensive stance and smiled, or you would be dead already. The old man agreed with this and relaxed his arms, recalling his vitality and energy. Just think about it. The guy entered his minor dimension and he didn't have a damn clue. Moreover, all of the traps outside weren't effective. The intruder was already in front of him once he realized it. This person must be insanely monstrous, more than enough to kill him. How should I address you, sir? The old man bowed to show respect. He was a progenitor with amazing achievements, but Li Qie's power was worthy of the highest respect. Li Qie. Li Qie spoke and then sat down without any reservation. I'm sorry, I've been away from the world for too long, I don't know anything about recent events. The old man hasn't heard of Li Qie. It's fine, I've met you before and didn't expect to see you again. A little surprising. Li Qie waved his sleeve. We've met? Now it was the old man's turn to be surprised. He searched his memories and couldn't come up with anything. Logically, he would remember meeting a monster like this before. It's understandable that you don't remember. I saw your corpse back at Moneyfall. Li Qie interrupted the old man's rumination with a smile. Ah, I see. You're very insightful for recognizing me. Maybe we're actually connected by fate. The old man bowed his head. Didn't expect you to be alive and here in the expanse. The world thought that you, Regalia progenitor, have died in Moneyfall. Li Qie chuckled. So it turned out that this progenitor had entered Moneyfall and called out the strongest lord there to fight. People believed that he died from this battle. Li Qie went there and saw his remains and regalia. Who would have thought that he was still alive and hiding in a minor dimension at the expanse? I called out the most domineering lord there, too reckless, I suppose. I thought that I could kill it, but my cultivation was too shallow and couldn't beat it. I suffered grievous injuries and managed to escape thanks to my regalia. Alas, I had to run for my life while leaving my body behind. Regalia smiled wryly and helplessly said. Just imagine, a dominating progenitor needed to abandon his own body to run. That's utter defeat, something impossible to accept. My true fate was on the verge of dying then. I lived a borrowed life using medicine, but it's impossible to heal the injuries back in myriad lineage. Thus, I thought about leaving while not letting anyone know. He continued. He had to leave myriad lineage in secret. It wasn't only out of saving face nor prestige, just mainly safety. Becoming a progenitor meant participating in many battles. He had plenty of enemies that would be very happy to know about his injuries. They would have taken advantage of this to kill him. Thus, Regalia left without telling anyone, not even his closest confidants. That's why everyone thought he had died in Moneyfall. I found many different herbs and materials in 3 Immortals, but they couldn't fully heal my injuries. Regalia went on. The incurable debilitation was too much for a progenitor to accept. That's why you went to the Expanse. Li Chia understood the progenitor's mindset. No one wanted to sit there waiting for death. They would cling on to any potential sliver of hope. It was the only choice I have. Regalia said, there might be more materials in the Expanse, so I risked it all. It wasn't easy for you to live until now. Li Chia said. This wasn't an insult. Just think about it, this place was dangerous enough to kill Regalia at full strength, let alone his wounded state. He was no different from an ant that could be trampled on whenever. The high heaven must have been watching. Regalia nodded with a tinge of emotions. I was lucky enough to not die along the way. Unfortunately, the Expanse didn't have medicine that could cure me. I just happened to find this minor dimension with spirit energy capable of healing my wounds. After so many years here, his wounds have been healed by about 70 to 80%. Since he had stayed for so long, he eventually considered this place his home. He used various means to pass down some foundational incantations so that the natives could learn and strengthen their body. Of course, he didn't pass down the heaven-defying merit laws that could turn them into cultivators. Doing so might result in a disaster when some became too powerful for their own good. It's a wise move. People say, with great power comes great responsibility. There's another saying, with great power comes greater ambition. Li Chia agreed with the progenitor's choice. Letting them cultivate powerful merit laws will take away the peace. Only the flames of war are left behind. Yes. Not to mention that the Expanse is even more dangerous. Letting them go outside is the same as letting them go to their death. In fact, they could even lead the danger back here. Regalia said. This progenitor had enough experience to understand the greed of men. If he were to teach them his best merit laws, they would definitely start killing each other for resources. The one strong enough to leave would die outside anyway. Plus, that would risk exposing the existence of the minor dimension. Therefore, he sealed the entrance away from the outside world on top of limiting the natives' cultivation. This granted peace for millions of years in this place. No disaster, no large-scale wars, only peace and prosperity. He took great pride in this achievement. 1. I mistranslated this name back in chapter 2290. I misread the character Robe, 4th Doctor. Changed his title to Regalia. Chapter 3201. His expression clearly showed pride when talking about this minor dimension. It didn't inherit his merit laws or his overbearing attitude. He didn't put much effort into it either versus his system back in 3 Immortals. He focused everything he had into building that system. Now, he did interfere, but this amounted to a pitiful amount of work. In this dimension's history, he often served as a spectator and would only interfere in order to fix a few problems. This indirect style of his actually worked for the benefits of the minor dimension. He was prouder of this community than his own system. The latter was pretty much forgotten by this point. Do not worry about scarcity, but rather about uneven distribution. Regalia reflected. For most people, ultimate power and abilities weren't their pursuits. They only wished to have a home and ample food and clothing. On the outside, the tiny number of capable cultivators were the ones changing their world for the worse, bringing chaos and war. It's always been like that. Li Chia smiled. Why are you here, sir? Regalia asked Li Chia after revealing his own story. Li Chia was the second guest to this minor dimension, hence his curiosity. Was just passing by and found this place by chance, so I went in to take a look. The orders and peace here interested me, so I stayed for a bit, then came here to see the person behind it all. Li Chia chuckled. Regalia didn't find this surprising. He wouldn't have been able to hide because Li Chia had numerous ways to find him, given the guy's abilities. You wish to change the rules of the world? Regalia became serious. His conjecture was understandable. In his eyes, Li Qie was unbeatable and could change the order of 3 immortals. No, I'm just a passerby. 3 immortals has its own orders and watchers. I don't need to change anything. Li Qie shook his head. Plus, you have done a good job in this place, but replicating it back there might not be suitable. Please elaborate. Regalia asked. Too weak. This place is great if there are no threats of foreign invaders. It is fine for a minor world, but for 3 immortals or bigger places, they need capable existences or they'll be wiped out in one blow. Li Qie answered. You're right. Regalia agreed with this point. I don't have any more ambition in life. I only wish to stay here and hope that the natives can live their peaceful lives. It's possible. This place is blessed by the high heaven, the same as 3 immortals and the expanse. It's incredible that they have been around for so long. Li Qie said. 3 immortals is large, but the expanse is even vaster. Both places are full of treachery and danger. That's why I like this minor dimension and wouldn't mind spending my last days here. Regalia replied. Each progenitor had a different pursuit. It's just that the majority preferred a dangerous place like the expanse. Regalia, who lacked ambition, was a rarity. The 2 of them talked for a bit. Regalia revealed everything while Li Qie helped him with questions. Regalia truly benefited because Li Qie explained the hidden mysteries regarding 3 immortals. Most importantly, Li Qie also helped him with cultivation, allowing him to see the sun behind the clouds. He has been stagnating after staying in the dimension for so long. Moreover, without stronger combatants, his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest. That's why Li Qie's guidance was so helpful and enlightening. They eventually finished speaking and Li Qie had no other reasons to stay. As he was about to leave, he gave Regalia several top-ranked spirit medicines and grass, extremely effective in healing the guy's old wounds. Thank you, sir, your kindness has moved me to tears. Regalia got on his knees to show his gratitude. Li Qie had granted him a lifetime of benefits. Li Qie accepted the grand gesture, then left the minor dimension. After leaving the entrance, he banished the coordinates once more so that the dimension would be even harder to find. He continued traveling and training while meeting all types of people. He saw peerless progenitors and their descendants, the emperors and eternals who followed them to this place as well. He crossed through numerous realms, too many to count. Alas, this was still only one corner of the expanse. Some of the cultivators he met were quite famous back in 3 immortals. Many of them have greatly improved, going from the imperial progenitorial level to the immortal level. Some true emperors actually made it to the immortal level as well. Of course, a few also stagnated or became less powerful. The bold ones destroyed their previous path in order to start from scratch for an entirely new route. Everyone sought for something different in this vast and dangerous place. Someone like Emperor Zheng had obtained it all and wanted nothing else. Martial Ancestor continued to search for a unique path. Regalia only wished to live in peace. Back in 3 immortals, the progenitorial realm was considered the apex. This wasn't the case at the expanse. This realm was only the beginning. After obtaining this power, these progenitors could make different choices. Romances and friendships weren't lacking either. In fact, they were potentially more brilliant and beautiful given the dangerous circumstances. Li Qie entered a remote sea with a chaotic space. He jumped in and found an extremely cold domain. Everything was covered in a layer of ice. The ocean itself was frozen. One could see a sky-high tsunami in an ice form. Dragons from the water became ice sculptures along with other divine birds. All in all, these spectacles were magnificent. The cold bit deep into the bones. This level of coldness was rarely found in the outside world. In fact, even progenitors would have a hard time dealing with it. Li Qie himself was slightly caught off guard. The coldness here didn't come from nature but rather created. In other words, someone or something was the source of this terrible coldness lasting for eras. 1. This is a phrase from the Analects. Chapter 3202. Existences would have a terrible time trying to survive since progenitors themselves wouldn't last long. Li Qia crossed through the coldness to reach the depth of this place where the source was located. The awe-inspiring sight included a heavenly stream flowing in the sky like a river. The coldness emanating from it froze space itself. Strangely enough, the water itself wasn't frozen. There was a girl laying there, gorgeous enough to be called a fairy. The brush failed to describe her beauty. Many would start thinking, how can such a beautiful girl exist? She didn't belong to this world. Someone like her could only be found above the firmaments. Anyone would be mesmerized by her perfect features, just not Li Qia. He focused on the water itself. Though it wasn't frozen, one could see tiny ice crystals floating in the stream. This meant that the coldness wasn't coming from the water but rather, the girl in there. He only glanced at the girl for a split second before looking away. This was enough for him to notice a red string tied around her waist and draping downward. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be blood. He followed the stream of blood and found that it was connected to another person sitting at the bottom of the water, completely frozen just like a statue. His face was still visible, peerlessly heroic and handsome. Time had left its mark on his face, but from his features, he was certainly extremely good-looking during his youth. Nonetheless, it gave him a mature appearance, a different style of charm. Li Qia also didn't focus on the middle-aged man, his eyes turned back towards the blood. Now, he found that it was actually flowing backward, not from top to bottom but the opposite. In other words, the man was sending his blood into the fairies, providing nourishment. Li Qia walked closer for a better look but suddenly, the layer of ice around the man cracked and exploded. Who are you? A glint in the middle-aged man's eyes could pierce through time itself. Just a passerby. Li Qia smiled while rubbing his chin. The man heaved a sigh of relief since no animosity could be found on Li Qia. He cupped his fist for an introduction. My name is Xian Shao, may I have yours? This name could definitely shock any listener, especially those from myriad lineage. Xian Shao had crossed through more than 100 levels back in Bewildering Palace. He eventually found a coffin with a fairy inside. They then ascended to immortal lineage. Some believed that he was too lucky to make it that far. Others believed that this was due to his peerless abilities. All in all, everyone agreed that the two ascended to immortal lineage. Therefore, Xian Shao became a symbol of good luck. Who else was as lucky as him in history? Able to find a fairy and enter immortal lineage so easily. He was truly the heaven's favorite. Afterward, plenty of other legends popped up. One stated that the two have gotten married. Another said that the fairy abandoned him to return to her immortal world. Xian Shao couldn't forget her and entered the expanse searching. Some believed that he was a true emperor, others said progenitor. Today, Li Qia had met these two legendary characters. I know who you are. Li Qia smiled and looked up at the fairy. She is my wife. Why are you here, sir? Xian Shao asked while becoming cautious. Don't worry, I'm not here for her. She is indeed valuable and highly coveted, but for me, it doesn't matter whether I have her or not. Plus, I won't take someone else's wife. Li Qia shook his head. I appreciate your kindness. Xian Shao lowered his head towards Li Qia. Just know that the dead can't come back to life. Li Qia said while looking at the blood flowing out of the man. I know, but I still want to try no matter what. I must. Xian Shao understood. Rebirth and reincarnation are taboo. Li Qia glanced at the fairy and shook his head. Sir, you know that cultivation is about defying heaven. Xian Shao said seriously, we have done plenty of that in our life, why worry about one more? She's as dead as can be, no imprintation or traces left. Your wife has a special background, but I'm sure you know this. The high heaven won't allow it. The world itself won't allow it. Nothing will. Li Qie smiled. I know, but I will still do everything I can regardless of the consequences. This place is the expanse and 3 immortals. I don't care if the high heaven and the world won't allow it. It's fine as long as she can live on. Xian Shao said with determination. Very well. Li Qie nodded approvingly and continued, she is extreme yin while you're extreme yang and extreme force. This physique is as rare as can be. I do agree that your young true blood gestating her yin blood might give her a chance to survive again. However, the odds are, Li Qie sighed without finishing. I know that it is awfully low, 1 in a billion. Xian Shao paused for a bit before speaking. This is akin to creating a new life, not a domain we should interfere with. Yes, even the heaven is careful when it comes to granting life. Li Qie said seriously. Nonetheless, I still keep on trying. 1 million or 1 billion years later, or until my last breath, I won't stop when there is still a chance to revive her. Xian Shao said while looking at his wife with nothing but love in his eyes. Can't ask for more love than this. Li Qie commented. A while later, he spoke with an earnest tone. Let's say that she will really come back to life despite the minuscule possibility. That possibility might not be what you want since it is taboo. It will be a terrible beginning, the start of a nightmare. I'm aware of what you're implying, sir. I know the possibilities and have thought about the possible solutions. Alas, I'm willing to face the consequences. Xian Shao pondered for a long time before declaring. What if she wakes up and becomes the thing you don't want to see the most? Li Qie brought up something quite serious. He seemed to genuinely care about these two. Xian Shao was staring at his wife. He slightly shuddered after hearing this, but Li Qie still caught it. He clenched his fists, clearly having an internal conflict. Chapter 3203, Xian Shao stood there a long time, biting his lips while maintaining a firm expression. He seemed to be a man with a heart made of steel. Nothing could shake his conviction. I will personally take care of it. Xian Shao said softly, but no one would question his determination. Yes, the burden shall be mine since I'm the one who started it. Xian Shao took a deep breath and had a complicated glint in his eyes. He stared at her, seemingly recalling their time together. Li Qie sighed and didn't say anything else. He turned to leave. Sir, you're at the apex, 1,000 times greater than I. I wish to ask, is there anyone who would make you risk it all, that you would lose your life for? Xian Shao shouted at his departing back. No. I am alone. Li Qie paused for a while before giving an answer. The apex is emotionless. Although that's not entirely true. You worry about the grand scheme of things while I'm bound by romance, I'm ashamed to say. Xian Shao stared at Li Qie for a bit before replying. No one has the same pursuit in life and we mustn't judge them. You have the strongest physique possible and incredible talents. Your obsession with love also allows you to excel in the Tao. Li Qie turned around and smiled. It's just that our choices are different. I will not stop for anyone, that's my choice. You can call this being emotionless or selfish, it's fine. He continued. You're certainly not selfish or you wouldn't be here right now. There are things you must do and worry about, they move you to action. Xian Shao finally showed a wide smile. Think what you will. Li Qie chuckled. Are you lonely? Xian Shao earnestly asked. You're lonely, which is why you will pay any price to revive your wife. Her existence gives meaning to your life. Your unique physique and talents are meaningless and ephemeral without her. With her comes the spring and happiness. Li Qie didn't answer. You're right. Xian Shao sighed and said, and I see now, your loneliness allows you to move forward. I wonder if this will ever change. Li Qie smiled and left without answering. Just one man. Just one is enough to save the ages, enough to change the course of history. Xian Shao reflected afterward. He then looked up at the sky and murmured, "It would be great if you were here with me. I miss you." Having said that, he sat back down and the extreme cold froze him again. It was as if Li Qia had never been here in the first place. Li Qia left this area and resumed his training. This wasn't the only thing in his mind, since the dark existence hidden in the expanse also interested him. He wasn't trying too hard to find this being, but when an opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't miss the clues. Most importantly, this was his target to warm up. Of course, Li Qia was always one to plan before a battle. Thus, he needed to fully understand a few things beforehand. There was a bottomless abyss engulfed by darkness at the expanse. This place was his next destination. Eternal abyss, a dangerous area and a paradise for treasure seekers. It looked like the jaw of a great monster, ready to devour anyone and anything. It used to produce many divine rocks and stones, a great vein of resources. This made people forget about the danger here. A few supreme metals and rocks would appear beneath. Numerous progenitors and top characters would come here to find their desired materials. Later on, the terrible existence came to the abyss and refined this place before disappearing altogether. No progenitors wanted to visit afterward. The terrible existence had left a dreadful power here. Who knows what he was trying to do here? Alas, the remnant darkness was enough to poison even the most unyielding progenitor. Staying here meant undergoing a reckless mental test. The vast expanse had other minds available. No need to take the risk found in eternal abyss. Boom! The entire abyss quaked violently with waves rushing to the sky. Cracks appeared all over the walls of the abyss and they eventually crumbled. What's going on? Numerous masters in the expanse became startled. All eyes were on the abyss. They saw a domineering brilliance chasing away the darkness in a shocking manner. So strong, who is it? Is this a challenge? A progenitor wondered. Since the darkness was gone now, they could see a person meditating in the broken abyss. Immortal flames danced around him as if he was a true immortal. That's Li Qia all right. One progenitor recognized him. Li Qia has been here long enough to meet many top existences in this place. His fame had spread as well. He's finally challenging the supreme existence. They knew what he wanted to do. In a sense, the darkness created from the refinement at the abyss was a symbol of the terrible existence's supremacy and authority. Now, Li Qia had destroyed the abyss and swept away the darkness, a move akin to stomping on the dark being's symbol of authority. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Let's have a fight. Li Qia's leisure voice echoed across the expanse. This fiery form made him look like the only true immortal around. He seemingly possessed everlasting life and ultimate power. Everyone felt respect towards him since it has been several million years since someone dared to challenge this existence, especially alone. Will the being come out? Many watched with bated breath. The terrible existence had disappeared completely after the Great War back then, along with many progenitors. However, there was no way this being was killed. Perhaps a more treacherous plot was being planned in the shadow. Many progenitors have tried to find the being's whereabouts to no avail. Now, Li Qia had declared a direct challenge. The spectators wondered if the terrible existence would actually accept it and show up. Chapter 3204. The true immortal sat in the meditative pose, looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All other masters were nothing more than ants before him. They could only stare with admiration and respect. The members of the Decemvirate wouldn't dare to oppose him. They didn't know why they were afraid of his pulsing light. Those who have met him before knew how frightening he was and his purpose. Those who haven't, they still knew that he was a monster judging by his current appearance. Buzz. The immortal light around him burst out. Each strand of light was akin to a portal leading to an immortal world. One of them was enough to shoulder 3,000 worlds. They weren't blinding like the explosion of 1,000 suns. However, even those back in three immortals could see the bright strands. Space and time no longer constrained them. People at the edge of the horizon or before him could see their strangely comforting flashes. People felt as if he was meditating right in front of them. He didn't exude any pressure, but everyone still became startled, feeling the urge to get on their knees. The strands reached three immortals, causing its inhabitants to look up towards the expanse. They saw lights blossoming there in a beautiful fashion. They looked just like immortal light. Has a true immortal descended to the expanse? One cultivator became shocked. Wait, prime progenitor, maybe? One expert took a deep breath and blurted. Prime progenitor has become an immortal? This news took three immortals like a storm. Everyone got on their knees and started bowing in that direction. His ascension is a blessing for our world. Many even started crying. Though they couldn't watch this event in person, they were still shaken because this was the ultimate glory for three immortals. As for the old tree demon, he quietly watched the whole thing. Only characters at his level could gaze this deep into the expanse. Ultimately, all eyes were on Wuxia due to his impossible-to-miss radiance. In other words, those hiding in redemption lands or deeper in the expanse or other secretive areas still spotted this light. Therefore, the dark existence, wherever it was, had to notice this declaration of war as well. A pair of eyes opened at the bottom of the expanse in an incalculable place that was impossible to find. This person had shrouded all of their auras. Even if one was standing inches away from this being, they still wouldn't be able to notice the eyes or its movement. The eyes watched Wuxia's radiance without a single ripple of emotions. It seemed to be the calmest spectator in the world, a stark contrast to even the progenitors. Wuxia continued to meditate in that spot. The flow of time seemingly stopped. A long period passed and the dark existence still didn't show up to accept the challenge. Keep on hiding, I'll find and kill you all the same. Wuxia finally got up and left this comment behind for the listeners everywhere. A fight is inevitable. The top masters realized this after hearing Wuxia's determination. Maybe it's time to sweep through the expanse and end this all. One progenitor murmured. These top masters realized the looming threat to the expanse and three immortals as long as the dark existence was around. Alas, they have tried to destroy it to no avail. Wuxia didn't mind the refusal to fight. He marched onward across the expanse to traverse the dangerous lands and kill monsters as preparation. Of course, he wasn't preparing for this dark existence but rather the creation of his epic. This was his ultimate goal here at Three Immortals and the Expanse. No place was more suitable than the Expanse to serve as a foundational block for his epic. The next area he entered was one of eternal night. Daylight didn't have a place here. Boom! A beast crushed the sky and made the stars fall down. It clearly had a power similar to a progenitor. Of course, this wasn't rare at all. Many gigantic monsters here were so powerful that progenitors didn't want to provoke them. This beast's target was an old man who was using treasures and the myriad Dao to stop its onslaught. He had gray hair but still a young, friendly face, almost like the god of longevity in the paintings. A mystical Dao order engulfed him. He stood on top of a shoal rock, completely immovable. Meanwhile, the beast launched a relentless assault. Due to his old age, he needed to use pills in order to replenish his vitality and energy. This still wasn't enough to deal with the ferocious beast. Alas, the old man clearly wanted to protect the shoal rock. The two were clearly contesting it. This piece of shoal rock didn't look that special, gray and could be found anywhere else. Scram! Wuxia arrived and waved his hand, releasing a peerless grand Dao power. The beast got blown into the ocean, causing a massive splash. It knew that Wuxia was terrible and let out a soft cry before running for its life. I appreciate your saving me, sir. The old man bowed towards Wuxia despite being a progenitor. However, by this point, everyone knew Wuxia now in the Expanse, the man who challenged the Dark Lord. Get up. Li Chia said, "You should change your title from Alchemy Immortal to Alchemy Idiot, about to throw your life away for this item. You would have been in that beast's stomach eventually. I've been watching this thing for 100,000 years by this point. It's hard to let it go." The old man turned red with an awkward smile. Chapter 3205. Yes, this old man was Alchemy Immortal, the progenitor of Longevity Valley. In myriad lineage, everyone knew that he didn't partake in a regular style of cultivation, only in alchemy. This made his alchemy Tao quite peerless. Some even said that he could create pills that can grant immortality. Of course, this was only a legend. Nonetheless, the pills made by him were highly coveted. If one were found, it would be sold at a sky-high price. Many would try to seize it no matter what. Alchemy Immortal was quite famous among the progenitors in the expanse. He was only average in terms of actual cultivation, unable to compete with the brilliant ones. However, many respected him because he could craft pills that can prolong lifespan or cure injuries. That's why even the strongest progenitors would need to ask him for help eventually. For example, in the case of qi deviation or problems with cultivation. Thus, a few progenitors stronger than him would call him older brother to show respect. Alas, he didn't care for any of this, for his heart was set on the Tao of alchemy. He spent his time refining pills and searching for materials. His footsteps could be found all over the expanse. He knew more about the locations of alchemy materials than anyone at the expanse. He has been guarding this particular material for 100,000 years. Today was a special day because it was near maturity. That's why the beast earlier came for it. He wasn't a match for the beast but still didn't want to give up after spending so much time and effort already. Fortunately, Li Chia came and saved him. "There's no alchemy when you're dead." Li Chia shook his head. The old man naturally understood this, but he was too caught up with the Tao of alchemy. Whenever he found a good ingredient, roots seemed to grow at the bottom of his feet and he couldn't leave. Suddenly, the shoal rock below him started cracking. "It's coming out." His eyes lit up and he rubbed his palms with excitement. The rock dispersed like sands into the waves. It became smaller and smaller until the water covered it completely. Starry night coral, only found in the night ocean. 8 million years just to have one, then another million years till death. Li Chia watched and said, "Your knowledge puts me to shame." Alchemy Immortal said. Very few people knew this rock beneath him. Li Chia only smiled in response. Pop! Golden light strands came out of the dispersing rock. Eventually, the thing inside became exposed, a long shell golden from top to bottom with a spiral pattern that looked like the rotation of the heaven and earth. A tiny jade-like tentacle came out of the shell with a sweet fragrance spreading afar. It seemed to notice something dangerous and quickly pulled back into the shell before shooting out with lightning speed. However, Alchemy Immortal was ready and grasped it with greater speed. The thing struggled but couldn't escape. Golden Longevity Leech finally got it after 100,000 years. He laughed with happiness. Normally, progenitors had a stable Tao heart and wouldn't feel emotions too easily. This wasn't the case for Alchemy Immortal. Finding good materials truly gave him matchless excitement and joy. This leech was quite rare. It loved alchemy materials, especially this type of coral. The latter required many years to reach maturity, thus finding a leech like this was extremely difficult. No wonder why the alchemist was so patient. An old folk prescription for longevity medicine, I'm not sure the result will be good. Li Chia knew what he was trying to do right away. You're right, but I have eaten too many ingredients so they have lost their effectiveness. I have to try something different despite knowing the low probability. The old man smiled wryly. As the best pill maker in the world, he naturally consumed more pills than anyone else. Thus, pills became less effective for him versus anyone else. A good swimmer is more likely to drown. Li Chia chuckled. I lacked moderation during my youth. My Dao heart wasn't firm enough to realize this logic. Now it's too late. I have already abused too much. The alchemist said. During his youth, he could already refine incredible pills because of his talents. Others had no chance of eating pills of that level, yet he ate them like rice. Alas, this actually left negative side effects on top of causing him to be dependent on pills. As time went on, they became less effective and he needed higher grades of pills. He couldn't defeat this addiction. Li Chia shook his head. He has seen this situation too many times before. Will you come visit my place for a bit? The alchemist invited Li Chia since it was rare to meet such a peerless existence. Sure. Li Chia had just finished training in a dangerous ground and didn't have anything else to do. This way. The happy alchemist led the way. They crossed through many dimensions and made it to the alchemist's place. The alchemist wasn't staying alone. His home was a sealed domain covered in fog and mist, a very powerful formation. A progenitor would find it hard to enter without knowing the entry method. This particular domain was a glimmering ocean with plenty of large islands. It wouldn't be unreasonable to call them continents due to their size. This place was very lively with numerous cities and more than 1 million inhabitants. One would think that they were back in Three Immortals. Divine peaks hid among the clouds. Cranes played in the sky while birds pulled carriages in this peaceful paradise. This place was undoubtedly another minor dimension. The alchemist introduced several friends and I built this place together. We had other companions with us who decided to stay here and start a home. Li Chia wasn't surprised to hear this. Progenitors didn't come along to the expanse. They brought along their generals and strongest followers. Thus, these people eventually had offsprings. That's why some progenitors didn't return to Three Immortals since the expanse had become their new home. Chapter 3206, Alchemy Immortal lived alone on a peak. His young learners immediately came out to greet them and prepared firewood for boiling. Next, he told them to invite several old friends. A while later, 3 progenitors arrived. Their presence caused visual phenomena above such as clouds and rains. The inhabitants in this world naturally knew that their progenitors had gathered. They naturally became curious. The progenitorial aura created golden springs and blooming lotuses, adding to this beautiful paradise. These 3 friends are staying with me in this land. It is thanks to their effort that this place is so prosperous now. Alchemy Immortal introduced them to Li Chia. On the other hand, I rarely stay in one place and haven't done much for it. Brother, you're being too humble. This wouldn't be possible without your alchemy materials. One of the 3 smiled and shook his head. This is Brother Yang Radiance, Brother Pure Yang, and Brother Resting Bull. We have lived here together for who knows how many years. The alchemist became sentimental. These 3 progenitors were quite famous back in myriad lineage and have left behind their Tao system. Yang Radiance progenitor's title was the same as his name, Wang Yangming, the progenitor of Yang Radiance system. He used to be a student at Academy of Light before coming up with the Bright Heart scripture to become a progenitor. Wang Yangming was a middle-aged man with a feather fan and a cloth cap, as scholarly as can be. The absence of his progenitorial aura would cause others to mistake him as a strategist or a teacher from a private school. Pure Yang progenitor also wore a feathered robe with the visual phenomenon of a blazing sun behind him. He himself felt like a rising, radiant sun. His system had the same name. Resting Bull progenitor was a hybrid with a human body and a bull head. He could swallow the sun and moon just like a divine bull with a majestic aura. He had a muscular and tall frame, seemingly able to shoulder the entire sky. His resting bull system faltered due to a lack of a successor. Its territory became ruins. Later on, Elucidation True Emperor found his scripture and restored the entire system. After finishing their introduction, the alchemist introduced Li Chia. This gentleman is, no need, we know who he is. Who in the expanse doesn't know him right now? Resting Bull interrupted him and smiled before bowing towards Li Chia. The other two also bowed and said, "Welcome, sir. You are a dragon visiting our humble abode. It is an honor." The three of them were famous and have accomplished plenty of great deeds. Today, they assumed the role of juniors before Li Chia. He casually accepted their showing of respect. The five of them sat down while the alchemist's young learners prepared tea for them. Li Chia played along and took his time enjoying his tea. A while later, he placed the cup down and looked at the four. "I heard a few progenitors say that the four of you participated in the war back then." The four became frozen for a bit before exchanging glances. "Surviving is quite impressive," Li Chia added. Wang Yangming was the first to put down his cup and sighed before answering. "It was a very long time ago and it's not really a secret or anything. Many friends in the Expanse know about it. We're among the very few survivors." Resting Bull added, "Or to put it frankly, we escaped earlier so everyone has their own opinions on it. They have asked about it before and we clearly told them why." Pure Yang revealed a natural smile. Alas, there was a faint hint of disappointment, helplessness in their expression. They also wrung their wrist beneath the table. Zither Empress and her followers had a call to arms. The alchemist softly said, "I was good at medicine so I told these three to join with me so that we can contribute to help the future of three immortals." The four of us followed one Dao brother to the battlefield. He is the strongest among us. Resting Bull continued the story. His cultivation is unfathomable on top of being wise and resourceful. Certain things happened next, causing this Dao brother to make certain choices. Wang Yangming said seriously, "This ended our part in the war." He threw himself into the darkness. Li Chia smiled, speaking without hesitation unlike these four. The four of them had an ugly expression and a forced smile, clearly confirming Li Chia's comment. "Yes. We don't know what caused him to do so, but this choice happened too suddenly. He was an amazing person, whether it be his cultivation or his contribution. Both are virtually peerless. He had done a lot for three immortals." Yang Ming took a deep breath. "I know." Li Chia knew exactly who they were talking about. A member of the Decemvirate is indeed powerful with plenty of accomplishments. Their aspirations and heart are exceptional as well. The four of them had a bitter smile. They refrained from saying anything malicious about this person. One could easily see their respect for him in the past. "The war was tough, we toughed it out through the troubles with true sincerity." Resting Bull sighed while recalling the past, feeling terrible as a result. "I still don't know why he made that choice. Didn't Zither Empress manage to persevere?" He mumbled. The four clearly loved their Dao brother since they have been through life or death scenarios together. "Though we didn't know why he did it, our goals became different so we stopped following him. He didn't make it difficult for us either, no attempt at recruiting us. We eventually went our separate ways, a breakup on bad terms." Wang Yangming said with regrets. "This is the reason why we left the war early and why some misunderstood us." The alchemist said. "We stopped going outside and talking to the others." Pure Yang smiled. They left the war in dejection and stayed in this dimension with the exception of the alchemist who continued to search for materials. They no longer socialized with the other progenitors. Their Dao heart was certainly firm, but even a member of the Decemvirate had fallen. This made them more cautious, wanting to be reclusive and maintaining a certain distance with the outside world. This was one way to protect their home. Fortunately, the war eventually ended. It might not be a good end, but it still ended all the same. The goal wasn't met, but the darkness was contained, no longer ravaging the expanse. The Dark Ones have disappeared for a long time now. Yang Ming said. Those who participated in this war didn't wish to talk about it more than they have to. 1. I spent so much time looking up these names from 1,000 chapters ago. I should have saved them. Didn't expect for these guys to be brought up again too. Zhuge Liang wears this type of hat. Chapter 3207, Their friend, a member of the Decemvirate, still faltered to the darkness. This was too much of a blow for the group to take. That's why they disliked talking about it and carefully chose their words when the conversation was necessary. Everyone has a different perspective and choice. Then there's the issue of the Tao heart. Li Chia wasn't interested in this story. Not just one, right? There were more than one dark beings back then. Li Chia smiled, getting straight to the point. The group exchanged glances. Wang Yangming nodded and said, "Yes, we don't know how many there were, but only one should be left though. We joined relatively late and didn't know all the details. Outside of Zither Empress and Fire Ancestors group, 9 secrets, and Bao Pu should know more." Right, the war had been raging for a while once we got to the Expanse. Maybe even before Bao Pu's time. The alchemist added. From what we know, the dark existences have been here for a long time. In the beginning, the 3 immortals were in charge, then Bao Pu, Fire Ancestor, Dragon Ancestor, and Zither Empress joined later. For some unknown reason later, the 3 immortals disappeared as far as we know, so the Empress group took over. She's the one who recruited us. Yang Ming mused and said. In fact, this war wasn't always active, there were pauses and such. Pure Yang joined in, but the period after our involvement was definitely the conclusion. It ended not long after our retreat. Interesting. Li Chia rubbed his chin with amusement. He knew more than them about certain things but was still interested in a few details. There should be 2 dark existences during our time there. One of them had a plan and gathered many monsters. Some from 3 immortals also joined him. Pure Yang said. Very few did so during this period. Later on, I heard the 3 immortals got involved, so the dark existence lost and fled. Zither Empress and the others pressed on and tried to find it. Wang Yangming said. There's still one more. Li Chia knew everything about this defeated existence. The other one hid so well. We've never seen it in action and only killed its henchmen on the battlefield. Yang Ming said. Not to mention us, I think very few people have actually met it. The alchemist shook his head. I've talked to Zither Empress, but she herself has never seen it. Fire Ancestor saw it at least. Resting Bull added, I'm sure of it. That's why the Expanse felt the wrath of the Forefather. It must have been something more than just Fire Ancestor succumbing to the darkness. Fire Ancestor did. Li Chia confirmed with a nod. All in all, this existence is hiding so well. I believe the 3 immortals are looking for it too. Some believe that it has never shown up ever since it got here. Maybe only that one rock at the abyss saw it, no one else. Pure Yang sighed. He was referring to the black rock suppressed on the expedition ship. All eyes were on Li Chia now because he was the one who destroyed the abyss and the darkness there. I haven't been to the abyss since the darkness and don't know what this being did there. The alchemist said. A Tao portal, but its plan failed probably to the 3 immortals. However, it's still left in time. Li Chia smiled. Yes, there's no way it dares to show up when the 3 immortals are after it. I think even Fire Ancestor and the others don't know where it is in the Expanse. Resting Bull said. This being is far scarier than the one that lost. It has just been hiding and poisoning people. Many monsters and even progenitors joined the darkness as a result. Yang Ming paused for a bit. His expression became dejected. In the final battle, to tell you the truth, we simply fought our own people. The thing never showed up at all and didn't lose anything. The other 3 sighed after hearing this. They were actually present during this period of the war. It was a terrible feeling to fight those who used to be their brothers. I'm sure it has an even more sinister plan. We just don't know about it. Yang Ming went on. Indeed, it is afraid of being found since 3 immortals will not let this go. Li Chia smiled. That's why it didn't show up to answer your public challenge. It won't care for face and reputation, only obtaining the end result through any means necessary. Pure Yang said. Everyone knew that this existence certainly heard the challenge. It just chose to ignore it. It's understandable. If it were to show up, the three immortals and your group won't be trying to fight it one-on-one. Li Qie laughed. The group chuckled in response. This was indeed the case. Their alliance would do anything necessary in order to kill this dark existence. This applied to the three immortals as well. There won't be peace when it is still around. A calamity will come one day because of its nefarious plan. The three immortals are worrying about this. Yang Ming said. It is very composed and patient, virtues of a successful man. Li Qie said, in the case of success, everything will be over. The three immortals won't be able to defend your world. The four progenitors' expression soured. Though they didn't want to return to three immortals, they still didn't want it to be destroyed. Plus, the expanse probably wouldn't fare much better by this point. No one can do anything if it keeps on hiding. Resting Bull said. No rush, at least it knows about the new problem now, plus, it will come out eventually, just a matter of time. Li Qie revealed a grin. The four progenitors were surprised to see Li Qie's confidence. Countless methods across millions of years have failed to draw this dark existence out. They couldn't think of what Li Qie could do to be successful in this impossible endeavor. Chapter 3208. The conversation lasted for a long time pertaining to the expanse, the dark existences, and the previous battles. Of course, the four progenitors were worried about the hidden existence the most, hoping that Li Qie could kill it. The dark being will absolutely return, and once it does, it'll be fully prepared. All of the expanse will be at risk of falling to the darkness. No one will be able to escape. We can't just worry about ourselves. Wang Yangming concluded. The four were rightfully worried because they didn't want to lose their second home. Alas, this dark existence was too good at hiding. Of course, Li Qie only smiled. He had his own plans and didn't need to rush. Li Qie didn't linger for long. He decided to leave after getting the information required. I pray for your triumphant, you will definitely be able to kill that dark existence, sir. The group expressed good wishes to him. Yes, no rush though. I can kill it whenever. I have other businesses to take care of right now. Li Qie smiled, then said goodbye to the four. He crossed through the expanse for more Tao enlightenment in order to perfect his laws. As he said, he wasn't in a rush to find and kill the dark existence. In his opinion, as long as it was still around in the expanse, he would have the chance to kill it eventually. It was only a matter of time once it showed up. A long period passed afterward as he traversed the land. He pushed his supreme grand Tao to the apex while polishing his laws for the new epoch. Both were essential in order to create an epoch. All the other Tao and cultivation methods would be derived from these two things. Strangely enough, he didn't go looking for trouble. Trouble came to him this time. Ferocious monsters including beasts and poisonous insects gathered into numerous groups. They assembled into a massive legion. One could hear horns blaring everywhere in the expanse as more creatures joined this great legion. Tsunami could be seen everywhere in the expanse. From the bottom of the ocean, a colossal devil turtle the size of a continent started crawling. A skeletal whale could be seen as well. In the sky was another gigantic three-headed dragon pulsing with draconic aura. All in all, the sky was blotted out by this legion heading for Li Qie. This mighty mobilization naturally alarmed many existences in the expanse, including the progenitors. The four great monsters are teaming up and recruiting the other monsters in their territories. One progenitor immediately recognized their leaders. They want revenge against Sir Li Qie. Everyone understood their intention after seeing their path. The 9 great monsters used to reign over 9 separate regions. They were dangerous and intelligent with plenty of followers. Ordinary progenitors wouldn't dare to provoke them. Recently, Li Qie had shown no mercy and massacred everything in his path. 5 of the great monsters and their nests had been taken down by him along with millions of beasts. The remaining 4 immediately felt that they needed to do something about this threat. They realized that Wuxia didn't just randomly kill some of them. He intended on killing all 9. Thus, this beastly crusade against him was necessary. Many monsters have been afraid and running away from him, choosing to hide. Now, this alliance gave them hope in killing him. Blood will stain the ocean again. One progenitor commented. The waves of beasts were a magnificent scene. Since so many of them have gathered, Wuxia's area seemed tiny in comparison. Just their stampede alone could destroy everything. Junior, today's your last. The devil turtle roared. It was one of the remaining 4 great monsters. Rumble. They issued the order to attack. The rest of the expanse quaked from the onslaught. How futile. Another progenitor spectated and shook his head. Most people were watching with their heavenly gaze by now. This progenitor was right. This alliance was going to their death. These 4 monsters might have killed progenitors before, but they stood 0 chance against Wuxia. Boom! A punch of annihilation was the answer. The destructive shockwaves broke through everything like dried branches. Boom! 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 The punch nearly flipped over this part of the ocean. The calm water turned into the most violent tsunami. One could see the bottom now. There was no scream or howl. Nearly all the monsters who lunged at him turned into blood and painted the tsunami red. These monsters couldn't resist at all and were annihilated by the energy of the punch. They didn't even see his hand movement. The strongest ones leaped for the sky, wanting to escape. Alas, he slapped his palms together and unleashed a thunderous sound edge. Even those at the deepest crevice of the sky vault were instantly decapitated. Blood rained down in this area along with deafening blasts as huge corpses slammed onto the water that has fallen back down. Chapter 3209. The spectating progenitors have seen plenty of things in their life. Some of them have done their fair share of massacres. Alas, they were still shaken all the same by this brutal feat. Remember, not a single one of these monsters was weak. They dominated their own region without a problem. Just 2 moves from him were enough to kill countless beasts. The worst part was how effortless it was. They didn't even have the chance to scream, let alone fight back. Not even a member of the Decemvirate could kill this legion in the blink of an eye. Boom! Crack! Wuxia stomped down on the continental turtle. Ah! It screamed and struggled, crushing numerous seamounts. Unfortunately, it couldn't get out from beneath his foot. Ah! Eventually, the shell broke and blood gushed out like a flood. Remember, this turtle was one of the 9 great monsters. Its physical toughness was insane, capable of withstanding ancestral weapons. As for its shell, it could be the toughest continent in existence, virtually impossible to break. Nonetheless, its body was cracking inch by inch from the force exerted by Wuxia's stomp. Splash! The remaining flesh and blood splattered away like a torrent of mud and stones. The turtle was as dead as could be. Meanwhile, he reached for the neck of the gigantic dragon. It tried to spew out its vilest toxic flame but couldn't. Its claws and tail struggled and tore space apart yet still failed to hurt him. As he slowly closed his fingers, its neck started to break. It couldn't even scream. Its body disintegrated from the force with blood gushing down like a waterfall. Eventually, he added more force and made the entire thing explode. Nothing was left of this dragon, another of the 9 great beasts. At the same time, the ferocious whale opened its jaw, waiting to rip his other leg off. He suddenly grew as large as can be, nearly causing the bottom of the ocean to cave downward. Boom! His foot became large enough to jam the whale's mouth. Its dreadful teeth were as sharp as swords, but all were broken now. The sides of its mouth were torn off and he didn't stop there, seemingly wanting to crush the entire whale. It roared furiously in pain but could only get out muffled groans. Eventually, he crushed its stomach and its inner organs spilled out in a disgustingly nauseating manner. Crack. He pulled back his foot, then decided to tear the fish into 2 halves. Its corpse floated on the ocean like 2 large continents. Another of the 10 has fallen. The last one suffered the most. It tried to deliver a fatal blow but couldn't even get close to him. Pop. Crack. First came a pop, then the sounds of bone breaking. Li Qie pierced through its body with his finger, instantly destroying all of its bones. This massive monster exploded into a bloody mist afterward. It never even got close enough to him to do anything. This part of the ocean became awfully quiet. The seawater seemed to have been replaced with blood. This stench might last for 1,000 years. The spectators shuddered while looking at this hellish scene. For great monsters and their legion were decimated without a single survivor. This domineering massacre couldn't be done by just anyone. Plus, someone with this power wouldn't have done it in such a brutal manner. The progenitors could see that Li Qie wasn't as harmless as his appearance would indicate. He would kill anyone who stands in his way without showing any mercy. The Dark Lord got a tough foe this time. One progenitor said. The hidden Dark Lord has been making everyone anxious. However, this fierce newcomer seemed determined to kill. No one would question his murderous intent by this point, that he would stay true to his words about killing the Dark Lord. How boring, not even a chance to train. Li Qie patted his hands and shook his head. This made the progenitors smile wryly. That legion earlier couldn't withstand a few moves from him. It obviously wasn't a good training session. It seemed that not even a member of the Decemvirate would be a decent sparring partner for him. He has been training long enough to perfect his supreme grand Tao. Moreover, he had enough power to start a new epoch now. The only ones at the Expanse capable of truly fighting him were the hidden Dark Lord and the 3 immortals. Some brilliant progenitors have met the 3 immortals before. For example, Zither Empress. These 3 beings used to be around a long time ago but eventually stopped showing up for some reason. Thus, Zither Empress, Bao Pu, and Fire Ancestor became their messengers. Eventually, they stopped sending information, seemingly evaporating from thin air. Total domination. One progenitor commented, finally someone who can control the Expanse after so many years, this is good. The 3 immortals used to be in charge before but they weren't as ruthless as Li Qie. Later on, the dark existences also terrorized the Expanse but lacked total control. They preferred to work in the shadows. Now, Li Qie's style was as direct as can be, killing everyone in his way with wanton regards. Even the strongest foes would still fall before him. I hope it will come out soon so peace can return. Another became hopeful. They wanted the battle between Li Qie and the dark existence to happen as soon as possible. The threat from the latter was just too great. Even Fire Ancestor fell to its whispers. They didn't know whether their Tao heart would be firm enough to withstand the same experience. Chapter 32:10, Li Qie left after killing the 4 great monsters and their legion. Peace returned to the Expanse afterward. Wherever he went, the monsters there would hide and tremble at the bottom, not daring to utter a single sound. Some even ran before his arrival, millions and millions of miles away. His fame and reputation preceded him. He was even more notorious than the dark existence due to his painting the ocean red. He stopped finding monsters to kill and simply entered the dangerous grounds to see the mysterious creations of the universe. They were also smart enough to not cause any more trouble. After so many years of researching and polishing, he had reached a peak beyond anyone else. He was ready to create an eternal outline thanks to his unique path. 1,000 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Li Qie had seen countless profound creations by this point. Today, he meditated in an area in a Zen state, almost becoming a statue. Another 500 years flew by. The Expanse was still as peaceful as ever. No demon or monster ravaged the land. The dark existence didn't show up either. Well, he wouldn't notice any changes in the world regardless. Another 500 years gone by in accordance with the worldly order and rotation. Buzz. This ended with a radiance exuding from Wuxia. The specks of dirt on his body disintegrated. His body became freed from all impurities with a natural grand Tao and supreme temperament. Buzz, a Tao rhythm emerged in the entire expanse. Everything else started harmonizing with it. A new order emerged with a blinding radiance. The myriad laws had life once more. A supreme power seemed to be awakening and proliferating. Clank. 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 Laws including those dictating the Tao, life, and natural orders all emerged. Spatial laws began circling in the sky, one earth law stretched out of the ocean, a life law swam back and forth in the endless water. All cultivators who trained in the Tao could sense this change. The strongest among them began losing control of their own grand Tao. The members of both the Decemvirate and 10 Radiants found their own grand Tao wanting to leave their body. They activated their best merit laws but still couldn't suppress this development. The entire world has been affected by this new rhythm. This was an unprecedented power never seen by anyone before. It began reconstructing the orders of the expanse. Everything needed to obey. Thus, many tried to find the source and found Wuxia. Billions of grand Tao formed layers around him and created an eternal domain. Wuxia was its creator and ruler, capable of actually creating life within this domain, acting as the high heaven. Though he was incredibly far away, they felt as if he was right in front of them. Time and space no longer confined him. Even a blind person could see this glorious existence. He had imprinted his mark in everyone's soul. All possible laws in existence were going there and lining up in a particular order. They came from the clouds, the oceans, and the various fabrics of reality. This looked like an army inspection where all the soldiers conversed, waiting for their generals and king to arrive. Laws, some of you are still not here yet? His casual words became a supreme and eternal mantra. The laws and grand Tao heard him. They seemed to be stretching out their necks so that he would notice them. None wanted to be left behind. They acted as if not being seen by him would be akin to being abandoned by this new order. Buzz. 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 The grand Tao finally surged out of the progenitor's body. Remember, these progenitors have all created a unique Tao belonging to themselves. Alas, all were gone now. These grand Tao and secret laws flew to the sky and exuded blinding lights. For example, Alchemy Immortal's grand Tao transformed into a medicinal lotus with an intense fragrance. Emperor Zheng's grand Tao took the form of a mighty star atlas. Martial Ancestor's grand Tao was a white tiger lunging and roaring. These grand Tao hovered in the sky in a shocking manner. The most brilliant progenitors weren't spared from astonishment. I am Lord, heaven and earth are my subjects, the grand Tao are my followers. Wuxia's voice echoed across the realms. Each word turned into the highest order of mantra and imprinted itself into time and space. Tao Lord. He stood up and declared. This became the final conclusion, the ultimate ironclad order. His might frightened the myriad ages. All Tao and laws prostrated before him, ready to obey all of his orders. By this point, he could easily create these progenitorial grand Tao or break the progenitor's ultimate techniques. He stood at the apex of the Tao with no one worthy to be his peers. All masters in the expanse got on their knees. Even the world itself had become his subject, the rest had no choice but to show their loyalty. Tao Lord, everyone murmured this title. I am Lord, heaven and earth are my subjects, the grand Tao are my followers. Some understood that when Wuxia spoke this line, he had finished establishing a foundation for the new epoch. This was the raising of the curtain. A new epoch was about to begin and he was its creator. I wonder if 3 immortals will be a part of it? One progenitor became emotional. Chapter 32:11. The phrase served as the foundation of an entire epoch. Everyone felt nothing but respect for the new Tao Lord. In a seclusive and incalculable location at the expanse, a pair of eyes narrowed and flashed once before disappearing again. This person remained cautious despite the safety of this area. Numerous masters were still searching for it. The supreme Tao rhythm eventually dispersed. The laws and Tao of the world returned to their original rotation. Progenitors heaved with relief once their grand Tao returned to their body. Just imagine, their supreme grand Tao escaped their control just now. This was a terrible feeling, a cause for worries. It meant that they would be fish on the chopping board regardless of how strong they used to be, akin to a mortal. The return of their grand Tao meant that their power was back again. Li Qie crossed through space and traveled more across the expanse. He visited many incredible areas. Today was a ruin from an older age. It contained chaotic space along with the cycles of life and karma. The place was covered in resplendent starlights of various colors. This made it seem like a dream world. It had profundities worth researching. Progenitors tried their best here and couldn't grasp 10% of the mysteries here. Rumor has it that the three immortals and the top progenitors have been here before. Some even added the dark existences to this list. All in all, the place was extremely famous. Newcomers to the expanse would eventually come here for a look. Something big was happening today. The colorful chaotic temporal flow was forced back into order. They became rainbows of time and started flowing above the ruins. In this place, Li Qie was testing the various profundities and exerting control over them. Both the cycles of life and karma seemed like mature peaches that have been casually taken by him and peeled, exposing the soft texture and plentiful juice, as wondrous as can be. So many progenitors were watching Li Qie pulling the ruins back into order in astonishment and awe. They have come here before and knew the difficulties present. Just learning 10% of this place was an amazing achievement. Now, Li Qie mastered it in such a perfect manner, not to mention the little time it took. He's at an unreachable height. A member of the Decemvirate commented. Li Qie did something that a progenitor couldn't even after trying for a lifetime. Maybe above the three immortals too. One who has seen the three immortals quietly said. They recalled their feelings when they saw the three immortals the first time in the past, shock and fear. Though the world considered their realm to be the peak, they found themselves no different from little children compared to the three immortals. There was a long path to go and more room for growth after sufficient training. However, they thought that they would never be able to reach that height. The three immortals should be the paragons of their world. Nothing could be greater, there was no higher peak until today. Some felt that Li Qie might have surpassed the three immortals already. Will he become a true immortal? This beckoned the question. The three immortals themselves have said that they didn't reach this level. What about Li Qie? There existed a star above the expanse, able to swallow all types of light yet still being the darkest star. Its nature made it impossible to find, but many progenitors were aware of its existence. Its name was Hidden Tao Star. It contained mystical arts and Tao, coveted by virtually all cultivators. Just figuring out the mysteries of this star at an elementary level would be awfully beneficial. Alas, it was too dangerous. Entering meant risking never being able to leave. Their own Tao and fortunes could be swallowed by the star. Today, Li Qie had arrived. He opened his immortal-like eyes and unleashed a primordial light. The star's mysteries had no place to hide from his gaze. Even hidden Tao can't hide from him. The spectating progenitors couldn't believe it and became envious. They heard loud rumbles the moment he activated his grand Tao. Everything from the star poured down and became his. This was akin to someone standing at the entrance of a treasury. They simply opened their pocket and all the jewels and treasures inside competed to get in there. Some have tried and failed to get a single art. Now, he had gotten all of them. There couldn't be a bigger harvest. What a difference. It's so frustrating. Another member of the Decemvirate revealed a bitter smile. Others felt the same way. A few among them spent several 100,000 years there and only obtained one law. 8 Edges Mountain, St. Breath Ocean, Endless Well. Li Qiye eventually visited all of these famous locations in the expanse and took everything worthwhile. He's treating the expanse like his own house. One progenitor helplessly smiled. There's no secret here for him. His friend sighed. Many top cultivators thought that the expanse was cryptic with too many secrets. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye during his journey. Thus, the progenitors came up with another conclusion. If the entire expanse couldn't hide from him, then that dark existence shouldn't be able to either. Chapter 32:12. Everything Li Qiye had done so far was in preparation for his new epoch, from establishing a foundation to readying its orders. The dangerous areas and their mysteries couldn't hide from him at all. The most obscured and cryptic laws would eventually be deciphered and added to his repertoire. The places considered dreadful by others all fell into his grasp. Time came to a stop during his journey. 1,000 years were no different than the blink of an eye to him. Moreover, the expanse started changing due to his influence. The dangers found here gradually disappeared, such as the sea monsters that once rampaged the seas. His supreme grand Tao had reached maturity after he saw virtually all of the expanse, the same with his tree. It was time to open the new epoch. Thus, he decided to go into seclusive training. He didn't bother finding a secret place for safety reasons. He picked a random sea and sealed the area before sitting down. His seal condensed the myriad laws. The grand Tao became as tough as steel. Karma became the gate, the samsara became the cornerstone, yin-yang served as a line of defense, time acted as an offensive force. The area immediately became an impregnable fortress, perhaps the most dangerous place in the expanse. No one could break through the seal. Doing so would result in swift retribution, ending with being rendered to ashes. From the distance, all of the various affinities making up this seal transformed into a crystallized form. They seemed unbreakable, to say the least. Li Qiye is cultivating. Many progenitors and masters became startled. The power of the seal simply sent out a massive shockwave. Even one strand of energy alone could destroy a progenitor. Thus, everyone immediately knew what he wanted to do. Still, one master took a deep breath. The guy was both shaken by the sheer power present in the seal, but most importantly, why? Li Qiye was already monstrous enough. In case of success, just how dreadful would he become? Progenitors shuddered because they weren't close to being on the same level as him. What if Li Qiye took another step forward? The brilliant progenitors had a hard time imagining it. Breaking through the apex? A true immortal with everlasting life? One member of the decemvirate murmured. Everlasting life was a goal for all progenitors and masters. That's the main reason why they came to the expanse. Unfortunately, regardless of their diligent efforts and talents, they still couldn't make it to the end of this path. No one has been successful. Maybe Li Qiye had a chance if this session yielded fruit. This matter naturally attracted everyone's attention. Some would occasionally pay attention to the changes found here, wanting to know Li Qiye's future height. However, 1 year passed and nothing happened in the crystallized seal. 2 years, the same story. 3 years, nothing. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. 3,000 years, 30,000 years. 100,000 years. The sea remained sealed and impenetrable. No one knew what was going on inside with Li Qiye. 100,000 years weren't that long for progenitors in the expanse. However, it was definitely a long period for others. 300,000 years went by in the blink of an eye, still nothing. Meanwhile, numerous changes happened in each world. Talents and heroes fell, unknown mortals rose to greatness. Tao systems turned to ashes, replaced by another. New progenitors emerged in 3 immortals. More heaven's wills appeared in the 9 worlds, meaning more immortal emperors. The 13 continents were as lively as ever with waves of talents from all the races, immortal monarchs, heaven emperors, and divine emperors. Alas, the crystallized seal remained the same. People grew to forget about it. Back in the 9 worlds, the people have forgotten about their prime emperor, the man with 13 palaces. His stories turned into history, then legends. Some began questioning his existence. In the 13 continents, the man called fiercest who suppressed the 3 great races was also forgotten. The humans who used to take pride in him stopped talking about him. In 3 Immortals, future generations always brought up the darkness descend because of the bloody battles. Their losses were carved deep in the annals of each system. One man was always brought up, their savior, prime progenitor. The man with 13 progenitors who had performed numerous miracles. Right after the calamity, each system, sect, and individual considered him their savior and guardian. Individual households even established worship plaque for him. Unfortunately, as time passed, his brilliant deeds were laden with dust, forgotten. Fewer and fewer people worshipped prime progenitor. Most of his statues and tablets couldn't stand the test of time. Those that did were forgotten. No one would come to offer their respect any longer. After all, it has been 300,000 years. Newer waves replaced the previous. Future descendants forgot about this character. Only the old and knowledgeable existences remembered his stories in each world. In the burial grounds in the 9 worlds, some beings looked up in the sky. They knew that the dark wings of a crow would engulf the 9 worlds again. The dark crow wouldn't fall so easily. They knew that as long as the high heaven was still around, so would the dark crow. As for the 13 continents, many pairs of eyes hiding in the darkness continued to try and read the future, aware that the damned crow would return one day. This crow wasn't one to give up before defeating his enemies. All in all, the crow's return would change everything about the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. Chapter 32:13. The redemption grounds in 3 Immortals had people waiting too, for this was only the calm before the storm. Fiercest would stay true to his words and topple the current situation by opening a new epoch. Thus, they waited quietly for the right opportunity. As for the expanse, some progenitors would occasionally glance over at the seal, wondering what Fiercest would become after coming out. In a deeper and incalculable location, a certain being would sometimes gaze at the seal across the eras before disappearing. Prime Emperor, Prime Progenitor, and even the Dark Crow, these titles were forgotten by most. However, at the apex where the real masters of the world stood, they still remembered and cared about his existence. Those who feared him continued to slumber without crossing the line. This was a prudent choice. Regular people had no idea about the inevitable storm. Everything would change soon enough. Alas, the great existences were preparing for this tempest. All would start from the beginning once more. Those who have experienced Li Chia's might were afraid of his inaction. It meant that he was planning something frightening and heaven-defying. The rules of the world wouldn't be the same once he came out of his cultivation session. The new emperors and progenitors had no idea, let alone the mortals and normal cultivators. Little did they know that their familiar cultivation methods and common knowledge were about to change. It's coming. Today, a monstrous existence in a redemption ground suddenly felt something. In the most clandestine place in the expanse, the dark existence had a bad feeling about what's to come, but it refrained from taking action. So strong. One master in the expanse gazed and praised. The ones back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents were slower but still eventually sensed it. It's really happening. I hope he'll fail. A being hiding in the darkness had a frightened expression. Another generation, will it be long before the final battle? One being in a burial ground gazed at the deepest part of the sky and said, "Prepare for war. It is time for our domination." A deep voice ordered in an unknown location. It echoed like the wailing of a specter. In fact, the first to sense this was the high heaven itself. The azure started changing color with minuscule flashes. No one paid attention to this because they thought that it was only the flashing of the stars. After all, numerous stars and planets were up there. These flashes were as normal as can be. As time passed, the lightning bolts became thicker and thicker, enough to form massive arcs. The masters from the various worlds finally realized that something big was going on. The sky is changing, what's happening? One worried immortal emperor looked up. A divine emperor tried to take a closer look, but it was too far away. He only knew that something monumental was happening. Should I go to the expanse? A new progenitor of this generation stood on Sky Pass, nervous. The world was filled with a power beyond his comprehension by this point. He knew that he was as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Finally, the top dogs in the expanse paid attention to the sealed sea. The place was shiny just like the past, but they knew that the time had come. An era of immortals? An emotional progenitor found this new power to be unique. His more knowledgeable peer disagreed. No, such an era won't belong to our world anyway. Ours can't gestate a single immortal, let alone allowing everyone to become one. That's impossible. Right, Sir isn't here to become an immortal. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have picked the expanse. A progenitor who spoke with Wuxia before shook his head. The pair of eyes hiding in the expanse slightly opened again, surprised at this new power spreading across the realms. Remember, this being was terrible enough to control members of the Decemvirate. Nonetheless, it still felt fear because this was a power capable of starting an epoch. No, this went beyond that. This power was created to challenge the high heaven itself. Many have tried to do this, all have failed. Why was it afraid? Because there was a possibility of success for Wuxia. It was strong enough to know the significance behind this, hence its fear. Its stealth ability was impeccable, but this slight emotional fluctuation allowed someone else to immediately spot it. There's activity. A person near the other shore of the expanse wanted to calculate the location. No need, he's Daoist Li's target, not ours anymore. Another shook their head. They have been searching for this dark being for so long now. Alas, this being hid too well after its last escape. Its momentary jolt of fear made them notice it. In the past, they would have pursued, not wanting to miss this opportunity. This was no longer the case. Wuxia had appointed this dark being as a polishing stone. They didn't need to ruin his plan and continued to guard their areas. As for the dark being, it realized that it has been spotted. Alas, this didn't matter as much. It only cared about one enemy right now. Numerous thoughts popped up at the speed of light. It calculated countless possibilities and methods. Unfortunately, there was only one result, death. It hesitated at the outcome. It had no better plans right now, and plus, this was the expanse. It could only fight alone here. Don't succeed. It eventually looked up at the sky and thought. There was only one thing that can stop Wuxia right now, the high heaven. That damned villainous heaven. However, the lightning arcs might have gathered up above but showed no signs of attacking. The heavenly tribulation it desired so much didn't seem to be descending. 1. When the sex of this being is made clear, I will use he, she instead of it. The pronoun used here is usually masculine but also gender neutral, especially when the sex is unknown. It's not optimal because there will be an inconsistency with it and he, she in the translation. Going back to edit each case would take too much time. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.